Kanji, good morning. Dr. Moidu, how are you?
Good, sir. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us ahead of time.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Let's get going. राजीव पत्नी साहब बैठिएगा. आज आपका नाम पकड़ ही लिया मैंने. So good morning, everybody. I welcome all of you participants. There's no attendees. Each one of you is going to contribute. We are looking for a dialogue by which we will look at how informatics and how curriculum goes. But the important thing is why and for what. The why and for what will be covered in many speeches, but I'd like to begin by inviting our today's presentation from a few words of wisdom from our guest of the day, Dr. Arvind Lal. Arvind is not only well known to all of you as the chairman and CEO of Lal Path Labs, but I have the great privilege of being his batchmate since 1968. And with Arvind there, I would like him to tell us why he thinks informatics is important. And as far as I know, he is the first informatics user on the Indian subcontinent in healthcare. Over to you, Arvind. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Khalid. And first of all, I have great pleasure in welcoming all the organizers, especially led by Dr. Swarankar, Dr. Vikas Swarankar, Dr. Sudhir Sachdev, Dr. Saxena, and my dear friend, Professor Dr. Khalid Moidu, Dr. A.K. Singh, or General A.K. Singh, Chomu, whom we call, Mr. Surendra Singh, Abhishek Jadau, Anisha Khan, and Dimpy Chaudhary. So it's my proud privilege to be here today, and I would like to take a few words, a few seconds to take you through my journey and why I think all this is so important. Well, I am a private entrepreneur who runs a pathology lab, and I started, in 1977 after the demise of my father, and before that I was a lecturer in the Armed Forces Medical College, as many of you would know. And our association with Khalid, as he's already told you, goes back to 1968. So jumping into the topic straight away, pathology, as you know, enumerates the name of the test on the left-hand side, of the left-hand column. Then is the result, and then, of course, is given the reference range, as we call it. But way back in 1977, this was not the case. I had two typists who would be banging on the typewriter, all day long, especially starting in the morning. And it was, kind of my real introduction into the world. Otherwise, before that, we were only writing reports with hand. And any day when one of the typists would be absent, hell would literally break loose, and we had to write, the reports with the hand. But in 1986, all this changed, and one Dr. Gurdyal Singh, who is my senior also from the school, that is Model School in Barakhamba Road, though I had never seen him in school, he was so senior, and he was an alumnus of IIT Kharagpur, and he went to America, and there he did software programming. And when he came back to India in 1983, he had left a very lucrative job in America, and he had started what you can call the first person who started the reverse brain drain. He was looking after 500 software programmers when he left, and he came, and it so happened that we met, and he said that, Dr. Lal, would you like to, get into this IT or lab information management system production, as we called it at that time, we still do. And I said, yes. So over the next 8 months, Dr. Gurdyal Singh sat in front of me And I didn't know any computers, as you're very well aware. And Dr. Gurdiyal Singh did not know ABC of pathology. I mean, for him, blood sugar was just a blood test. So we, sat opposite each other for 8 months. And at the end of the time, we got a program going, and it was written in basic language. The desktop computer which I went and bought was an Indian-made IBM desktop by the name of ICO, and it had a hard disk memory of 20 kilobytes. And that is how we started. And then when we worked on the software, we discovered that it could organize our work lists, how many samples of glucose had to be tested in that order with the lab numbers, how many tests for other tests, liver function tests, SGOT, SGPT, and so on and so forth. But I must tell you that my main motivation at that point of time was I want to get rid of those two typists, who would be banging on their typewriters all the time. And this we not only succeeded, but people who saw our reports for the first time, they were overawed. As you have heard the word, they were in shock and awe. They could not understand how we have done it. And we, never looked back after that. So this came in when we were probably having a workload of about 50 or 60 per day. And this computer or the lab information management program held us in good stead till we reached a number of 1,500 patients a day. And I must tell you that today we have a patient workload of over 1 lakh of patients, but we are running 289 labs now, and everything is, connected. Going back to my story, in 1999, then, that is 13 years later, I was introduced to an Australian company, which was a prime maker of software in Australia, along with their counterparts in Canada. So the story goes this way, that the Canadians and the Australian software programmers, they got together in Vancouver, and the Canadians obviously stayed back, and the Australians came back to Australia. And the Canadians then, looked after the North American market, basically Canada and America. And even till date, the Kaiser Permanente, people are still using this software, which is known as Ultra Software, and the company's name was GGG. That's it. And this, gave us, for the first time, we could put the vacutainers, which I brought into India to take the blood samples. We could put the barcodes on them, and it gave us a bi-directional interface for the first time in India, on Indian soil. And imagine we were running a lab in Agartala at that time. So the vacutainer containing the barcode would go into the analyzer in Agartala. The barcode could be scanned. And at that time, there was no 4G or, of course, no 5G or even 2G for that matter. And there were no cables. So we had to use a VSAT. And we used the INSAT 1D satellite, I remember. And this would scan the barcode, upload it via the satellite, and we would receive it in our lab in Delhi in Hanuman Road. And then this would be it would be the query, the host query, as you all understand. It would ask the computer. By that time, the computer had already been fed with the patient's information, basically his name, age, and the test order. And then the computer would order that on this particular sample, say only a blood sugar has to be done. On the next sample, full liver function test has to be done. On the third sample, kidney function tests have to be done, so on and so forth. So what I'm saying is, all this was happening via satellite, which was parked at a nice altitude of 36,000 kilometers. And each side, it would take about 8 milliseconds to complete the loop. So this we introduced, and with this, we were able to open up more labs. Of course, the times changed, the telephone system or the lines became better. And I don't have to tell you now, all our centers and collection centers, We have about 289 labs, about 4,000 collection centers, and about 7,000 collection points, which are in hospitals, etc. So most of them are linked with this software. But in 2010, we had to change the software again. And this time we got an American software which had originated from Israel and from Hong Kong by the name of StarLIMS. And the ERPS was Exapta. It was also having an HL7. It was also having a facility of uploading the data onto the cloud, and so on and so forth. And my Chief Information Officer, Mr. Muninder Suparna, is going to be with you very soon, and he will be able to tell you much more on this. So what I would like to emphasize is that the IT department in my laboratory, last year we saw more than 2.8 crore patients, or this year, sorry, by ending 31st of March, is all dependent on the IT. IT is our biggest department. It's much bigger than biochemistry or hematology or anything else. If you take away IT from Dr. Lal Path Labs, we would be absolutely blind and we would not be able to do anything further. And going on to the government's initiative now, all of you have heard that, under Prime Minister Modi, they are talking about the National Digital Health Mission. And we are a part of that. As late as yesterday evening, I was talking to Dr. R.S. Sharma, who is the CEO of the NHA and who has been entrusted with, collecting people like us. And we are now all going to get integrated into the national, grid, so to say. So, ladies and gentlemen, with these words, I would like to thank Dr. Moidu, Dr. A.K. Singh once again, and I wish you all the best for this great workshop. And I hope and pray that you can pick up class 12 students from villages and train them into some kind of an IT thing, give them a diploma or a degree, so that not only they become employable, but they become very important members of the healthcare fraternity. Thank you very much.
Here, Arvind, you sounded like a professor of informatics talking about HL7, interfaces. Man, you impress me every time. Thanks a lot. And you've been very inspirational when you tell us the largest department at LPL is your IT department. So with that said, I am so grateful to you for giving us a start, giving us the protsahan, as they say. And we look forward to bringing you back to the next meeting when we will release the report of this experience and hopefully take this into a regular stream and get, as you and I both think of, the youth to work. Thank you very much. I'll let you go, sir. I know you're a busy man. Thanks again, and welcome to everybody else. You are all participants. Everybody in this hall, you are a participant. You're not an attendee. If you don't utter a word, that means we've lost the insights to the future. As I see General Ashok Singh has removed his mask, I shall take the liberty of following him. Being a we are in a bio bubble. Okay. Thank you. Oh my God. I shouldn't say such things then. You want me to a little bit too late, but I'd like to tell everybody, I would like to begin the first session. I would call upon our session moderators, Dr. Helena. And if ever addressed her as Helen, I apologize. But it's my bad habit. I have dyslexia of a different sort. Please, Dr. Nagra, join us here on thing. And one of you can take the podium. The other, I will cede the podium to you. I shall join the thing. Dr. Tony, Dr. Siptan, please join us here. And with that said, all of you, we are trying to tell you, we're not going to give you a lecture. Vishy? He'll only reach by afternoon. So let's remind you all that he's going to talk to us about badges. And you heard Arvind speak about badges. The idea is we shall have information technicians, and we need more information technicians than engineers. And while the West has a hospital-centric model, we will be discussing in the afternoon, how are we going to change that model and bring in technology? And that's our big challenge. So let's all get going and talk. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Khalid. Good morning.
Ma'am, nobody online allowed.
Hello. Nobody online allowed to speak?
No, ma'am, not today. Surinder Yara, ma'am, you should have been here. You would have liked your words for sure.
Good morning from PGI.
Dr. Stephanie.
Are we ready?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead. She's the controller. I'm not. Neither are you.
Good morning to everyone here today, and welcome to the first session of the International Workshop on Health Informatics Curriculum Development. This first session will be a discussion between our panelists here. And by way of introduction, my name is Dr. Helena Makri. I am a primary physician based out of Goa. And I have a very interesting into medical informatics that happened after I finished medical school. I am, other than being a primary physician, I also work with a company based out of Bangalore that uses a single lead bipolar ECG to capture ECG data. And we use this ECG data from patients all over the world and discuss it with cardiac coaches, cardiac physiologists, as well as cardiologists based out of North America, Europe, and India, and use that data to help guide patients who are getting into cardiac rehab, as well as guide endurance athletes who tend to have cardiac scars into how they moderate their exercise and sporting intensity. To start off, can I please request the dais to introduce themselves and also ask. I'm also asking a very fundamental, broad-ended, and probably a very difficult question because it's so broad. Please introduce yourself and let us know what you think is the ultimate purpose out of all the jargon about e-health and information in medicine and medical technology. What is the ultimate purpose of medical informatics?
And who are you calling first?
Should we start with Dr. Tony Raj? I'm biased because he's also from St. John's, which is where I graduated from.
Thank you, Dr. Helena. Good morning, everyone. And, I'd like to thank Major General Singh for inviting me and Dr. Moidu for inviting me and being a part of this session. My name is Tony Raj. I'm a undergraduate and postgraduate from St. John's Medical College, Bangalore. I wear 3 hats currently, but I got into informatics almost 25 years ago, purely it was need-based. And as you heard Dr. Arvind saying, he was trying to solve problems and I was trying to solve problems using technology, and I got sucked into it. I started my career in nutrition, but got completely deviated into informatics. And as I said, I've not formally trained. I did a short fellowship in informatics at the London School of Hygiene in 2002. But ever since, it's been purely experiential work on the ground, trying to solve problems. And I'm here because I strongly believe, besides the technology, besides a lot of jargon that you will hear about health informatics, the bottom line is we want to improve patient outcomes, reduce costs. In a country like ours, we really want to make health accessible and affordable. and improve outcomes. If we can't do that, I think then we have lost the battle. And that's where I strongly believe, and I continue to work in this area to really make sure that whatever we do, in informatics, finally there's meaningful information that goes back to providers as well as the patients, so that we can improve outcomes.
I set the rules. I'll tell you, everybody, you can't speak for more than 2 minutes, and you just saw the great evidence of Dr. Tony speaking in 2 minutes.
Good morning, everyone, and definitely thanks to Major General Singh and Professor Khalid Maidu for bringing me here. I'm basically a medical doctor who did PhD in biomedical engineering from IIT BHU. That was about 27 years back. And then I've been trying to establish this discipline, academic discipline of health informatics in India. However, we still don't really have it in the way. But I was fortunate enough that I became a project director, the first one, and probably the last as well, because there's been no successor, in the Center for Health Informatics under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. So there we had been involved in starting the e-health activities for India, and a lot of activities have come up since then. One of this was we had been developing a curriculum for health information management. That was during 2015-16, and Major General Singh uses this for this university as well for different levels. And after that, I've been also involved in the academics. I've been with multiple organizations. Currently, I'm in the Shantiniketan Medical College in West Bengal as a professor of digital health research. And I would definitely echo what Dr. Tony said, that health informatics or digital health, which is the newer term. In fact, now we have a division of digital health in the World Health Organization, is really meant for improving health outcomes. And that definitely is more pertinent for a country like India, where it's overcrowded, where access is a challenge, where affordability is a challenge. So definitely digital health and health informatics is going to help solve many of the problems. Definitely it's not a panacea, but it will certainly ease things if it's adopted properly. Thank you.
Sir, as moderator, you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Nagra. I bring you compliments from the Manipal group. Give you a little bit of my background. I'm the first batch from the Armed Forces Medical College. Goes to show how brave we were. I left admission in Christian Medical College, Ludhiana, to go to AFMC. And I've done 28 years in the Armed Forces, 11 in the Army, 17 in the Navy. Whilst in the Navy, I've done 5 years as Director of Health Services in the Andaman Nicobar Islands. And it is at that point of time, I realized something, that if we were ever to be successful in health delivery in this country, we have to look at the way we train our doctors. In my 5 years, I could boast of the fact that we did miracles in the field, but the one component that constantly let you down was the doctor at the primary health center or the doctor in the secondary or tertiary care centers. Auxiliary nurse midwives, health worker, male, female, Safai Karamcharis, anybody and everybody, you could make them see your vision. They would deliver, but not the doctor. So therefore, I decided to take a premature retirement from the armed forces and decided to join the Manipal group and get into medical education. And I've been there, frontier man. I've been the founding dean in Pokhara, Nepal, stayed there for 9 years. Then Malacca Manipal Medical College in Malaysia for 4 years. Then Antigua, the American University of Antigua in the West Indies for 5 years. Again, in medical education, I made a discovery. Very interestingly, accreditation bodies come to certify as to the quality of work you're doing, which ultimately affects the reputation of your institution. I was surprised to find that both in Malaysia and in America, most of the accreditation teams spent 70% of their time with the students, learning from them what they felt about their curriculum, about their teachers, about the delivery, about the assessment. Isn't that fantastic? In India, we have no such way of looking at medical education. But then, doesn't it strike you? This is the way you're looking at students, or what they feel about their medical education. Have we ever asked the patient what the patient feels about the doctor? And that, I think, is a situation where we need to address. With regard to my knowledge or experience in the realm of information technology, I must admit, today is the first day that I'm entering this realm. Thanks to Dr. Moita. Thank you.
Now, you're going to have the longest answer, but I won't take more than my 2 minutes. I would like to say thank you for all joining. Thank you for all of you coming at my behest. You all were very kind. Let's make this different. I've been in informatics since 1983. It's 40 years now. What I can only tell you is my experience is more than my degrees, because when I finished my degrees, I knew nothing. And it's at every step as I worked and I worked through, I learned something new. I have the distinction of being part of a book written by WHO back in '89 called Telematics in Health. So what I'm going to begin by saying is I shun this challenge of words and names to describe it. Let's just understand what we mean. And what we mean is, can timely provision of data improve care? That's all we should focus on. Everything else, call it telematics, e-health, d-health, or digital mission, it means nothing. For me, digit as a doctor means the finger. And as a finger, I want to tell you that PR is not a good example of a digital. So that is also technology. So between all those things, I'd say, let's be all cool. Let's think about it. How can we use it and harmonize it? Now, my two challenges is that we should create a vision by which we take the technology from those palaces that we call hospitals and move it to where the people live. Telemedicine is something I won the national award in 1995 when 90% of the world didn't know the word telemedicine. But that is where I want to tell you, telemedicine means nothing. Being able to deliver the service where the patient is what counts. And when I won the award in '95, it was the first National Information Infrastructure Awards in the Bill Clinton era. It got me a dinner with Al Gore, nothing more. So you got to remember, having fun is key. And I am retired, but not tired. So I will tell you, what I'm here for is to see you all share with us what you're doing and how you have an opinion, because all of us have an opinion. And no opinion is bad. We may not agree, but we can agree to disagree. And more than anything else, we need to realize we have to find ways like, he's doing research informatics, Suptan. And where is he? Rural Bharat. In 1989, my kids went to General Ashok Singh's village in interior Rajasthan. And when we returned on the train to Delhi, they suddenly saw so much light. They said, Dad, we were in Bharat, now we are in India. The thing I'm really trying to stir with you all is to think, because it's in your thoughts. We'll create models by which we could take the high school graduate, enable them to do the beautiful searches, bring the knowledge, deliver it to the patient. Today, the patient is ignorant. This asymmetry of knowledge between the doctor and the patient allows the doctor to feel like God. I have nothing against the doctor feeling like God, but I'm saddened when a colleague of ours from medical school gets 3 doctors pushing diuretics through their body, and that person ends up with a deossified femur neck, and then one day suddenly can't get up and walk, to only discover got a fracture femur. So life is not good. Life is very bad. We may be living longer. Is it happenstance? Or is it because we got more food? I don't know. So in informatics, there is never an issue of saying, I only do surgery. I only do gynecology. The end of the thing, each one affects the other. So we bring the organization together. And on that vision, I turn it back to our moderators. Your chance, sir.
The quantum that we have to cover, the number of experts in the room, and given the task before us, it's going to be quite formidable to manage time. So what I would suggest is that when we cover a subject, there'll be many areas wherein a select few of you would be more interested than the others. We should earmark that or note that is of special interest for this group, and that group should dwell on it separately, rather than all of us trying to understand something which we really don't know and nodding our heads like you all are, in spite of the fact that you don't agree. But I think that would be a great way of saving time. And with that, I'd ask Dr. Moidu to again stipulate the time frame with regard to how much anyone can talk about. But ultimately, we've got to look at our objective, which really is, how do we help our patients? And primarily in India, how do we break through to the poorest of the poor and try to give them meaningful health care? If that be our objective, there'll be so many domains. There's vertical specialities. Then there are so many horizontals with regard to the tiers that we have to work, from the doctor right down to the A&M to the Anganwadi worker. Could we use technology to motivate teams? Could we use technology to enhance knowledge at every level of the health team? Could we monitor what the member of the health team is doing? And if the member of the health team is performing well, could we incentivize and reward that person? Because at the moment there's constant stagnation. It's whether you work or you don't work. If you're in government service, you're in service. That is where we need to make a difference. With that, Dr. Moidu.
It seems we got a good relationship here, back and forth. I'm sorry, gentlemen, it's not out of that, but the thing is, we got 20 minutes and there are more than 20 people. So anybody who's got a general concept you want to throw it at us would be welcome to come and pick this mic and share your thoughts. Actually, can you come and hand it? I love speaking in Hindi, especially when I'm in Rajasthan. I studied here in school, so that school habit hasn't gone. So remember, whatever you ask and whatever we talk, let it be general. We will have 3 breakout sessions. The clinical group will stay here. The admin and the technical groups will go to the discussion rooms. You all will shut your doors and have your conversation focused on the issue at hand, the issue of administration. All of this is being recorded, but there will be a moderator in each room. As in the clinical room, it's going to be Dr. Nagra. So just be ready. Let me stop. The sooner I stop, you get a chance to talk, ma'am. And what we are looking for is, how can we build a curriculum and what are the levels of course and education we do. Everything doesn't begin with a degree. Everything shouldn't be a PhD. I did a PhD back in the 80s. And when I did it, it was research. I even did what's called the touch screen. And those days, that touch screen gave us a shock. For a few days, I had my right hand numb. So that was how it was introduced. But when I graduated and I went and I got a job at Yale, they asked me, what would you do for us? They had no clue what to do with me, but they did hire me because they saw it as a subject coming in the future. I took bedside rounds. I took bedside rounds discussing information and knowledge that was accessible to enhance the quality of care. And then as I progressed, I became a CIO. And as a CIO of a $7 billion hospital organization in Florida, I got the entire crew using computers. So with each phase, I learned something different. And let me share with you, every American doctor thinks he knows informatics and they hate it. If you read those articles and you believe them, then boy, you got to unlearn. And that's why I left a message for you, unlearn to relearn. Because you have to think. The state of Michigan, and you've all heard of the Flint water fiasco where the lead poisoning was affecting the whole community. It was a foreign lady doctor, Mona Habibi. She came from Egypt and saw the same data that her American peers were looking at, and nobody thought of lead poisoning. So when your eyes are shut, your mind is on vacation, you're doing nothing good. And every time I'm told by somebody that you are wrong, I tell them it takes a foreigner to make you look wrong. So I'm here to make you look wrong. But today I'm in my home country and I look forward. Go ahead, Anandi.
Thank you. No, Sir, I just have a small question to the panel. As sir said, we are all been working in health informatics and the terms are interchangeable. We call it in a different way, digital health, HIT, etc., etc. Now, exactly what do we mean by health informatics? A question which has been. So this is for the panel to explain.
I'll take the shot because I've defined it in the book Telematics. And I want to tell you, we overemphasize technology. Every person who starts talking to you about database and AI, that person doesn't understand informatics. Humbly placed before you. The fact is, it's about data. Data captured, managed in improving the delivery of care, the research in care, and improved outcomes. It's outcomes that matter. Not that the surgery was good, but the patient died. And remember, it can be with or without technology. I hope I'm simple. Do my panelists agree? Please, anybody wants to add?
Just to reiterate what Dr. Maidu mentioned, basic difference, health information technology is the technology or the infrastructure on which you run your knowledge or your data. And this is where there's a lot of confusion. So as Dr. Maidu mentioned, health informatics is nothing but you capturing or processing information or data, moving that to knowledge, converting that to evidence and using that evidence to improve outcomes. It's basically that whole layer of data, knowledge, evidence, and outcomes is what we are focusing on if you're talking about health informatics.
So then it's staying straight away with research. He wants new. And I want to tell you, research is nothing to be frowned upon. It's very key. But I always keep telling him, how about research in the rural health? And remember, why I don't believe in placing higher importance on technology is because technology keeps evolving. And you heard Dr. Arvind Lal talk about the computer he placed with 25 kilobytes. I remember my first computer that I could afford was an Osborne that year. It turned out to be the machine of the year. And it had 2 floppy disks. I had nothing more than that. And those 2 floppy disks, I did a research on hypotension, because in 1983, nobody understood hypertension. Hypotension, not hyper. And that's a deadlier disease than hypertension. So, yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
No.
Hello. Okay. Now, I have a couple of questions to the panelists. Number one is, we started this college, Institute of Health Informatics, in 2019. Now, the thing is, there is no awareness about health information. There is nothing known as these things. We've been holding these workshops and we've been holding international conferences. And while coming back from the hotel to this place, one of the delegates, one of the thought leaders asked me, why do you have just 20 kids? Now, how do you get over that dilemma? That one thing that Dr. Moidu is emphasizing and telling us is, let's start off on badges. And we have Mr. Senthil, who is with us. He's our MOU partner. We have a lot of people. Wazi ma'am is here from USA. Let's collaborate and start off something where we sort of disseminate this thing on health informatics. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Rashmi here from Manipal. So as Sir has mentioned, we have been running the Bachelor's in Health Information program for a very long time now. But Supen Sir knows he had been our visiting faculty for quite some time. But so that awareness amongst and the medical record technician thought about as a very lowly job, as Dr. Agarwal mentioned in the morning, IT, the IT is something which is important, but that is something which is set aside to be taken care of later. Only the clinical part is looked at. And probably because of that, it is not very alluring or not very, somebody who is going into informatics, even after a medical degree, probably there's a perception that maybe it's your interest. It's a feeling that, you did not get into the clinical area, or you were not interested in the clinical area. That's why I got into. And maybe it's the last choice for people who are in the science background. So that is why we are not getting people. I mean, that's what I have experienced for a very long time.
Man, the only reason I'm shaking my head is I'm a pulmonary critical care doctor. I saw the worst patients. I saw hundreds of tuberculosis patients that I didn't have time to put my stethoscope in my ears. I turned the patient around, told them to say 111. I would put a finger and draw that on a thing and give it to the radiology to get an X-ray. So it's not that I didn't enjoy clinical medicine, but I took care of one patient at a time. And with the power of the research I did on hypotension in Saudi Arabia, where they have actually sodium dehydration. And this disease began because they became suddenly rich and modern, and they were drinking brackish water, which was saline, and compensated their saline loss. And once that cycle was broken with this desalinated water, they were suffering. Saudi Arabia has today 3 kidney hospitals in their country, from none in 80 to so many in that country, which had barely 7 million people. So that, for me, was the eye-opener that data speaks, everything else walks. The biggest problem I feel is we have not been able to educate our students to express what they can do. I have the privilege of talking to the kids in this school. Till 2 years ago, I was a faculty in a medical school in United States. I couldn't do it because it was a conflict of interest. My university would like to have the student come to me in America and pay $100,000. But I now spend time, and I can tell you, they all got to realize that they should know what they can do for you rather than you asking them to do something they don't know how to do. And for that, I think the burden is on us faculty, because we're pointing a finger at somebody, my three fingers are at myself. And that's the reason I called for this meeting with just about 25, 30 people, for the reason I'm not trying to say that I got all the answers, but in the 2 years of COVID, I had a lot of time to reflect. And that reflection told me the problem begins at my door, and therefore I called for you all, because I don't know India. I left India in 1976. It's a long time ago. Yes, ma'am.
No, that's okay.
No, you can better use it. Please don't make this extras. I speak to 120 students at Purdue.
Okay. This is just to add to Madam's query. Madam, the reason I had asked for health informatics also, sir knows he had initiated me in this area, academic area. For a very number of years, we have been teaching MBA students. Initially, the batches were very less.
Yeah, please stop.
Depending upon the placements opportunity. But touch wood, and last year we had 30 students who were opting from public health and hospital administration for IT. This time now, second year is starting, I have 73 students in my batch. And initially they were 20, 25. So not even 20, 25, 15 or so, because the placements due to COVID was not much. So students were demotivated. So they asked me to come and talk to them. All I say gave only the way sir had taught, how the journey came, how we have to be, how opportunities are growing up. You wouldn't believe it. I am now having 73 students, and unfortunately I am the only faculty there. So we have taken one more. So it changes. What I'm trying to tell you is it takes time, as they need to understand, but more important, in addition to we explaining, they are looking, as far as India is concerned, they are looking for the job prospects. That is a little bit of demeaning at times. It's difficult. It depends if the Deloitte, and last time we had Deloitte, Sunner and everybody, so they are happy. What happens next time Deloitte and Sunner are not coming? What are we going to do? So that is there. That mentality, it has to change. But this is what is happening slowly. But now with ABDM coming, people have understood it. Thank you.
Pass the mic there.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Harsha from MHS. So we can start this course, not an issue. We can have a curriculum here also. But we can get a student also. As in MHS, we have more than 434 medical colleges under us. But what about faculty? From here, we can get the faculty to teach the student. That I want to ask. Basically, if it is online, offline, online, definitely you are the faculty, you can give us the faculty. But in Maharashtra, can we get the faculty in Maharashtra to teach the student offline or not? That's one question.
Let me answer that part, because as Anandi shared her experience at IIHMR. So, but the point is, the issue of administration, I know at your university is going to look at it more dynamically, because the Indian Armed Forces did the biggest project in this world that I call an informatics approach to research. And that is the win-win study. They followed 1.5 million patients, and they showed as they got vaccinated, the infection rates went down. You don't need a pi test or a statistical significance to be sought. It's visible in the data. Another colleague, she is working again in Maharashtra and Pune. She being a radiologist, took the CRT score, and she was able to show the patients who had vaccinated, their CRT scores were always low. Now, the point is, you got to tell your students that they got to get there, but we are talking today about the problem of teachers. And that is major. I'm not denying that. Why do you think we have your vice chancellors on the program, but we didn't ask them to sit here? I used my relationship with them to get you two here. The easy part is you guys are talking and asking the real hard questions. We need to solve those things. How? So let me share with you. There are people who have worked in some degree in the industry. You in Maharashtra have a very strong health software industry, not because they did anything else, but they did the quality assurance of the software that we use in America. Okay? So you had old scripts in Pune. You have many others. So the point is, these things will grow. Then we have this opportunity where you can create a hybrid program using digital platforms like Mr. Senthil, like Dr. Vazi, and others, and they'll be joining us, will provide. Give them an opportunity to help you. Extend your arms. Don't always want to have a professor who would do it. As a professor, I'm a renegade. I never looked and accepted the laws of academia. I never took tenure. Whenever it came, you have to get tenured or you leave, I would leave. But that didn't mean the next university didn't accept me. Reason, I'll tell you why I am a renegade. At Purdue, which is an engineering school, nothing to do with medicine, I started informatics. And I used to also teach software development life cycle. And when I did that, I allowed an open book exam. I was grilled by my fellow peers. What did you let an open book exam happen? Purdue is such an engineering school. Hello. Hey,
Hello.
This
This one is working, sir.
Hello. No. I know I should teach a class of 120 people. So what I'd like to tell you all is we need to create a new medium. Our teaching models have to change. Our ability to have conversations has to happen. At Hofstra University, where I taught last, a class is not a teacher telling. It is the class discussing and the teacher being the coach and telling them when they were off the rails. So yes, it will make a bigger problem for the teacher because I can't use my slides made in 1982 in 2022. So with that said, go ahead, Sandeep, and please ask these gentlemen the question. And
So just to add on my colleague, Dr. Harshal, our Honorable Vice Chancellor quite looking into this issue very seriously, and we are going to start it. This is the first of all. This is what the target we are here. But my basic question to the panel is, what is the regulatory concern to start about this course? Because this is what our state university, and we are looking into that regulatory concern. So please share some light on this regulatory concern about some badges, fellowship courses, and certificate courses.
I just want to respond to your earlier question about where do we find teachers, and I think that's a very valid question. If you actually look around, there are many people, as Dr. Moidu mentioned, who are working in industry. And we have to get out of this framework of being a tenured faculty only to teach in a university. Just to point out to the group here, very recently I've been looking at some government orders, and one dates back to 2009, released by the Ministry of Science and Technology, where they released an office memorandum saying that mobility, it was a very interesting order which said faculty could work in startups. Right? There's an entrepreneurial policy, very few, I think only IIT Kharagpur had that after 2009 when they, but now on Feb 24th, the Ministry of Health released an entire guideline on how medical colleges can encourage faculty to be as part of industry, as well as both ways. You can have people from industry teaching. So that mobility clause is in the 2009 document, the government, the office memorandum. And I think we should look out because we're a very small group of informaticians or people who know who are passionate. And if we have to increase people and increase this collaboration with industry, and I'm sure that will take us a long way. On the regulatory issues, I'll let Dr. Sutton perhaps.
For the certificates, badges, I think there's nothing required. Your university, you can anyway give it. So many universities right now, I'm offering a course where I'm in the Shantiniketan Medical College. That's affiliated to the West Bengal University of Technology. They've started as a 3-year BSc course. It's being upgraded to 4-year because the National Education Plan is coming into place, and UGC has said all the 3-year BSc courses have to upgrade it to 4-year course. So that's university is offering it, and obviously UGC would be affiliated. The problem comes because whether it would fall under the National Medical Commission or the ICT, ideally it should be both. And so obviously it's an orphan. Now, last year on 28th March, we had an act signed by the president and put in the Gazette for the National Commission for Allied and Health Professionals. As per the rules, I mean, within 2 months, within May last year, it should have been found, but the National Commission is yet to be set. Within that commission, there are 10 councils, national councils, and there would be equivalent state commission, state councils. The 10th one is for health information management and health informatic professionals. So once it comes into existence, that would be the real authority which we can think of, but as of now, it doesn't exist. So it's going on.
I feel that we take this opportunity, create a council or create a group of collaborators, and we go to the government and let the government decide what is to be done. That is one. The second thing what Dr. Hasan More said was health informatics is going to be an interdisciplinary kind of a subject. So you have people from management, you will have people from various things. So once you have that kind of thing, most of the health informatics people are engineers. The professors are from the engineer department. But it's great to have a doctor along so that he gets into the clinical side. So
in the first panel, I think you have got all doctors.
Yeah. So now this is exactly what I'm saying is that we have to take this opportunity to create a council, ad hoc council, and go back to the government, because don't wait for the government to take action. We are the action. Thank you.
May I please? I don't want to draw a red herring across what we've said. See, badges and certificates have a value with regard to someone who would recognize this badge is meaningful, this certificate is meaningful. However, what does the person aspire for? Besides the badge and the certificate, he aspires for a job. So that's where the situation is going to evolve. How do we tackle that? I'll give you an example. Nepal is listed as an LDC, least developed country. But they had a very unique problem, I mean, a very unique asset even whilst we were there. And that was, they had an apprenticeship training program. They had a department in government where they would be able to train apprentices in various domains. And fortunately, the medical realm also came into the apprenticeship program. So when we were first establishing our Manipal Medical College in Pokhara, and we were having difficulty with regard to manpower, we used to get people from all the way from Manipal on deputation to Pokhara. But how long could this continue? The person wanted his idli dosas in a land where you get buffalo meat. You know, it was difficult. So then we discovered this particular advantage in the country, and we studied it. And what we did was, after that, we started looking for people with aptitude who were 10th standard pass, and then attaching a few to the laboratory, to the X-ray department, to physiotherapy, you know, various departments. And now these people would go through a 3-year apprenticeship training program. However, the program needed a curriculum. This is what you assembled for. They needed a curriculum. After the curriculum had been adopted and agreed to by the apprenticeship control program, the exam would be conducted not by us in Manipal. It would be conducted by the people appointed by the apprentice board. And once those people passed a candidate, then that qualification was legit for a job in Nepal. Now, that is a possibility. That is a way of looking at it. And then is creation of the jobs. All that is necessary is everywhere. You take even a primary health center. It's got a record keeper or a statistician or something. All you have to add in the qualifications required is that you would preferably give a job or an incentive to a person who has been certified in health informatics. So simultaneously, the job creation would take place while you are getting into this, and then you would popularize it. That's based on my ground experience.
Before she sends 1 second to General Singh.
2 seconds. Okay. Now about the jobs, sir. North India job Mecco. But when my students went to Bangalore, courtesy Dr. Moidu and Tony Raj and everyone, believe it or not, they came back, so jobs coming in. So it's a thinking which is there. Bangalore, South India, lots of jobs. Here, Nakko, because I don't know, and they came out with new names, implementation analyst. So just for your sake, so it's their jobs, sir. Khatam karo.
When we are talking, I like this idea of what you're suggesting as badges and certification programs. So maybe we compartmentalize everything. So like we have something called lab informatics, and there's a huge requirement which may come up in ABDM also, like the law encoding and stuff like that. And then another section for SNOMED. And then once the law encoding is done, we go on to the next level for data analytics once that piece is done. So these can be short-term courses, 8 to 10 weeks. Or maybe 3 months, where a lab technician who understands the lab space can get the certificate on being an expert lab informatics person with his knowledge of law inc and everything, and will be more ready for the market. Until the time ABDM really comes up, because ABDM is still still settling down, these certificates can be used for getting jobs in the US market, where there is really a shortage of technical people. Huge shortage. Yeah, and
I just want to do one last piece. No, ma'am. I'll be loud without. The United States government has a Department of Labor, and the Department of Labor in January 2018 declared health information and health informatics as a track of labor they need to track as jobs remain unfulfilled. I've been in States since 92. I wasn't unemployed, but the fact remains they have been opening experiments and looking at things. It is a question of you all creating this corpus that not only looks at the youth, but also educates the leadership. So let's not say it is them. 3 fingers are still back here. So please, with that, I go to.
Thank you. I think we are just about running out of time. But before we break for the day and all the activities of the day, I've listened into all this conversation where we are focusing on the health informatics team, where we're focusing on the doctors. But I want to take you back to what Dr. Nagra said right at the beginning, which is you may have the health informatics team, you may have the doctors, you may have people in medical records, but at the center of all of this is the patient. And so I want to leave you with a question, the final question, and also a thought for everyone to take throughout the day. What are the issues and what are the measurable outcomes we are looking at addressing, and we're looking at measuring while we talk about medical informatics? What is medical informatics trying to achieve?
With that, we'll go break for the cup of tea. And please return as soon as possible. Make a choice. Join one of the working groups. The clinical informatics group sits here. the admin and the tech group go there. Think about informatics, and we are still in the general question area. So keep going.
Let's find out how many are in the administrative. I think ज़्यादा administration वाले, clinical वाले बहुत कम हैं.
If that's the case, we'll switch the rooms. We have flexibility. So भाई हाथ उठाओ, all who are administrators. I am retired, so I'm out.
How many are there? Administrators.
Please stand up. Let's count you. No, they're not there. Chai ka 11 ka hai, but we are going to move to our session. Thank you. Sorry, confusing. So the T was a little premature, but it's time to break into joint interval. That's my thought, but depends how you all want to put it. Yeah, all those who are administrators can come down. We'll see them here, and then we'll allot them one of those 2 rooms.
All administrators there, please.
Administrators here, please. Our chairperson for the clinical is sitting in the chair. So who's the admin person? I know that's something. You are?
Sir, I am from public health, and I'm looking after the TB and LTBI program for ICMR.
ICMR?
Yeah.
Wow. ICMR showed up here?
Yes, I'm with Central actually. That's why I came with Central. I have a question.
Go ahead.
So it's like we are talking about the program, curricular doctors, everything. So when it comes to practical, like we are talking about the places to like will reach out every patient everywhere in India. But what about the internet? Because we require 2 things: the hardware, that is computer, and the internet. So how will work on that? As we travel somewhere, we don't get So we don't get this connectivity in like
without technology being in place. I want to share with you. I worked with Sandeep Bhattacharya when he put the fiber optic in this country. It is there. Last mile has been the challenge because they have never had even the last mile to work.
So I have done my internship from Pathfinder International Organization when I was working with one of the like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation project.
Dr. Singh, right?
Dr. Naga. General Singh was sitting there.
General Singh was sitting there. Okay. Happy to talk to you. So I come from the IT and high tech. Sir, I'm with Dr. Ashok Pandira. You met him, right?
Sure.
So yeah, I'm Lajika. So I've been with IT and high tech for like 30 years now. And about jobs, not only the multinationals like Deloitte and E&Ys of the world, but IT, the way it has progressed in India, right, in pockets, right, Hyderabad, Pune, Bangalore, some Gurgaon, and now going to tier 2 cities, and even like Kolkata is flourishing, Indore, and all these cities. Every large company and mid-sized companies, right, has a flourishing healthcare vertical.
जनरल साहब कहाँ है? भैया शुरू करें. आप लोग टेक्निकल उधर चले. Why?
They want lots like.
What's large? What's the number? 7 people. Come on, go on. इधर हो. हटा दो. Okay. Who are the technical people?
I think I will go there. I think I will go there.
Yeah. So you go there. I'm sorry, Sandeep, you'll carry on this conversation.
We'll catch up, sir.
You'll carry on this conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can choose.
He has a choice.
That's what I'm saying.
But we want the students to hear the clinical aspect because that's their weakest link. So please come forward. Computers. All the deficiencies of network and which the young lady was just talking to me about. General Saab, technical शुरू कराओ. Who's the technical coordinator?
Not coordinator. I want to express my. No, but sir, there were 3 persons, na?
Good
morning.
Rajiv Patni. Senthil, where are you, my friend? You are missing in action in the technical room. क्या करूं मैं? That's admin, brother. No, the technical goes to the last room. Anybody interested in just technology, go to the last room. Admin, you can join these people. If you don't find place, come back, join the clinical. The clinical touches everything. Hi. Pinky, आप सब लोग जरा नीचे आइए. भाई श्रीमान, आप लोगों को एक को नाम से दावत नहीं देने वाला. No, they can join this side. Come closer. Come down. Yes, sir. Last row. No, they got plenty of place. All right. Wow. Confusion, Makkar. Take these seats. Just take the front row. It's all good. आप लोगों से सवाल नहीं पूछा जाएगा. आज मुझसे मत करो. वो कल मैंने आपके साथ बहुत सवाल कर दिए. शुरू कर भाई. राजीव पत्नी अपना शुरू करो तो सत्तर साहब को बोलो. Hi.
This is my cut, Siddharth from Logica. I handle APAC sales and business development.
ये इतना छोटा chapter I have to carry my own. It'll read out and tell you what it is. वो आ गया है और क्या है यार? वीर सर, आरंभ कीजिए. हम आपकी संदीप थोड़ा आगे आ जाएगा. Sandeep sir is actually implemented the EHR at NTU and again, what's the mouthful? King George, KGUMC. You all right? Oh, okay. Right. We are starting the administrative session here. So if there's anyone, भाई आप लोग सब सुनते रहिएगा कि कैसे सवाल पूछे जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये सवाल आपके दिमाग में होना चाहिए. और जब आप डिम्पी मैम, मनीषा मैम की क्लास में बैठे उनसे भी पूछा कीजिए, क्योंकि ये चीजें बदलती रहेंगी. प्रगति में आपका बड़ा हाथ होगा. You can do the job, you will get the job. Don't go to the man and say, hey, what job have you got for me? He doesn't know how to use it because they don't know how to use a computer. All right? Good. Sorry, आपके लिए दो है. Dr. Bingran.
Hello.
I would request all to please give your name,
where you come from, 2 words, and start.
That's a good idea. Let's begin with introductions.
Hi, I'm Ashok, Dr. Ashok Ukhandia. I graduated from AFMC Pune and then went to UK to train in hematology and oncology. And I retired.
Raja, 2 words. समय का बड़ा
Sir, hematology and oncology, we have to wear two or three different hats. Laboratory sciences as well as clinical sciences. And so it's been a very challenging and very fruitful career for me. Then I retired in March 2020 and I joined the technology firm of my brother, Logica. And I'm looking after the operations. When this conference came along, I said big data sciences and healthcare are the two things that need to merge together. They need to support each other and they need to improve clinical outcomes. That's what I was just now talking to Dr. Nagra about, that we have to improve the clinical outcomes at an affordable cost and not follow the follies of the many different governments. So anyway, that's all I can say.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tony Raj. I wear 4 hats. I'm the Dean of Research at St. John's Research Institute. I'm a professor of physiology at the Medical College, St. John's. I lead the division of medical informatics at St. John's, and I'm also the director of St. John's Health Innovation Foundation, which is a spin-off innovation company from St. John's.
Thanks, Tony.
Hi, everyone. I'm Suptan Sarvadikari. I am currently the professor and head of digital health research in Shantiniketan Medical College.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Ashok Puri. I'm a practicing ophthalmologist here in Jaipur, but now I'm deep into artificial intelligence, deep learning, and imaging. And I love creating models which can classify images or tell you the diagnosis. I mean, a computer tells you that. Recently working on natural language processing and even text extraction, handwriting recognition and all. So I feel somewhere these things can be put into the practice of medicine itself.
आज पढ़ाई की बात है सर, कोई अपनी तारीफ करने की बात ना करे, पढ़ाई की बात करो.
Hi,
we are all here to hear you for that.
Vasumati Sri Ganesh, librarian by qualification, currently heading QMed Knowledge Foundation, a trust, and focus is information retrieval and referencing.
I'm Joyati. I'm an Ayush practitioner by background and with a post-graduation in bioinformatics. And I work in the US healthcare space in integration and interoperability and various strategy consulting. I work with all the leading EMRs like Allscripts and currently working with Epic integration projects. So yeah, into the space for quite some time, based out of Mumbai. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Rashmi. I'm currently the Associate Dean at the Manipal College of Health Professions, Regional Professor at the Department of Health Information Management. So I'm basically here as to how we can build competencies in the health information management sector. So I have graduates like you all who are going to populate the space of health informatics in the country.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dimpi Chaudhary, and my background includes BSc in biotechnology and Masters in bioinformatics. And I am here as an assistant professor in MGIHI. Thank you so much.
First of all, very good morning and welcome you all the Mahatma Gandhi University of Medical Sciences and Technology. Myself, Mohammad Shoaib. I am working as assistant professor in the Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Health Informatics. My background is basically I'm qualified in medical pharmacology, pursuing my PhD in medical pharmacology, and I'm a clinical research expert.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Dinakaran. I'm a faculty and assistant professor at St. John's Research Institute. Though my interests are basically in evidence-based medicine and e-learning, I also have working knowledge of gamification, 3D printing, medical devices, and I work with multiple startups here at St. John's Health Innovation Foundation.
Hello, I am Dr. Sandeep Bhattacharya from King George Medical University, Lucknow. I'm a professor over there and I'm here because I was in the IT implementation at my place.
जनरल साहब बच्चों को मत घबराओ, मैंने उनको बुलाया है आगे आने के लिए. I promise them no trouble.
All of you know me, so I don't know. I don't know myself, so I'll unlearn to learn what. Jai ho.
Jai ho.
The way I would like to start is to request Dr. Puri to tell us about his amazing transformation from an ophthalmologist to someone who is an expert in this room today.
Focus on your education and give us your insights on that.
I think it's working. Yes. Well, yes, it was something very different, which I never even thought about earlier, that I would be doing all these kind of things. It so happened that I was interested in information, the data information and all, and I did some courses just to look into it, how things are. Then I met General Ashok Singh once at some dinner, and then he said, why don't you come here and all that. So then somehow the interest went on. Well, all of a sudden, when I landed up with some things on artificial intelligence and how machines could diagnose diseases, work with images, work with language, text, everything, I got fascinated by that. And I started doing some courses on Coursera. And then when COVID started, I mean, I was off the practice. There was no hospital to attend to, no patients to attend to. All my friends were telling me, come on, join us for our webinars, conduct webinars, give lectures. I said, no, let me do something different. So I started going back to mathematics, went to programming, learned all that, and then came across a course on digital health and imaging from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. So I convinced the professor there that yes, I can do, because I've done all these mathematics and other things. I've gone back to my high school level. He agreed to it and he took me in that course. So it was an 8-9 months long course. And they really grilled me with all those things. And then I started building models on my own. The best was take these retinal OCT scans, give it to the computer after you have trained, because I downloaded 8,000 images from a publicly available data set and trained the model, a ResNet 18 model, and then went on getting an accuracy of almost 97 to 98% in the diagnosis of certain retinal diseases. And then I went on to something called Explainable AI. I mean, the model actually picks out all the pixels which it has used to classify how it gave the diagnosis and why it gave the diagnosis. All that was there. So it was not something like a black box, but it was something that could explain things. And some months back when Dr. Moido was mentioning to me about medication reconciliation and all, I started working on that. And I came across that technology could help very well. You could merge data frames, you could merge documents. And I thought that would be the best way to get the differences in medications which have been given to people, different versions which have been given, different prescriptions. So then I went on to handwriting recognition, which was a very difficult task and still have not got above that, but went on to text recognition. And text recognition was so easy. I mean, you can convert all the text into your data frames and other things. So some of these things really started helping well. And I felt that at different places where somewhere the clinicians require certain things, it is the technology which is going to help. What I am seeing now is that what was the classical teaching, that you take a good history, you have a general examination of the patient, then you go on with the specific system examination and all. I mean, you see a patient walking into the room and then diagnose what the gait is and come to certain diagnoses, certain conclusions even before he sits down in front of you on the chair. So all those things are practically coming in a different way. Dr. Moido was mentioning about PR. Well, it's not digital. It can be digital. You may have like you have a digital nose of a dog. I mean, it's just a digital thing. You can have a digital gadget which would be used for PR, and it would have sensors which would give you a lot of information about things which you are even not able to detect. Dogs are able to diagnose cervical cancer by smell. What is it? There's something there, but which we don't know. So, all the different lacunas which are there, that could be filled, and it would be a very different kind of a medicine that we could practice in future. So all this has been fascinating me, and then I feel I should go on more and more deeper into it, and I'm enjoying it.
He'll mention your daughter.
Oh, yes. I mean, my daughter, I have two daughters, both are in the US. One is doing her biomedical engineering and working on biofilms and all at Georgia Institute of Technology, Atlanta. The other one is also from the same institute, but she is a computer science graduate. And she is into artificial intelligence and deep learning and all that. So that is the inspiration which came to me. And then when we are talking about so much of technology, another thing, the recent project that she's doing on is on the ransomware which is coming. So we talk about so many things. You'll have to send the information in various networks and all that. Now, if somebody comes and blocks your network, you had it. So how do you deal with that? And then it's a first responder. I think with people with army background and all will be ready. Okay, the radar tells you that something is coming. The first responders fly out. The same way these people are now working on that. I mean, it's amazing. It's a very different world. Remember, you're going from a physical world to a digital world. You're going into the metaverse, which is going to be your properties, your stuff on the metaverse, avatars on the metaverse, and then you're going to have currency on the metaverse, all these bitcoins and everything. So everything is going to that level. It's amazing. It's unbelievable, but it is going to be true.
Thank you very much. You'd be, this was just to whet your appetite with regard to the unbelievable. It is unbelievable to think that an ophthalmologist would like to, instead of using an ophthalmoscope simply, would like to look at the computer and then give you a diagnosis and perhaps a line of management. So this is one facet of the clinical aspect. But Dr. Rashmi, could you kindly tell us the courses that you run in Manipal? What is your focus? Are you focusing on the clinical side, or is it more in terms of data collection and the use of data?
Yes.
Or is it patient oriented?
So what we run is an interdisciplinary program, a master's in health informatics and a bachelor's in health information management. So what you spoke about was the data quality and the data information part of it. How do we use it for patient care, patient outcomes? So we have tied up with the School of Information Sciences and the medical school also. So it is an interdisciplinary program which we are running on improving the competencies. Yes, sir.
That's fascinating. I got a question on that.
Yes.
How do you navigate the regulations and governance as was asked earlier? Because technical education comes under AICTE and medical education and allied health comes under NMC. How do you do that?
Sir, currently, if you look at the allied health or the health professions, we don't have a regulatory mechanism. So that is why we are able to run this interdisciplinary program. And the School of Information Sciences, we collaborate with them. Whereas they're planning to start one Department of Medical Informatics under the engineering school, where again it comes under AICTE. So we are going to collaborate with them, and the implementation part of it and the management part of it, we are going to collaborate with them. So that the best part is that because we could have this program under our school, we don't have a regulatory mechanism. But as you pointed out, sir, we need to have the UGC mandates. We need to have all the, it's a little watertight if you say, but yes, this is the liberty that we have because we have the interdisciplinary program.
Last question. Tell us how many people you have in your department. I know one of your colleagues, but if you could tell us a little more.
Sir, that is one of the biggest challenges that we have, trained manpower. And again, although we don't have a regulatory mechanism, because it's an institution, because it's a university, we need to follow certain guidelines. We cannot have people from the industry directly. There need to be a certain qualification. There need to be a certain background if you want to be in the track, joining as an assistant professor. Or so we have been having, but we are 6 people now in the department, mostly with the health information and the health informatics background. But yes,
Yeah.
we need people.
No, we hope to have the next meeting in Manipal.
Okay.
By
Yes.
that time, we'd be clearer by then on a lot of because we are doing a lot of groundwork at the moment.
Yes.
But just looking at Dr. Puri's example,
Yes.
he didn't have a teacher.
Yes. He learned it by
He
himself.
learned.
Yes. That's the passion
So,
that he had. He
no,
followed it.
so that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yes.
Do we actually need that many faculty, or do we need to generate interest on avenues from where you can pick up and learn?
So that is one thing which we have the advantage in Manipal. There are a lot of clinicians who are interested in our program. So we do collaborate with a lot of them to assist them in their
No,
clinical
that is with their clinical practice, with their PhD,
With
with their research.
No.
But we are looking at trainees.
Yes, trainees.
How can trainees
So we-
look at alternate sources other than faculty
Yes.
and teach the faculty what they learned recently? Because faculty have to be updated.
Yes. So we have industry liaison also, sir. We post them, and we have a 1+1 program with the IUPUI where they go and do the 1 year at Purdue, Indiana University, and School of Informatics and Computing. So that attracts a lot of students.
So you're part of Purdue or Purdue International?
So we're part of Indiana, SOIC.
Okay.
Yes. So
I
we
think-
collaborate with them for that.
I think Dr. Moidu should explore, the avenues where people could learn from extramural rather than faculty.
Sir, I went to study in 1983, and let me be very upfront with you. My department was just the professor, and the only person who taught us was ourselves. But I was in a research program, and that's fine. But when we start talking about badges and certificates, we are now spreading it out. So I'll go to Dr. Tony Raj. Tony, could you tell us a little more?
Yeah, so my journey has been different. I'm a physiologist by training, and I started in research. I was trying to solve problems in research using technology. Problems were as simple as trying to get harmonized data in one place when there was no networking. So I started from trying to connect computers, and one thing went into another, building small databases. But very quickly I learned that you need to learn and keep learning, like Dr. Suri also mentioned. And the approach that we took was to solve a problem, use whatever you can in terms of skill sets, and learn those skill sets and implement it. So in about 10 years, I was asked to head the IT of St. John's. I had no clue of what a health information system was. I was working with a US group to try and build content. We were working with Allscripts for 5 years, trying to build clinical documentation, which was totally new. In 2007, no one had heard of EMRs in India as yet. It was just kind of in its infancy. And that journey taught us so much about what goes into building a health information or an EHR. We were just thinking EHRs were forms that you fill. But when you look under the hood, the structure, the organization of information was so deep. And what we started doing is started taking some of that to primary care. We worked with another multinational about 10 years ago, trying to see, can we create a medical record that was portable, where you give a patient a little card and in a clinic, and they can go anywhere and access that information, whatever the primary care center had created. That worked as a pilot, and we published that study. We did this with GE Healthcare when they came with the pilot, requirement. So what we've realized is, although passion can drive you, you need an organized structure. And unfortunately, health informatics is lost between this governance of where does it fall under, whether it falls under health, whether it falls under engineering. And I think I'm glad that we're all gathered here to kind of, focus firstly on who do we need to train. And in my experience of these, few years of looking at managing a tertiary care hospital with just 1,500 beds, from setting up infrastructure, Wi-Fi to networking to LIMS to everything. I mean, that's something I learned in 5 years. implementing packs, implementing, and making sure ultimately the data comes in through data pipes that you create seamlessly, ultimately which can be useful. Today we have PACS data from 2011 till date, and it's hundreds of thousands of images, MRI, CTs. That's perfectly in an ecosystem to start your AI. But if you don't have a pipeline like this, you can't make sense of that. So all I'm saying is we are so few and we need to get together. From what I understand, I'm sorry, I'll take one more minute. There are few, who do we target in terms of training? I see one group is a group of users. These are users in primary, secondary, tertiary care. Primary care could be people from the ASHA workers to Anganwadi, etc. The other group are the implementers. When people are implementing health systems or that's one group we need to train. A very important group in this whole informatics is the designers. People who design, these are the solution architects. How do you design systems for any of these ecosystems, primary to tertiary? And of course, the final group is the analysts who make sense. These are the other health informaticians who make sense of all this information flowing through and putting it together, making it meaningful, feeding it back to patients as well as providers. So that's basically, I think, what I think is needed.
Thanks, Dr. Praveen.
I think Dr. Ashok.
Yes, sir.
In your domain, yours is a rather complicated field, and in that you've tried to simplify things by using technology to its best advantage. But if you look at, our spectrum is the whole of clinical medicine.
Yeah.
Yours was hematology, oncology.
Right, sir.
Whereas, how do we look at an entire domain?
Right.
And then when we look at an entire domain, are we looking at facilitating what the specialist does or the super specialist does? Are we wanting to facilitate what the resident does at the bedside? Are we wanting to facilitate the doctor at the primary health center? And last but not least, with the way what the world is moving, they're saying that we are going to have a digital clinic on our wrists. Is that the objective? So, to be fair, though I'm chairing the session, I myself am confused with regard to what should be the outcomes of our discussions.
Sir, the short answer is all of it. Everything that you said is actually very true. In my journey, when I started, we were writing reports on paper, transcribing by hand. These are full blood count results and, or biochemistry results. Then within a few months, few years, technology took over, everything got printed. Then the machines which were doing the analysis, they got smarter, and the people and the lab techs who were actually working with them, they got even smarter than that. The doctors were actually stupid, and including myself. If we didn't have the technologists who were looking after the laboratory side of things, we couldn't function. We couldn't decide anything about the patient. Now, if I want to treat a patient with leukemia, I need to give the patient supportive treatment. And that includes red blood cells, platelets. And if I'm in a small district general hospital, which is what I did most of my life, then I have to liaise with the regional transfusion center from where they can send the blood and the platelets. I have no clue how and who to contact, what my lab tech does. So you delegate the problems to your associates, and you treat them with respect because they know more than you. Blood transfusion service individuals are, scientists in their own rights. So these are medical laboratory science officers, the MLSOs we call them in the UK, and they used to facilitate most of the things. Now, looking at radiology, at first, I still remember we were not able to diagnose lymphomas because we didn't have the CT scans in most hospitals. Now, CT scans have been superseded completely by MRI scans and PET scans. So and we have weekly meetings for the reason. And again, technology has been very helpful in making our decisions. And the technology is not something that is standing still. It is evolving all the time. It is taking us through a journey where the outcomes are actually dependent on not just one person. The doctor can be a leader, but the doctor cannot be, and we need enablers, and the enablers are the people who look after our needs.
Thank you.
All of you have got an opportunity to be an enabler.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
Suggestion on he just in his course of conversation he mentioned two use cases, one on the platelets, the transport of platelets, and the other on the radiology sector. Can we, as since this is a working group and a working session, can we just list out these two use cases and articulate what are the gaps in it? What is the problem statement? What are the gaps? And what is the workforce needed? What are the skills needed? Would that be of help to
There's
design?
other rarefied medicine. We'll ask Dr. Nagra to give us, but that's a great idea.
I mean, so we can get structured about, what is the skill sets and skill set gap that we have currently. The journey of a patient or a journey of a physician.
Let's take something else. Diabetes, Dr. Sultan.
I think it's better to answer to the questions specifically rather than going on adding things, because I think most of the things have been covered. And about other teaching, you're saying nothing. I mean, heutagogy is self-directed learning. That's what everyone is going. In fact, my daughter, she did her BTech from Manipal, and she said in the whole 4 years, she didn't touch a single textbook. But she cleared everything first time, and right now she's doing masters in UK. So people, even the students are getting smarter. They are not dependent on the teachers who are in the department or the class. And they're doing well.
No, that's right. But for the purpose of this session, which is clinical, right? Dr. Moidu, is it true that nowadays that a clinician, while he's prescribing, Dr. Moidu,
yes, sir.
Is it true that nowadays in some hospitals in the US, when a clinician is prescribing, he needs a pharmacologist at his side?
Yes, sir.
Now, you see, these are the areas of complication because no one person knows everything about the other drugs being prescribed by other specialists to the patient you gone in to treat for one particular facet. So that becomes where, a rather rarefied but a necessary area.
I just give you all an example. Let's say we have taken the issue of a patient with diabetes. What happens with the diabetic patient? What happens with the diabetic patient? You go to a doctor, you get discovered that your blood sugar is high, and as soon as the thing comes, how do we get that information to the next step? That's how you're getting the workflow. The use case Jyoti was asking is something you got to think like that. Now, getting the data in, you got to know patient was fat, patient was old, or patient was young and was born with an insulin deficiency. That's a type 1, that's a type 2. So now you start getting the story, right? So the case study approach would allow you to place things in the proper order. So once you're discovered, what happens? You're told you need medicine, right? You want to stop that. So what happens to the medicine? You look for Shoaib. Shoaib, what do you do? Yeah. I want you all to be involved.
So you're able to diagnose the blood sugar level.
So that you're diagnosed. Now stop going backwards. So I'll be very firm.
Well, so it depends. The patient is having another disease and disorders like cardiac related, or having
So
a fresh
you said
pre-diabetic patient.
Do a little more diagnostic workup and find out if the patient has something more. Okay? Done. Now what?
Then we have to start first with the biguanides, the metformin.
Metformin. Yes. Most commonly prescribed medication. Oral. Now the patient has got that medication go for how long before you bring them back?
It depends, sir. So we have to monitor the level that on day-to-day monitoring of the blood
So
sugar
you
level.
see, in the new informatics age, as Dr. Nagra said, I can't afford a watch like him. So the new watch will tell you what's your blood glucose
Glucometer.
levels, right? So once you start seeing blood glucose levels, and you also observe with what food is it going up and what food is staying down, right? So you're gathering information. So all that becomes the use case scenario where you will find yourself a job. यार एक ही बात याद रखो. Smallest word in this word, job. So once we've got that progress, we call the patient back for review in 3 months. And why do we say 3 months? I'm not an endocrinologist, but I do take care of patients like that. And the point I'm saying is, once you've got that cycle and cutoff point, in 3 months you find out that the blood sugar levels gone down or they're still up. Now, as an informatics person, what will you change? In the past, you had to go to a lab to get the test, right? Now you can have a small device attached to you, and that will give the result to the watch. So what's the difference? Before you were going snapshot view of care, now you have continuous care. What's better? What is better? Ask Dr. Saab. Dr. Puri, please.
Continuous care. And
Yeah.
that's the biggest problem. The doctors themselves don't know how to react to a blood sugar which is coming continuously. They're only used to 3 months, 6 weeks.
So what is the problem? You got to tell them, well, it's an information overload, but you will have to tell the doctor, before the patient goes into coma, you can bring him in. I implemented in my group, we had 105,000 patients and we were taking care of. Such an opportunity to test the patients. And guess what? If a person's blood sugar was going up and down, my nurse informatics people would look at the data and say, oh, Ramvati is not so good. Sita ji ka sab haal theek hai. Sita ji has got an appointment today, but Ramvati should be seen today. What happens? Cancel the other appointment, bring the patient in early. What did you save? You prevented the unfortunate Ramvati from going into the hospital with a crisis. Sita ji will say, "Mera khayal nahi rakhte." But in continuous care, these are the value propositions. There are lots of them. This is just a token. And it's actually answering Dr. Jyoti's question. What kind of use cases? In the terms of oncology, cancer, which आप लोग समझेंगे कम, वो समझेंगे. पर आप डॉक्टर से कहिए, I'm here to put a workflow. क्या करेंगे आप? We put the workflow. Action 1, what result? How? Action 2, what result? How? And that way you will create a workflow. All right? And that will be based on everything Dr. Pandya does. Imagine the future. The more you do that, the more patients are being continuously taken care of. It reduces high cost care, but it does not reduce the cost of care. So what happens? Your doctor still makes money and maybe more money, but he's not looking at the patient once in 3 months. He's looking at the patient all through. So that's called digital thinking. You got to think like, where can I collect the data? What can I do with the data? And how does it impact the patient? This morning, Elena had a good question. Let's think, what are we doing for the patient? And when a person takes metformin and you go to Shoaib and say, oh, this patient has been 9 months on metformin and the blood sugar is somewhat better, he should, and you should know that metformin causes lack of B complex absorption. That means tingling sensation in the feet, numbness in the toes are happening. So the question at the end of the day is, you have to make friends with a doctor. And remember, there's not one doctor, 166 medical specialists. And many of us monkeys don't know everybody else's business. Because they are progressing. Now with digital technology, you're bringing them all together. Okay, now you have information they can share. The 3 doctors can talk to each other and take better care of them. So you have a lot of opportunity to be creative, but remember, we are building a team. The only reason General Ashok Singh and I are friends, you know why? Anybody knows? So
We played as a team.
we played as a team. That's the key message. If you play like an individual, you're a monkey. Keep being a fool.
We are still a team.
We're still a team.
We are all inviting you to join our team.
And look at the team here. This is the team I'm looking for. Because when I fall sick, I want you to take care of me. So,
तो राजस्थान वाला होना चाहिए तो
नहीं वो राजस्थान वाला उनको पैसे नहीं दिए ना.
मेरी लॉयल्टी थी
That's what we have to think about. Any other questions? Because I think we're coming to 11 o'clock. I want to start putting us back on time. I am sorry to dominate the conversation. I just want to get you on the field today while we are still generally talking. Then we will start drilling a little more closely. So in the afternoon, yes, Sandeep, please.
At the end of the day, it is the outcome that matters.
Absolutely.
And for the outcome, why the outcome matters? Because something brings in the change practice scenario. And that change practice scenario would be brought in by the data. From where the data is going to come in? That is the real question. In India, where in my place, 10,000 patients coming in daily. The each and every doctor is looking at several hundred patients in the OPD. In the IPD, at least 500 to 1,000 admissions daily. So that is the kind of volume that we talk around over here. And then we are looking forward to data. Now, data input is the big challenge. The workforce needs to input the data. Some workforce. Who is the workforce? In my place, the resident doctor is the workforce. So the resident doctor training is missing.
Stop there. Get him? Because it has to begin somewhere. And by the way, when I began in the United States in 1991, we did not have much computerization, but I actually had, I don't know if you all remember, there used to be a device called Newton. So we gave that device to all our residents, and the residents should take the computer that around and collect the data. Then they would print it and put it in the record. We were still not a system. Till 6 months later, I got a computer donated to me. What I'm trying to say is, you have that first step, you have that first workforce, your doctors, your residents in training. Don't bully them, educate them. I used to hold chips parties at the end of the workday. And all these kids love food. And guess what? When they love food, I would ask the hospital to organize 10 pizzas, but only 2 with meat. Guess why? I want them to all come at 10 on time. And then to get out, it's very difficult because I would sit near the door. You see, what I'm trying to say is, it's all leadership, and leadership requires soft skills. You can't practice hard rules.
So what I meant to say was that informatics need to go up to the resident doctor level.
Absolutely, it begins there. I'm with you.
I would feel, Sandeep, that we start off with getting the discharge slip inside. Administration slip is already inside the computer. Now, if you have just 500 things standing on discharge, so if you do that now, analyze that. That is the easiest thing to implement. No, it's not the easiest. That is, if you have implemented, now analyze what's happening.
Discharge is the difficult part of implementing is to put the daily patient record of prescription into the system on a day-to-day change basis. That is where the challenge comes.
I think it's not required to go so beyond this thing.
It will happen.
Start small.
It will happen. And let me assure you, that's why I've been pointing my finger at Mr. Shoaib. And when I pointed him, I never do one finger, I do the whole hand. Because I don't want anything coming back to me. Because medications, orders are the easiest to implement and get the greatest impact. Why? You reduce drug-drug interaction. You reduce use of medications that could cause allergies or other complications. So once you stabilize the value of medications and you add from the outside thinking, how many other doctors is the patient meeting? You know, one time I had a patient, I enforced this in my hospital in Orlando, and the patient was asked to bring all medications at home in their medical district. He was a World War II veteran and he brought a medication from Japan. None of us could read the label. So the lady doctor who was taking care of the patient decided to present me that medication as a memento of what did we discover. So you will find it's a journey. There's no destination, my friend. You're looking for a destination, and that's wrong, sir. So let's get that. We are not getting to a destination. We are starting the journey. Yes, Tony.
Yeah. I just want to respond to your question. That's actually a problem when we see 300 patients per doctor. Challenge is a mindset. It's a mindset of at the clinicians level as well as at the administration level. Now, this is where informaticians and young individuals like you all can think about workflows. How do you work with the clinicians, with the entire health professional team to see who can, they could be different people who can, enter, including medical students if we can. We are right now working on two fronts. One, emergency medicine in St. John's is now creating a registry. This is as patients come, this is the busiest, one of the busiest departments, and they're entering. We've given them a registry, and we have residents, nurses, everyone entering. We've done a similar thing in the critical care. What's possible? It's a mindset, it's pushing, but this is where young individuals like yours and Dr. Moidu mentioned, it's a lot of people skills, bringing the team together and nudging them to kind of push it in, and then you'll get your data. Right? So it's possible in a busy hospital, but it's mindset changes.
And one of the things I used in a lot, this is the last story I'm going to tell you, is I got my human resources to ordinance. Everybody gets trained on digital technology. With that ordinance, I got the power. I got them for 4 hours on 2 days. The first 4 hours was doing exercises using computers. Everybody had computers, the lab. And the second day, they were given a case and told to enter it and pretend they were doing it with a patient. And that changed their things. And I called it day in a life lab. If you didn't qualify the day in a life lab, you could not be given the password to use the EHR. And without the password, you are of no use on the floor. So the floor managers would send you back.
So can I just add one last point?
Please.
Dr. Nagra asked about the pharmacology thing. The greatest invention and greatest instrument that we have given our ward people, nurses, pharmacists, is the tablet. And this is not a Davaika tablet, it's an electronic tablet. And they use it on a daily basis, on a minute by minute basis. They can actually enhance the data. The data is captured And then these are all taken into play about the medical outcomes and the decisions that people have to make. In ITU, people are looking after one patient at a time. There are millions of data being created there. On the wards, much less. But it is the tablet which has really transformed. It's an absolute revolution.
You see, he said tablet. I want to tell you, I used it back in 1993. But the point is, these technologies will keep changing. In the future, I won't even do it. I'll have in my glasses a thing as I'm communicating with the patient. There's a software a friend of mine has developed. It's on Teams. And all he does is, the patient is talking to the doctor, using it with telemedicine. And as the patient is talking, the thing is being recorded. And as he says, when I was last in hospital, it goes and picks up the last record from the hospital, puts it on the table, and tells him the last time he came for hiccups. Has hiccups got anything to do with this pain? Okay, so no, maybe, but the patient has got it in his mind. Or when blood urea goes out of sync, you get hiccups. That's only a physician will know. You don't have to know that. But at least you were able to deliver the record and said, last time the patient was here. Yeah. So you can't solve the whole story. आप सहयोग देंगे, सवाल का जवाब नहीं. That's the way I look at computers, as assisting in care, not delivering care. And anybody who thinks doctors are going to be replaced by computers, stop listening to that person. He's in severe, no offense to Dr. Puri, but he's exploring, and that's fine. That's interesting. I wrote a paper on decision support in 1986, and it was the top paper for that conference. That doesn't mean I followed that path, because I find it's very difficult. Give you a very simple thing. The word dizziness. आज आप लोग सब जाके dizziness के बारे में पढ़ के आए. कल वो देखो हंस रहा. He knows the trouble. He's been in that difficult situation. Dizziness has 26 functional reasons. I want to ask the clinicians here even. They won't be able to elicit all the 26. I know it because it's my question. Let's call it a day today for now. Welcome, Go. Ashwini Maharaj.
Sir, I just would like to elaborate.
Go ahead.
You talked about tablets and nurses. It's not the nurses who are using the tablets. Let me clarify. This is Government of India's program, which is popularly known by its acronym ANMOL. It is the ANMs. It is the frontline workers, even further ahead than the nurses. You see, none of the nurses are using tablets in public health. Okay. They may be using tablets in private sector, yes, possibly some of the very big private sector chains like Apollo, for that matter. But as far as the Government of India's program is concerned, and this ANMOL program has become a very big hit. I partially agree with you because of the success of the tablets and yes. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were talking about the NHS. Okay, great. That's good. Because there the level of automation is much more than what is prevalent here in India at the moment, what it exists. But yes, this ANMOL program has been quite a fairly good success. And the ANM, I think most of the people here, they are from India, they must be knowing what ANM stands for, Auxiliary Nurse Midwife. A very important participant in the entire continuum of public health care in India, and pertaining mainly to the MCH, Mother and Child Health. So, and they are using the tablets very gainfully for gathering primary data. You see, it is the efficacy, validity, and completeness of the primary data that has always been a bugbear as far as
healthcare is concerned, both for prospective and prospective planning. So this is a great thing that has happened of late in India, that tablets have been introduced in primary health in number of states. And I know in UP for one, it is being used very effectively in Kerala, in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, some of the states. I really don't know what the status of this project is here in Rajasthan. I'm sure some people in Rajasthan can elaborate on that, but it is a great success. And I'm glad to say, because here that from NHS, this is happening.
Hi, Kriyale. I don't want to make rejuvenation. Absolutely. 5 o'clock, you got to come back and sit here to hear everybody's story. This is my first rodeo. Not my first rodeo. I established informatics at 5 universities in the United States. And the thing is, you play the role as you get it. This one, I've got the role of it. The management here gave me the chance to run it as I want. They didn't come and interfere with us. And you understand? भैया आप लोग भी चाय पी सकते हो सिर्फ वो ये सामने वाले दो लोग ये पी सकते हैं क्योंकि वो मेरे सामान पे नजर रख रहे हैं इनके लिए मैं चाय लाऊं आप लोग grab some tea. Thank you for joining us. Those students are keeping an eye on my stuff. I want to give it this to them. Already, class हो रहा है। No, go ahead. For keeping an eye on my stuff. You can share with the lady the feedback. I'm sorry. You are out there. to see you here in Hofstra. I'm a coach. I'm not a teacher. Have a good one. Yeah, I know, Raja. Okay, reach out. Come on. The computer is here. You got to get it running. Guptan, you're the moderator. This is a joint session. I'd like you all to meet the Pro-Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi University Medical Science Technology, Dr. G.N. Saxena. Saxena sir, अब आप नहीं भाग सकते. So we'll have Dr. Saxena here. Richa is going to speak to us, and we are going to talk. We talked very vague this morning. I know you're drifting, and you're drifting without alcohol, so that's funny. And as a sailor, I was always drifting. So I served in the Indian Navy, and I was in this Navy that flies. Do you know Fly Navy? I am Hansa, the aircraft carrier. What is it? So we are now going to begin this session with a focus on आपके पास प्रोग्राम है, आपने क्या पढ़ा उसमें? No, I didn't tell you. I asked you. मैं आपके पीछे वाले से. Workforce for ABDM. तो ये workforce जो है, आप ठीक है सर. So I have Umar, Muninder. I've got three others who are speaking with her. One of them had a calamity and is no longer with us. So I'm going to ask Dr. Bazi, because she did her PhD. Those are the two moderators. And Dr. Bazi, you'll join us. The others who were announced have been unable to come. So, but they woke me up to tell me that. So if I start slurring my speech in a little while, I'm not drifting. It's just that I'm sleepy. So they woke me at 2 o'clock in the morning to tell me they're not joining us. So I've been able to fill in the thing we are talking about, workforce demand. So Dr. Wazi has done a PhD very recently on healthcare workforce. Dr. Risha is going to be the exception who will give us a talk, because we all talk Ayushman Bharat digital mission, but what does it mean? Anybody knows? Ayushman Bharat digital mission is a government program that is aimed to give healthcare to all with the support of digital technology. And when they bring the digital technology and put it in the office, it won't work by itself. Who's needed? The workforce. And let's start listening to Richa, who is the CIO following my friend Sandeep in the King George's University of Medical Sciences University, and KGUMC University has implemented an EHR that doctors are using, and they are facing problems that are not uncommon. And as we progress that way,
this is not getting read by the system, the pen drive.
Thank God we got. I don't have to be the help desk today. Any day after the help desk is a good day.
So maybe that
replacing it with something else.
Are you done? Are you good?
It's still not showing up. No, that's okay. The USB is not getting read.
No. We realize that people don't prepare themselves out. I did. I know.
What is he doing?
But we were a short, small group. Here we were a little bigger. And then they are all scared that they will be identified. But there is ignorance, they're right. So
It's bringing up something.
it's coming up?
Yes. All right.
We got great
So-
support.
So a very good morning to everyone. Till the time the technical glitches get resolved, I'll just give a brief introduction that myself, Dr. Richa, I'm Dr. Richa Khanna. I'm a pediatric dentist by profession, so as a clinician, and partly academician with my FAMA fellowship, and now into IT, that is information technology. I'm leading the IT cell at King George's Medical University, Lucknow. So what I'll be talking on is building the workforce on health informatics in the Indian context, that is in the context of the Indian digital health ecosystem, that is the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission, the ABDM, which we call it in short form, and what we have been mentioning here in between the sessions by some of our experts. Now, this ABDM actually is all set to roll out as the digital health ecosystem of India. It's already being rolled out, as I mentioned. Once you open your CoWIN app, also it says create your Aadhaar ID. So this ecosystem has multiple stakeholders, starting from the healthcare providers, the healthcare facilities, the third-party payers, the NGOs, the lab services as a healthcare facility. And so all these multiple stakeholder points also have multiple data collection points, data value points. And this is where our health informatics workforce is going to get embedded with these value propositions created through this ecosystem. So when this ABDM gets rolled out, or it's all set to roll out, our workforce needs will also revolve around this ecosystem only. So with this a short presentation, I have tried to list out few competencies which we all will foresee in this workforce. You may add, delete, modify, whatever, but it is just my bit of brainstorming that I did. The system is not reading anything. This is what is going to. Yes.
So these things need to be troubleshot. What do you think is the problem here? Yeah, go ahead. Want to give an answer? Anybody? I beg your pardon?
These are some of the skill sets which have to be added.
No, these have got to be fundamental skills in all education, not just in informatics. Because whether you like it or not, everything you do is going to be digital. As I shared with you all earlier today, at 4 o'clock this morning, I was talking to my granddaughter, 1 year and 2 months. And guess what? I said, so what's the new word? She says, laptop. So I'm not taking it lightly, and neither are my grandchildren. The point is, we have to realize that things have changed. My father used to boast, I walked 3 miles to school. So then I told him I go 18 miles to school when I used to go from Nasirabad to Ajmer. And then guess what? Now in this digital age, sitting in Orlando, I'm teaching a class in New York. 1,200 miles, in 10 seconds I'm there.
HI skills.
So the issue is we all have to imbibe these new skills. Again?
So they are trying from the new system. So sorry for the technical glitch.
We are happy to listen to
Okay.
you.
Okay. So as we move on, I'll just recall a few points from the online meeting which we had so that we can connect with this meeting today. So we discussed about what ABDM is, what are the multiple stakeholders, and what are the value proposition for each of the stakeholders. If I recall back, ABDM is set on 3 major databases. So it's here, right? So it's here slide. So it's basically based on 3 major databases where we talk of healthcare registry, where all the facilities have to register themselves, then healthcare provider registry, and also the ABHA ID, that is the patient ID. So I don't know how many of you have registered. I have registered myself as a healthcare provider in the ABDM, and that is the right way to start with the ABDM. So when you register yourself as a healthcare provider, then only your facility can get registered. Can I have the control? No.
Say next.
Okay, say please next. So this is the 3. We also looked upon the type of data which would be elicited from ABDM, both non-personal health data, which is disease specific, next, and also the personal data, which was related to HCPs, that is healthcare providers and healthcare facilities. I'm not going into them again because we had discussed in the online meeting. Yes, next. So what value do we foresee within ABDM? We talked about different value propositions, data as being descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive. So coming to the core discussion of today's point, that is the perceived needs of skilled health force, connecting it to the data value which we foresee from ABDM in the context of Indian digital health ecosystem. So I have tried to divide these skills into 3 major categories: the skills which we need and the role of a leader, a manager, or an administrator; the skills which we need for those people who are directly involved with data mining, information, dealing with user experiences; thirdly, those people who are involved in training and research. As very rightly pointed out in the morning session was, where do we get the faculty to train? So once we start people training in health informatics, we do some faculty development for people who are volunteers. We can actually develop faculty to train these health informatics certificate courses or badges or whatever it is. Next. So initially I had planned for some worksheets for you, but I'll continue with my slides only. So how do we see the role of the leadership, management, and administrator? What value can they give? As we discussed in the online meetings also, the value which they give to the healthcare providers and the facilities was helping that, the data to plan their recruitments to disease-specific services, to the infrastructure, and also to the third-party players in planning their policies and processes for health claims. Now, with these value propositions, what skills do we expect for those who will fit into the role of leadership, management, and administrators? So I've tried to put on few points one by one. Next. So a person who is expected to be skilled as HR in the role of leadership, management, and administrator should first of all appreciate the characteristics of the healthcare environment he's working in and the functionality of their healthcare requirement. For example, the KGMU environment may have different expectations and objectives than a corporate Medanta or Apollo hospital. So a leader or an administrator, HI, has to understand the functionality. That will now depend upon the types of consumers you have, the quality of that consumer, that is patient, the volume of that consumer as well, and what type of services you're offering. He also needs to use intelligent business practices to integrate HI into the objectives of the healthcare environment. Now, I have one publication here. Back. It's from ResearchGate, where they say how the strategic information system was implemented. They had a full lot of studies there compiled. Now, when I saw this, they have a list of tools which a admin, HI, or a leader, or a manager can use to successfully implement information systems into their environment. And to my surprise, there was no study from India. So next. So as a leader manager, also is expected is that the person should be able to evaluate health information systems and make recommendations that improve the functionality of their healthcare environment. Now that may be picking up components of HIS and telling how the patient waiting time can be reduced, how the patient interaction time can be reduced. So those intelligent recommendations have to come from this admin level. He should be able to integrate newer technologies to bring significant change or value to data. It might be a simple app that brings that value proposition, or it can be AI algorithms or machine learning in the other extreme. Next, he should be able to advise, recommend, and follow IT best practices deployment in healthcare. Now, best practices could be, for example, when I look at my help desk services, I want to reduce the burden on the technical staff. So I create knowledge documents for users, which can help to reduce the burden of my help desk staff. So such type of policies have to come in from the top leadership role of HI to be implemented. Next. Similarly, they have to recommend policies, next, IT best practices that support clinical decision making. Again, clinical decisions, for example, reminder services, how the clinical decision support can be implemented. Now, from where these policies or where these value propositions will come, we as leaders, admins, managers, we have to recommend such policies to our clinicians, take them into loop, and then implement. We also need to recommend data privacy and security policies to the healthcare environment. What are the audit control? What are the access controls, access privileges? All these policies have to be part of the competency framework. Then as a leader manager or an administrator, the HI professional needs to prioritize the technical infrastructure needs also of their healthcare environment. Next. And above all, apply interprofessional skills for a team-based approach. As I said, you cannot work alone. So interprofessional skill, working with the consultant, working with that data entry operator, working with your clerical staff, it has to be an interprofessional approach for solving the problems, the complex problem of your healthcare environment. Next. Now coming to the role of those who are directly involved with data. Now they are the maximum, they are the people who have maximum potential of giving value propositions to the healthcare environment. They can help the clinicians in effective decision-making. They can help in the compliance of the continuum of care provided to the patients, for the documentation, for the access, for the sharing of data, for the communication. And again, for giving disease-specific estimates for the researchers who are working with this data, and also giving the advantage of, of the HIS being less time-intensive than otherwise in the manual entries. Yes. Now, what competencies do we expect from these kind of professionals? Next. So such professionals should be able to identify the medical terminologies, whether it's NOMED, CT or ICD. Second, they should be able to perform some data mining. I also included some early level coding in it, but it's up to the forum, up to the experts when we develop the curriculum, whether we want to include these coding of applications for data collection and capture or not. Next. Next. So also evaluation of use of different data capture technologies. For example, in ABDM, we'll be having different data collection points, but there should be some automated data capture technologies so that whatever data is important goes back automatically where needed. Some data preparations and preliminary analytics will be a competency of these professionals. Advanced analytics, inferential statistics, because the clinician might not be well versed with these analytical part, and it's the the duty, the responsibility of these people directly involved with data to do so. Next. 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 Then assess the data integrity and data reliability. Again, these people will be the core people who will be dealing with these. Ensure privacy and security infrastructure and design human-friendly interfaces, because we are dealing with not so tech-savvy medical professionals. So this has to be, I have, if you look into this, in all these statements, I've tried to put the higher order of the Bloom's taxonomy in these competencies. So actually we are able to get that outcome from the curriculum. Next. Next. So with these data involved people also comes the user experience. So these people should be able to apply techniques that measures user experience both quantitatively and qualitatively. Qualitatively could be open-end surveys. There will be open-ended interviews. There may be informal interactions with the users. Quantitatively also, there are many usability scales. There are also techniques like navigation patterns can be assessed for the users, error tracking, etc. All these techniques should be well versed with these, and that is how they can give that data of the user experience to the healthcare facility for value. They should be able to analyze user experience to understand the user behaviors, and most importantly, apply these understandings to improve the outcomes of the healthcare environment or to align to their objectives. So user experience is the core thing. Next. Next. Next, next. And then comes the communication and the data presentation. So you have the data, you interpret it, but if you're not able to develop strategies to create meaningful communication, presentation, visualization to your users or to your authorities, that data is of no use. So these competencies should be a part of the HI curriculum. Communicate effectively to the providers, patients, and at systems at all the levels. Maintain professionalism above all, while using technology for information. Next. Now we come to those people who are directly involved in training and research. So research, when it comes to research, it is it's of immense value proposition to the policymakers, because they retrieve data which tells you about access of care, availability of care, utilization of care, cost, mismatch between the affordability and the service delivery, the supply chain management, the performance of institutions, as I discussed in the online meeting, this is of paramount importance to the government as such. So these people are retrieving data for that usefulness. Now, what skills do we expect from them? Next. So those involved in the research should be able to identify gap areas. If they're not able to do so, you're not able to pick up that. Implement IT/HI research initiatives for value to your specific healthcare environment, because every environment will need different objectives. Craft the strategies to manage the supply and demand economics of your healthcare environment. So all these comes, and I'm sure there'll be many, many more depending upon the needs of that system, that facility. Again, next. Now those involved in the core training, next. They should be able to implement training for the deployment of the HIS and their management in the healthcare environment. Implement training for troubleshooting, as we just had just now, and also be responsive. I'm keeping a little influence from Famer. I have a passion for teaching learning. So also should be responsive to the teaching learning needs of their target group of learners. Learners here could be your doctors, could be your technicians, could be your clerical staff as well. So they have to be responsive to their learning needs and adapt to them. Next. So a very brief summary next of the challenges, which I leave you as questions to be discussed. When I was thinking about all these competencies and looking up the literature as well, there was no characterization of the workforce. There was no demarcation of the needs of this workforce. So somebody talks of health informatics as 4 categories. Somebody talks of clinical and non-clinical. Somebody says it is biomedical, population health informatics, lab informatics. So there's no general standardized demarcation. Sensitization as career opportunity, I could not find any. Employability, and also differentiating HIA from IT. This has to be, IT is not synonymous with HI. So this advocacy has to be led by this group in some form or the other. So that's all from my end. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Richa. That was very well presented. And I think you have opened up quite a lot of questions. In fact, I mean, how do? We ask them to find some answers.
Look here, don't put my students in pressure.
Maybe we can keep your last slide on, because I think that's where the unresolved questions.
Last slide.
Yeah, please go ahead. Mike, please.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Richard, for this good presentation, which brought out the problems and expectations from the last slide actually has the key word for the entire thing. We'll have to go backward. And the second last word that you had, employability. Now, when our students have been going out into the workforce, most people still have that in mind that they are just another IT people who are into it. And we have to explain to them that these people are not just IT people. They have a full background of anatomy, physiology, and the works. Now, it's from there that we have to work up. And it's only then that we'll be able to get a big workforce, which will be of use in the Ayushman Bharat or in individual hospitals. Now, to ensure that employability and to ensure that they get distinguished from other health, from the IT personnel, the health informatics. This is what, as a group, on whether it's the Telemedicine Society of India or whether it's the large groups otherwise available, will have to work on. That you have to first inform all the hospitals. I mean, it's a gargantuan task, I understand. But unless you keep sensitizing them that your hospital, we're not talking just of Medanta, we are talking of various other hospitals also. The smaller hospitals, maybe they are in the periphery or they are in the, because the hospitals like Medanta or Apollo or the bigger chains would be aware of what is going on and we adapt to them. But the smaller hospitals, even small 30 bed, 50 bed, 100 bed hospitals we are talking about, we'll have to outreach to them. Yet, yes, this is what you require. And then the employability comes in and then you suddenly get a workforce which then we train. This is my particular thought that has been coming from it, not just after your talk, but this is what been, going on in my mind, that you have to make people aware of what you need. And that is where we have to start off.
As we were discussing in the admin discussion also, that somewhere down the line, we need to tell the government or the policymakers or even their policymakers for the private sector as well. We have to tell them and define the eligibilities of people who have to fit in those places. Exactly. And it's not just the data entry operators. Exactly. So we have to advocate that down the line, and then
I can start off with my institution here, that when we are talking at the management level, okay, what exactly do these boys do? What will they be doing for the institute? Now that has to be, there has to be a standard, something that this is what they will do. So that outline we'll have to prepare in this workshop, give it to the management of various hospitals, that this is what you are lacking, and this is the input that they will be providing, so that the institution then develops further. So at the end of the day, maybe day after or something, we have something which we can then put up on the net, we can put up individually, we can address the institutions, that this is what you need, and this is where the need is going to get fulfilled.
So when Dr. Moidu called me about this program, I discussed this at home. Nobody in my family is anywhere in health or informatics. I'm the only one. And my son, he came up with something interesting. He said, when there is a workforce like this, and when there is no sensitization, say in the government or even in the potential users like hospitals, he said, you have to be ready with two answers. What can people do better, or what can people do faster with a workforce like this? When it came to my area, which is information retrieval, I said, I don't have real answers for it yet, but I thought it over and said, it has to be so that what can be faster or better is an urgent and important activity. Mine comes under the important but not urgent. So that also needs to be focused on. Let's say the research part of it. That's important but not urgent. So even there, the answer would be what can be done better, but over a period of time. So I think those components need to go into what you can go to a hospital or wherever and say this. But of course, I would stress that in the long run, there's nothing like the government accepting that such a workforce is necessary. I believe now with skill development being talked about so highly, we really need to have good answers with these and take them ahead. And I think what you put down was very much in a good nutshell overall.
Values can come as the course outcomes so that everybody. So those values can come out as the course outcome. So every stakeholder knows which of that outcome is applicable to their scenario. For example, a corporate hospital may look into their perspective. We can look into ours and likewise.
In fact, can I just last one before I pass it on? My son actually went to the extent of saying, why do you want the government to do anything? Can you create a company of such people today and offer a service? I said, I don't have an answer. I'll have to ask the group there.
And Wazi answer that, and then we go to Anand.
Okay. My name is Vaisi, and I'm from USA. And I started as an engineer, moved towards computer science, then management, and then I did my presentation, a PhD in utilizing or the strategies healthcare leaders use to implement EMR successfully. So this, I just completed my study, and I think it's appropriate for this environment. So in my study, I was looking at the leaders. So I interviewed several leaders in hospitals and looked at what did they do in order to implement EMR system successfully. So within the last 10 years, now, 10 years ago, it was only like 10% of the hospitals had adopted EMR system. And now they have about 90% of the hospitals have adopted EMR system. So they did something right. So I looked at that. And what I found out was my study was based on TAM model, which says that there are two things you have to look at in order to successfully implement an IT technology. And that was, one was to make technology simple to use for the users. And second is to make sure that it's useful for the user. They find it useful. It's helping them improve productivity. So during the study, when I interviewed several leaders, I found out that some of the things they did was training. They invested a lot in training. So hospitals invested a lot in training. And what that meant was doctors were very hesitant in using technology. They didn't want to use technology. They were used to their system way of doing things. And technology was more of a blockage. It was waste of time. So what they did was they invested in help desk. They had 3 shifts going on so that doctors, if they needed help, then they could go to help desk and ask any question. So help desk has to be competent enough to help doctors solve the problem, technical problem. So doctors can do their job very well in healthcare. They can take care of the patient, but when it comes to IT, they need the help. So that's where help Informatica or help desk comes in place, where they can take this data, or if they have any technical issues, if they're not able to type in their notes, they're not able to dictate their notes, it's not converting properly when they dictate their notes, they should be able to help the doctors. They should be able to train the doctor how to use the system. And at the same time, the healthcare leaders need to work with vendors to make the application simple to use rather than going through 10 clicks to get to a point. So it's both healthcare leaders in the industry have to work with the vendors to make it easy to use. At the same time, there has to be an environment where doctors can get the help that they need, or there's those trainers are available, those help desks are available. They can go to a person where they can ask for help. So that was some of the things that came out of my study that, and there were other things that were also pointed out, but I think that applies to students who are studying now that incorporates healthcare and IT. There are very few people who have both knowledge. Either they are expert in healthcare or they are expert in IT. But we need the people who can understand both, healthcare and IT. They may not be expert in both area, but they can help the doctors. They can help the people in the healthcare industry. And that's where Informatica comes in place. The other thing I would point out, in the last 2 years, because of COVID, and doctors could not visit, or patient could not visit doctors could not see patient. So a lot of doctors that were that had excuse not to use technology, they shifted to technology, using technology. So now the doctors are able to see patient at home and so on. So what that means is now the hospitals are using a lot more technology. They're depending a lot more on technology, which would mean that there will be so much demand in people who have both knowledge. So I see more growth in that area coming up. The other thing, when I did a research in India, only 10%, I think less than 10% of hospitals are using EMR system, which means, and they want to invest in EMR system, and within, I think 10 years, they would like to see more hospitals use EMR system. So again, I see a growth in that market space in people with technology and healthcare. Now it would depend on the industry, what they call it, whether they call it Informatica, data analyst, or so that we need to probably figure out from the marketplace what term is in demand for workforce.
Thank you, Dr. Wazi.
Thank you. Actually, I go very well with your PPT. Everyone knows wherever I go, I still say the same thing again and again. First and foremost, based on the past experience, what I feel is that we need to really make a differentiation, not only in the type of curriculum which we teach, also in the skill set of differentiating HI from IT. Initially, when we started training HIT, sir is also well aware, we start with basics of IT and everything. All those things are gone. Even the child nowadays who is being born is coming out to this world with mobile phone in the hand, right? So there is no necessary for them to teach them how to use the basics. That separate skills that should be removed from HI, concentrate on HI. And as you very well said, that basic, whether it is ABDM or not, that's a different matter. Not all the entire crores of the country is going to go and sit into ABDM. Lot of the companies here are supporting EHRs, EMRs, everything from outside the world, outsourcing, and we are doing it. It's just IT is no more just EHR, EMR. It has gone all those things. So we definitely need to make, we all should come, that is the scope of this one. So how to differentiate HI from IT, foremost. And second, sorry to say, I'm in hearing talking to everybody from the morning. Everybody seems to be talking only about getting jobs in hospital. Can you tell me how much job, what is the salary my student is getting if he's going to an hospital? 20,000? 25,000? No. And especially, I do not know about other courses. For example, from where I come, we are teaching MBA. If you look into the fees, put myself as a parent, come on, I also have something. So we think, why I'm saying this, it is not just the hospital. We should not focus the employability of hospital. So far, we have trained 250 students or above in health informatics specialization. I'm proud to say that he's also been a part of it. He's been a part of it. And out of that, major of our students have not been just placed only in hospitals. They have been in public health. They have gone for insurance. They have gone for pharmacy. Most of them have gone to software companies. So what are they doing in software companies? Either they do like your training when the companies are implementing software in the hospitals or wherever they are, or they are helping them to gather requirements, design. So the skill set is different. The idea is when we are talking about employability, we should not just focus on ABDM or hospital. We have to think diverse. If I'm training my student, where all they can go. And third, and I'll stop here. The third, this is whenever we are trying to market a student, sorry to say, in other end of the day, my student needs to get employed. That will reflect on what we teach, right? We are just there to show the path.
Add one statement to it that ABDM is not just about the hospitals.
Yeah.
That is what. So one thing, the reason for showing that picture of multiple stakeholders is because the insurance companies are also there, the NGOs are also there, the labs
Insurances are there,
everybody is there. So employability at different points is already embedded into ABDM. It's just an example, not the.
No, that's what I'm saying. Every time when we're telling, we should not just say doctors helping.
I didn't say that.
I'm not telling what I said. I didn't say that she said. I said, I have been discussing it with morning. People are talking with the focus of helping the doctors, not that.
Yes.
So let's give others a chance.
So, sir, let me finish off with the third. What I'm trying to say is when we are trying to market, as you said, when we are trying to talk to the people, potential employers, right? We need to make them understand what this particular set of students can do as a potential employee. So that needs to be done, skill mapping.
That is what I said. Prepare the course outcomes like that so that they know what value they can get from that profession.
Okay, let's have Dr. Rashmi. And I want to tell you all, while Dr. Rashmi gets a mask off, we are canceling the group sessions for this place. So we keep you all together because the passion is across areas, and we will not give the mic back to Anandi. She's on holiday.
But you said you would stay silent.
I was, but I couldn't stop. You weren't stopping her. Please go ahead, Dr. Rashmi.
Ma'am, I just went through the presentation. We have tried to design the curriculum in that way itself, tried to bring out the outcome measures and that, the Bloom's level taxonomy. And I said in the morning when sir asked me a question, interdisciplinary. So it is, as Ms. Anandi had mentioned, Dr. Anandi had mentioned about separating IT, because many times I face this challenge, like, what are you doing different from IT? So we have tried to bring in that, interprofessional skills and interdisciplinary approach, like information sciences, technology, and the human and social behavioral aspects. So these are the three things we have tried to bring in the competencies, and we have followed the global health workforce curriculum, which the HIMA follows, and we've tried to bring in our curriculum in that matter. Probably I can just show it to you tomorrow when I just speak.
I just want to answer this question because I want to tell you one thing very simply. Do not segregate specialists. The minute you do that, you chopped your own legs. That's not my job. I'm the only person in this room who ran an operation. Anybody else? Raise your hand. Yes, Dr. Tony Raj, but his operation is minuscule compared to mine, so I'll take it over. But the fact remains, I always ask my workers, and it was every 2-year question, what are you? A health worker or an IT worker? And I had 450 IT professionals reporting to me, okay, of which 70 were just clinical informatics. What were they doing? They would raise their hand and say, I'm an IT man. I would say, shift to the left, and he would be left alone. And then I would remind him that you can be outstanding, but you'll be out there standing, not in my team. You have an ambulance driver. What is an ambulance driver? He's a healthcare worker. Please, to reduce division. We already have a problem of the ENT surgeon looking at the right ear and the ENT surgeon looking at the left ear. This segregational model was to teach people because we were unable to comprehend and hold the information together. Today, with digital technology, all information is available. You don't have to be a rote learner. You have to be a timely access person. When I graduated from medical school, I had to know everything. That's not a skill we need. What we need is the ability to comprehend and connect the different models. So you all have to be able to tell a doctor how his life will improve. If you can't say that, you're not getting a job. And that answers the question Dr. Rashmi was saying. We need to bring this whole environment together
And the only way you bring them together is the shared data platform. Any other way will not happen, because that's the key. I'd like to stop, and I want to share with you all, just for you all to know, that I'm the only PhD in medical informatics who is also a CIO. Being a professor is easy. It's being a CIO that's hard. Because everything you learned in theory is finished by breakfast. Because the kinds of problems you hear are very difficult. And as we talk a little more and we get tomorrow into more deeper sense, today we are just finding our fields. So I'm going to ask Supten to continue here, Vasumati to continue here, and Anandi, you are a technical person, but you can join us here because we are taking the you'll prefer to be there? Okay, good for her. But we are going to take the 3 technical sessions and the administrative session and the clinical session, which Dr. Nagra was. We'll let him off because he worked very hard for the first 2 sessions. So we will shift to the group sessions without using the discussion rooms. So you stay here. We don't disrupt the process, but we just get into the idea of asking questions and talking. Nobody's talking more than 2 minutes. Now I will enforce that law. And I want to tell you, you can't bring in questions on marketing and marketing related issues. We are all focusing, we're not focusing on technology for technology's sake. We are focusing on education. Let's make that the only priority for conversation. Trust me, you can talk to me. I've been with the great Apollo Group, created a system, sold it to GE, made money. I won't complain about it. But I want to tell you, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how can we get the younger generation to get a job in doing this? How can we deliver curriculum that they can use? Just focus there. Yes, Dr. Supten, it's all yours now.
Yeah, actually,
I'll learn to behave quiet.
Great. Actually, as per the session, I mean, we are heading into the next session. For this session, moderator is Dr. Anandi. So come and take over, please.
No, sir. I have spoken a lot. Now let me listen.
Please. Now let's have questions from you all on issues as you think are important.
One question we are supposed to ask and we are going to discuss.
We'll talk about workforce. What is the workforce going to be? Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yeah, no.
So probably as ma'am had put up in this, leadership and data users, the users and who's going to be the implementation managers, we need to probably decide where we are starting. Are we starting at the undergraduate level and then moving it up? Because so that we have, those who can be taking care at the base level and then a little more of specialization, a little more managerial capacity that they have at the master's level. Probably that is what we also should be thinking about.
Okay.
When I talk about masters in health informatics or in MBA in IT in healthcare, probably they'll be the implementation managers. But when you have an ABDM ecosystem, we need to have people at the base level also. Maybe a diploma or a graduation wherein they will source health information, how they need to use the data. All that needs to be taken care of.
Okay. Very well said.
May I just add a point here? Very well put.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So one thing that we need to keep in perspective is that the ABDM, that is Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, or any other such similar missions by the government or even, for that matter, the private sector, they are not applicable only to a specialized workforce. Let us not, as Dr. Moidu just recently pointed out, do not forget the specialists. It is the clinicians also that these programs and projects are directed at. So you need to consider the refurbishing of the skill sets. Certain skills are already present in the clinicians. Now, how do you, like in the armed forces, we call them force multipliers. You know? So what kind of force multipliers are we trying to create for clinicians? That also needs to be kept in perspective.
Why don't we all start answering the question, do we go for degrees or do we go beyond degrees? That is a very simple question. Please make it like that and let's go.
Very quick thought that came into my head is it's parallel processing really, because technology, everything, content is all shooting up at crazy rates. So when we take off competence today, let's say data entry, right there, there's just so much which has to be accurate. For example, names of people and spelling variations or synonyms and things like that. So the workforce and data entry itself has to keep learning more. That's a very simple example. And I also would like to strongly endorse what Dr. Moidu said about more than a hierarchy, there really needs to be a flattening where everybody respects the importance. It's that one single cog in a wheel is so important to hold it. So just two thoughts that came to my head to answer what you said, but for encouraging further inputs.
Sandeep, you're getting impatient. Go ahead.
Parallel education as an elective for all the residents needs to be pushed right at the NMC level. Like NMC is giving electives for UGs. The one of the electives can be HI as well for the all MBBS across India, all the MDMS across India. So like every resident in the institute comes in, has some parallel training program other than whatever specialization it is, be it biostatistics, be it biomedical waste management. Let it be HI also, maybe some hours. So that can be a parallel irrespective of the disciplines.
This is already there. It has been.
Can I use the mic, please?
Taken cognizance of by the Niti Aayog as well as now the National Medical Commission. There is going to be a minor tweaking of the medical curriculum in the medical colleges, and medical informatics, as it may not be a separate subject by itself, but there are going to be certain hours which are going to be introduced in the medical curriculum. It is already, the government is cognizant of that, and the National Medical Commission is already working on that.
Let me add for everybody to think about, the only university in America that does introduce data literacy, we call it digital data literacy, to medical students is at Stanford. And we had started this at Hofstra. But the point they really make is you got to understand the vocabulary, you got to understand the data standards, you got to understand data management issues, and stop there. But that's like a fundamental course. Put these three courses together, you can offer a badge that tells this doctor has digital literacy. And I look forward to universities being able to offer that, as Sandeep said rightly, that it could be a choice. In the USA, as far back as 15 years ago, we've been giving residents a chance to do an elective in medical informatics. And in the elective, your students do use the residents' computers. And when they use the computers, it's the value they bring with the data. And unfortunately, Dr. Brito is not here, but his application of Isabel was a great experience that we used in digital decision support to empower students. After that, I'd like to get an opinion from Dr. Brito. Please, Dr. Brito.
Where is Dr. Brito?
No, Dr. Raj, sorry, Tony Raj. Joe is missing.
Tony, before you just hold on. I just want to ask you people, you think clinicians are dumb people who don't understand IT? No, no. So they understand IT. They are using WhatsApp during this entire COVID. They were using it. Why can't you consolidate on that? Why can't we think of a WhatsApp course or something where we could take on something different? We are trying to go in circles. These people are already using WhatsApp. They all do PowerPoint presentations. They are doing everything. This is a thought which came to me. I have unke paas literacy. It's not that they are not literate. The only thing is whether they are collecting data or using that data or not. That's the thought process.
Sir, I can just not answering to that, but I have a suggestion that whether it's a clinician or an IT person, whoever gets into this course, we plan, as I suggested in the admin discussion also, we already have a structure of skill courses developed by UGC, where you can move in, move out at different levels of the course. That is called NSQL framework. I'm not remembering the exact acronym of that. So that framework allows whether you are a clinician, you enter it as complete the certificate course, pass out, work as an informatician. So it is not, you have to just define the entry points and the exit points. Whether the entry person is a clinician or a informatician.
You going into UGC. I'm not going into UGC. I'm going into WhatsApp. What are you going to do about that? Hold it. That's an argument which requires to be thought of. Doctors are literate.
The reason is, while your point is well taken, this aspect of university requirements fulfillment is a governance issue we cannot ignore. We can't ignore. So let's, between that and the ability on WhatsApp, I'll answer your question on WhatsApp. The answer is very simple. A, it is stored nowhere. God bless you. On which device did you answer the patient? That's the flat problem point. It does not replicate on every device. It only replicates on your phone and aggregates on your phone. And the phone memories are not adequate if you send enough number of X-rays. So I can load it with any number of reasons. What I like about WhatsApp, as you say, is the ability to interact and communicate at multiple levels with independence. The story in the past in technology was system. Now, my favorite word, and it's been my favorite word since 2012, we need to have an eco application environment where multiple applications are there. The platform allows them to work. And when you want to see a good example of eco application environment, it is Zoom.
And WhatsApp will be a pedagogy tool, not the framework of the curriculum.
See, we've got a lot of technicians here. We've got a lot of IT trained people, and now you could think aloud and say, okay, this entire WhatsApp data that is being collected gets into an app.
It is
What
an
process?
app,
Hold it, sir. The app which will look into data. We were just talking about handwriting, descriptions, and all that. So that app will, okay, we've got number of chats that we have, but can you do this? It's not how. It's open to the house people who are technical people. Let's think about it.
You can keep thinking. We are thinking about education today.
Yeah.
So let's get back.
No, I don't think, don't cut me off like this. I'm very clear. If you have doctors who are trained in using WhatsApp, please, for heaven's sake, think about a thing. It's an education. You are trying to educate doctors. You're trying to do that. So think about it. Don't cut it off. Think about it.
Sir, options are always there. WhatsApp, we are not saying WhatsApp cannot be used, but in the current state, WhatsApp definitely can use as a discussion forum. Let me ask you seriously, I'm continuing with what sir said.
Sorry, Anandi, you are absolutely wrong, because you see the government of India mandates in 2020, 25th of March 2020, the government of India issued the telemedicine practice guidelines, wherein WhatsApp is specifically mentioned. It can be utilized for telehealth activities in India.
Yes.
So don't dismiss WhatsApp.
Sir, we are not discussing.
Totally 200% agreement generated.
Sir, we are not dismissing WhatsApp. What we are saying
I
is,
think we're not talking about education
Huh.
here. That's all I'm asking you.
we are not talking about the medium. Medium, you use WhatsApp, you use just telephone, you use whatever you want. But how are we going to talk about the education content?
We have to think seriously about how to integrate applications like WhatsApp and such similar
Yeah, but that's not
applications
what we need to
into the entire framework, into the entire framework.
Doctor,
We are not
Noel,
refusing
let me
it.
ask you a
We are
simple
trying to
difference.
map for what.
One is the practice of medicine, the other is education. And let's keep those two a little distinct. That's not.
Dr.
learn the
Tony
market.
Raj and then
I'm
one more person
integration.
there.
And one
What
more
we are
integration.
discussing right now is education for healthcare.
Correct.
Isn't it?
Let's hear.
Utilizing medical informatics or curriculum for medical informatics so that the entire experience of healthcare delivery becomes more robust.
That's
Is what
right.
we are discussing.
So let me just draw the.
Dr. Tony Raj, please.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to draw everyone's attention back to the whole definition we started off this morning saying, what is health informatics? And it's about it's about collecting, processing, managing, and understanding that information. Now, when I opened my statement this morning, I said there are different groups, and I think Dr. Richa has also pointed out a few groups. One is the user group, and this includes the entire ecosystem from doctors to private, primary care, Anganwadi workers to, that's the whole user groups. And those groups need to be trained on different aspects, whether it's using applications, how do you, ensure applications sync, all those are different aspects. The other is the people who implement. That's a different group, because that's where things go wrong and keeps going wrong again and again. And that's where we're looking at, informaticians being part of that group as well, so that when they're implementing, they know what are the pitfalls and they're able to take care. There's the designers. When you're designing systems, today, what we are seeing time and again, and I don't want to get the engineering side upset, but there are engineers who design things without inputs from doctors. And then we have systems where doctors push back. Doctors, you'll find, are the most resistant individuals for implementation of any kind of application, for various reasons. So how do we, I'm looking at an analogy of construction. You take construction, for example, you have architects who are trained in architecture only. You have civil engineers who are trained in implementing. Then you have the masons, and you have a ground force that does your construction. And we don't have something like that in health informatics. The problem is it's so, it's kind of so amorphous, and therefore we are confused. And no one wants to listen. When you go to most hospitals today, they say, IT department kar dunga. They'll just send it to IT department. Where is the informatician? The informaticians are the experts who understand information. And let's keep our focus of education on, yes, can we focus on a group of people who understand how to capture information, process it, store it, and derive sense of that information. And I think if we design our courses that way, yes, they need to understand some technology. I mean, some technology could fail. If they don't understand how a computer works, they're going to not able to understand how, the information is going to flow. So I think let's keep that focus as well.
Could you just pass the mic back there?
Yes, Rishi.
Well, good morning, sir, and good morning. See, I just would like to add on to you, sir. I'm into a digital transformation, precisely to health digital transformation, and 2 years was a great opportunity. Let me tell you that I can't name the organization for whom we work, but the largest and New York stock listed company, entire doctors are today connected through the WhatsApp platform. It's not just an outreach tool. It's a purely a knowledge management platform. Okay, I don't mind saying I just got a permission from them. I can use the name. It's called Doc Vidya. Okay, the Doc Vidya platform of Dr. Reddy's. So I've been part of it. It's not just an outreach part. And why we went about using what the application is, it's about the usability, user interface, simplicity, this lady who was talking when we came. So I would say that it is across right now itself. If anyone is interested, we can just go ahead. Okay, it's not just an outreach, it's purely a knowledge management. You talk anything, we can just replace a Moodle within our WhatsApp. Okay,
let-
that confidently I can tell you, sir.
Yeah. Let me just tell you something. We are not telling that WhatsApp is just only used for some particular purpose. What we are trying to say is, she showed in the morning, right? The slides, right? Where the various roles of different people are going to be there. You can call them all stakeholders. Some will be using data, some will be in the leadership role, etc. So you have various roles which they are going to perform, number one. And second, as sir was saying, don't leave out the specialist. We are not leaving out the specialist. These people may not be medical doctors, but in due course of their work, they will be definitely working with medical personnel. So there is going to be a collaboration between them. So considering what role they are supposed to perform, number one, then with whom they are interacting, number two, we need to identify various skill sets. These skill sets can be either from the basic level, medium level, you go to any level, you call them badge, you call them diploma, certificate. That depends upon the outcome, how we are asking them to train, what skill set they need to be trained on. We need to map that. And then, yes, medium needs to be taken into consideration. Once when we have the skill set mapping, then comes the delivering medium. How it is going to be delivered? Is it better to deliver it through WhatsApp? Should it deliver it through some email? Should it be some offline courses where they can do self-paced? Now, what is dual learning has become the trend, especially after COVID. So are we going to have a dual learning? That will come. But first, we need to understand what they are supposed to do. And then what skill set is needed. And it is not enough what they are supposed to do and what they needed, what they are going to interact with, because the other person's requirements also play a major role in what skill set they are asking. This I'm answering in response to madam's question. Should we have a BSc? Should we have MSc? That comes in the second stage. First, let us map out what are the skills needed for different roles. That was the idea. Then medium will be later.
The challenge is not on what platform we use. The question is, what is the content we want to deliver? That is the biggest challenge, because all of us have our variations in thought. We are all looking at an elephant from our perspective. And as we get into the game, we will realize it is not that tree, it is not that rope you're going to hang on. It's a lot of things. And there's nothing more complex than healthcare. Nothing. And this is the only place where there is a huge asymmetry of knowledge within the workforce. What a doctor says and a doctor does is not understood 9 times out of 10 by other healthcare workers. When I was to teach informatics to my students who are engineers at Purdue, my favorite thing was to ask them, have you been to see a doctor? They all have to go, because you can't come to a hostel and stay in a medical school or a university without a medical checkup. So they all would say yes. And then I would ask them, who in that, because the most important thing in IT is aligning goals. The system has got to support the goals. So I would ask them, who did you meet in the doctor's visit who had the same goal as you? Would anybody like to give an answer to that? What do you think is the patient's goal? Let's think. I beg your pardon? No, get the hell out of there. It's a very simple thing they want, to get the hell out of there. When they meet the front desk person, that's the least educated person, but that least educated person has got gift of the gab, great conversation skills, is the glue that brings the patient back, so that person talks a lot. What's that person's goal? To keep you entertained, because you're going to be late. Okay? No doctor ever runs his clinic in time. So that's that person's goal. Now let's see, who does the patient meet next? He meets a nurse who walks him into the examination room. What is the nurse's duty? What is her duty? To prepare you for the examination. And after the examination to give you the best care. Between examination and best care comes the doctor. What is his goal? Anybody wants to tell me what's the doctor's goal? His goal is very simple. He wants to give the best diagnosis and the right treatment. Not best care. Just remember the difference between him and the nurse. He wants to give you the best diagnosis and the legally right care plan, treatment plan. But the execution of that plan is the nurses. Is there any person in that clinic that the patient has not met? You think I missed somebody? Huh? The administrator. And the administrator is the only person who thinks like the patient. Get the hell out of here, you're blocking my clinic. So you realize it's that thinking process we want you to imbibe. It's that thinking process we must bring into the curriculum. It's not me telling you a story. It's for you to think. After I did this in my 3 years there, one day the students complained to the professor of the department, said, his examples are always medical. Why doesn't he give us the banking example? Banking example has no complexity. I said something more complex. I said buying music. How about that? I took the professor with me to the class and I said, how many of you have bought? And I emphasized the word bought music. Guess what was the response? Zilch. Zero. Nada. The point I'm trying to tell you is we got to make students to think. And let's not get them stuck in technology of the season or technology of the moment. What we need to do is get them the concept. You can use an iPhone, you can use a Samsung, you can use any phone you like. What is the goal? To communicate. And that communication process, how can you make it correct? That's what we need to teach the students. Any thoughts? Any questions? Please go ahead.
I think one of the things that need to be added to the program is things like data source, where you're getting the data source and how to put them together to come up with to do the data analysis. So I think they do need to understand, have some understanding of technology, have understanding of how to capture data and deal with different data sources. So depending on the level, whether it's third year, fourth year of the BS program or MS program, senior person needs to understand how to capture data, whether it's from website or it's from database or different sources, and how to put it together, build a model, and then generate the result that can be beneficial to the leader or the physician.
And to go back to the fact that you're going to give all this kind of education, it should be at multiple degrees of detail. The multiple degrees of detail will allow for offering badges. If the UGC doesn't allow universities to give badges, let universities align with other institutions that can give the badges, that can allow for diplomas and certification. But when it comes to degrees, whatever was taught here, you have to have it a little more when you're putting the degree out. But that relationship has to be focused and formulated here so that it fit like a glove. And nobody is an IT worker, all are health workers. बोलो भाई राजीव, बहुत लिख रहा था भैया, मैं इसकी तरफ देखता नहीं हूँ.
I think you've covered everything in that, what you just said. There are, when we met in the admin chamber there, the first thing that I spoke, and that's what I'm witnessing happening here, the storming that's taking place, and it's fantastic because all this churning is generating gems. The first thing I spoke to them was, I quoted Dr. David Spiegel's book, The Art of Statistics. It says, you want to count the number of trees in your campus. What is the first question you ask? Define a tree. And you'll be surprised, there is actually a definition of a tree. Because if you don't define what you are counting, you will end up counting the cows and the cats and the pillars also there, and you will not be getting a count of what you wanted to actually quantify. That's one. And that's where the importance of vocabulary comes in. And you brought in there, sir, the difference between a platform and an ecosystem. We have to understand what is a platform and what's an ecosystem. Why X cannot be an HIS or an EMR? What's being discussed here. Why it cannot be a repository and can only a different significance. Variance has a very different meaning when you are in the sphere of statistics. We tend to use terms from lay person's language. And that's where we keep stumbling. And that's where A does not understand what B is saying because B is speaking in a different ecosphere. C is imagining something else. When I'm standing in front of a tiger and I'm saying food, the tiger thinks I am food and I think something else. The food is different for the tiger and for me. So that's where the standardization comes in. So what you said, sir, about digital literacy, I don't know who you brought out that thing, that you should know the vocabulary, you should know the three things which were there, and then you can be digitally literate. You may not be a programmer, you may not be a coder, you are a user, a trained user, and a trained user is very, very important. And the second thing, after the definition of the tree that I stressed upon was, what should be the format of education? Should it be a pipeline where you enter from one end and come out at the other end at the end of 2 years? Or can we have the option of people coming in, taking a dip in the pond and going out with some value addition? That is exactly what the digital literacy you were talking about, sir. And the pipeline is the structured diploma or degree program that we can have. I've got many thoughts, but then that will become a lecture. I just thought I'd share these things with you.
No, you hit very important aspects of it. The fact is, we should realize we are using many words and they don't mean the same to all of us.
So I'll just take one more minute here. A lot of literature was shared in the WhatsApp group that we had, sir, in the formative phase here. The literature itself shows the diversity of definitions of what is health informatics. It spans from bioinformatics, goes into HIS, EMR, IoT, wearables, goes into data analytics as well. That's how wide the field is. And we need to understand that the requirements for each of these fields is different. What HIS needs is different from what data analytics needs. What HIS can deliver is very different from what data analytics can deliver. And we are at the cusp of transition. I'll just take 30 seconds here. We in the developing world have people who have moved from telephones to mobile computing without having been through the phase of computers, without going through the phase of desktop computers. That's the reality in the wide population. They learned their computing on their mobile phones. But we have, we in the field of health informatics are maybe missing one very important transition. We are jumping to data analytics without having been through the HIS and EMR phase. We need to understand these are two separate, related hills, but they are two huge hills. They are two huge mountains in themselves. We'll just.
And to your complications we are talking, we got to add the fact we also have in India multiple languages.
Yes.
We haven't touched upon it, but we have to make a possibility that we empower people, because not everybody is going to be adept in English. And we have to start looking at a workforce that is not English literacy driven. Scary, right? But you got to think it's been a lot of nice thoughts. I see a hand up. Go ahead, Rishi. No talking about technology.
So it may be easy for you to teach in Bengal in Bengali, because you're a Bengali yourself.
Go ahead, Rishi.
Complimenting him, and thank you, sir. I was just thinking that, after 1 hour, I heard a word called patient in this entire ecosystem, So I felt like my thoughts that it should be a patient-centered health informatics, because today you take it from a drug discovery to everyone is focusing on patient, and keeping this patients and health informatics in a core, we can combine HIT, which we have been talking about, HIM, we all know about it. And to add on, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't know your name. What he was talking was more from a digital knowledge, from which would comprise of from the IoT to user experience design to course curriculum. Okay, so that's what I was thinking, that can we think this way?
You missed the early morning, we did talk patients. So, I mean, they'll all agree with me. But the fact is, you're not wrong. We have to keep enriching the place. We have to keep all options open. Pandemic gave us a great breakthrough of technology adoption. That cycle went up. WhatsApp became commonplace. WhatsApp introduced video. And I have some college friends in Delhi. All they did was take care of COVID, but they did it through WhatsApp. So the point is, if we go to the informatics thing, I want the data there. I want it there forever. I want to be making use of that data that I don't make the mistakes again. And those are the kind of things that make a system vision very important. Now, is the system vision going to be like the old HIS systems? No, they will change. We will have application for appointment. We'll have an application you already have in India. What's that name of the company from Bangalore? Practo. Practo does it. So now they only do appointments. In America, we had a company called Appointments Are Us. So the point is, these applications will come. There will be an application to handle information from a clinical encounter. We are already seeing Teams enable collaboration. So technology is going to keep changing. The key is our students have to learn that this new technology allows these powerful points, and for my work, which is the goal of my system, these I must adopt, and these I must forget. The biggest one I'll tell you, I mean, I have been a CIO
So I'll share with you that I never allowed in my organization the simple solution of a Samsung phone. No Android devices. You'll say you are a dictator. Yes, I was a dictator. Why? Because I don't want my hospital system to be hacked. As a CIO, that became my job. Cybersecurity was my work. Now, if it's my work, what will I do? Don't do it. Don't allow. Permit anything, you're promoting that. That's a fundamental thing of anything from conversation to operation. To permit something, you promote it. So sometimes you have to nip the conversation because we can't do it.
So do we have something like hackathon here in this institute?
Well, all in good time, one of these days. See, you're already jumping back to technology. That's how I can bring you back.
Again, I'll just tell you, see, technology is something I would say that I can buy it, okay, because I'm a techno commercial guy. Today, technology is very cheap. Example, I'll tell you, today we are not sitting for LMS as a technology. The content development is the difficult thing.
Exactly.
You got it? So I would always say hackathon is not about technology cracking. It's about solving the patient problems. Okay. So I was just asking from the college management, do we have something like hackathon here?
Well, General Ashok Singh will answer that. We're not done a hackathon yet, have we? So down the line, it will happen because remember, the program began exactly with COVID. Today I'm sitting here with this. Half the day I keep pulling it up, then I forget and I put it down. So the point is, change will come in good time.
The doctors here have, every Wednesday, they have a clinical meeting kind of. So that is, you could call it that.
You see, the kind of hackathon that you're talking about is what we've been, the concept has been introduced and it has been practiced in various such fora, but this is purely a forum for identification of a curriculum of the proposed health workforce. Like for telemedicons, we have been having hackathons for medical informatics conferences and gatherings. We've been having hackathons with very excellent results. Possibly, the identified participants can create their own group for a series of hackathons, which I'm sure a person like you would delight in, and which would help the entire effort for developing usable tools, simple tools for benefit of the patients to be used by the technologists and the doctors. Yes, I can give you an example. Like I am working on a philanthropic basis with a concern called Tata Foundation, and we have something called Digital Impact Square. DISQ is the short form for that, and we pick up young entrepreneurs and innovators who submit their ideas, and there is a committee that selects certain ideas and we incubate them, whether online, offline. Right now, it's because of COVID times, it is online only, not in a physical incubator. But those forums are also used something like akin to a hackathon, where we encourage people to develop apps like this, and then we decide which to pick up. So yes, excellent idea.
Sir, I will say that, hackathon is just a keyword to grab their attention. What we did is that I'm purely a content guy. We went with a content hackathon so that the ecosystem can participate. And XYZ, let's say, and a Novartis comes, Mylan comes, their leader comes to my ecosystem, that's my university, and work towards developing what they needed to solve their problem. So hackathon is just a keyword because everyone like to be attached to it. But that could be anything which
you're talking about a slightly higher level where aggregates of people who are already identified get together.
Exactly.
Groups of people.
Yeah.
I'm talking about individuals.
Yeah.
I want to add one thing in respect for this university achievement. Their students come from this entire state. They are not Jaipurias. And that to me is a huge impressive fact that the intent to be educated in this area of literacy is statewide. And they've been able to communicate that. And when we are talking, we can keep talking, but there's lunch waiting for you all. So I don't want to stand between the lunch and this hard work. Go have a bite and come back. We'll be more aggressive in our conversation. And just for another piece of information, the leadership of this university, and I am no leader here, I just am a thinker, they have adopted the effort to go into medications reconciliation. My friend, that's bigger hackathon than anything you can hack about. 98,000 patients die a year in the United States, where we have absolute figures from medical disasters. Let's remember, if we can remove that in this one hospital, Jaipur, we are on a path of great success. We will be 2.8 billion soon. Just be careful. With that said, you're all welcome to go and get lunch. Our leadership to take you to lunch is Abhishek, aage niklo.
You disturb the children.
I had to do that. No.
Sir, saw that point.
That's what I. That's
We will
why
work on
I
it. This is a good concept, and we can do it. This is fine. We should do it.
I thought we would have.
अब ठीक हो गया। ये स्विच ऑन रखा करो इसको सब।
stories. And these stories are merely representative of what sadly happens in our country several thousand times a day. A 55-year-old lady with a 2 centimeter by 2 centimeter lump in her breast goes to a non-accredited, goes to a qualified surgeon, but not accredited for oncosurgery. And after a questionable fine needle aspiration cytology biopsy, FNAC, is told that the patient is going to require a radical mastectomy and removal of all the lymph nodes on the same side, on the ipsilateral side. So she comes to see Helena and me, and we provide this physician advocacy pro bono. And we refer her to Dr. Vinay Deshmane, who's the head of the Hinduja Hospital breast cancer unit. He follows very well established evidence-based guidelines, protocols, and the lady has a core biopsy. The entire molecular and tumor markers and the genome of the tumor is mapped so as to influence and predicate the subsequent treatment. Has a PET scan, the spread is is not beyond the 2 centimeter by 2 centimeter lump. And the patient undergoes surgery with just a lumpectomy, radiation, and then chemotherapy. A few weeks later, she sends Helena and I pictures of her trekking in Kashmir. The second story, sadly, does not have a happy ending. Just last week, 69-year-old lady goes in for a cervical biopsy, completely fit and well, walks in to a very, let's say, low resource setting, and is scheduled to have a cervical biopsy and a hysteroscopy, which look at any international evidence-based guideline. It's to be done usually as a daycare and usually under local anesthesia. But this gynecologist decides to do it under spinal anesthesia. And sadly, within half an hour of administration of the spinal anesthesia, the lady goes into cardiac arrest and dies. At that family table, there's one chair that's empty. This is a preventable error that took place that resulted in the lady's death. So I'm going to ask you two questions, which Khalid knows this gentleman. He's one of the founding fathers of American patient safety. His name is Lucian Leape, L-E-A-P-E. And whenever he addresses an audience like this, he asks these two questions, which I'm going to throw open to the audience. If you were to go into hospital today, you or your relatives, what do you think would be the top 2 factors that will predicate you having a good outcome? Anyone? Top 2 factors that will predicate you having a good outcome.
One is competency in everything, be it surgical abilities, diagnostics and everything. And the other thing I would consider is ethics.
So both those factors are important, competency and ethics. But the top 2 factors that predicate you having a good outcome is first, whether you have someone with you in hospital. Think how counterintuitive this is. Arey boss, Bridge Candy Hospital पहुंच गए ना? अरे boss, Hinduja Hospital, AIMS पहुंच गए, Manipal Hospital पहुंच गए, बच गए. On the contrary, you've gone from the aircraft terminal building into the aircraft. That first Venflon cannula that goes in, your risk profile has changed because hospitals are inherently dangerous places. So you need someone with you. I won't waste time on the examples that many of us in this area are familiar with, where had someone been present, the outcome would have been very different. But the second factor that will predicate you having a good outcome is how well informed are you about the decisions that we as providers are going to make. How well informed are you? Doc, you think it's X, but why can't it be Y? Doc, why can't you do this under local? Why do you need to do a spinal? What are the complications of a spinal anesthesia? is the anesthetist who's going to be present, is he or she competent enough to resuscitate me? Should I have a vasovagal syncope? Should I go into bradycardia and hypotension? And this asymmetry of information is what lies at the heart of quality. Can I ask another set of questions? How many deaths do you think occur in India per year? Preventable hospital deaths per year. Does anyone want to have a shot at it? How many preventable hospital deaths per year are there in our country? I think this reflects the fact that we don't know. There was a seminal paper, and Khalid and I spoke about this when I first met him about 15 years ago in the US, that came out of the Institute of Medicine in 1999 called To Err is Human. At that time, it was estimated by Lucian Leib, David Bates, and others that there were 100,000 deaths per year in America that were preventable. The most recent figure, despite all the movement in America, in the West on patient safety, that figure is now 400,000. If America's population today is 350 million and ours is 4 times that, almost exactly 1.4 billion, just multiply 100,000, just multiply the figure of 400,000 by 4, you've got 1.6 million deaths per year in hospitals alone that are preventable. That's a shocking figure. Earlier this week, I don't know if you followed the news, the China Eastern plane crashed unexpectedly an hour into its flight. 132 people died. They've just recovered the black box. That's like 33 planes dying, crashing every day in India. 4,400, if you agree with this extrapolation of numbers, that if the US has 400,000 preventable deaths per year today, and our population is 4 times that, a simple extrapolation is 4,400 deaths per day. That's 33 737s that crashing every day. Healthcare in India is unregulated. It's not under-regulated. Our business in Goa is hospitality and construction. Both are regulated. Not very well, but they are regulated. But healthcare is unregulated. Any group of us could set up a hospital, irrespective of our accreditation, perform any procedure, any inputs, any outputs, any outcomes, nothing to declare, no black box to be recovered. You can sign the certificate as to whatever you say. It's completely unregulated. And therefore, we as informaticians, we are custodians of data. It behoves us, it's our responsibility as alchemists to convert that data and make the outcomes and the purpose of informatics meaningful. And there are 2 areas that I would like to ask my questions. I know Vasumati would have her own question, but the 2 areas that I would like to focus our questions on, consider yourself, and this is my view, consider yourself as not successful in informatics if you haven't addressed the asymmetry of information that exists between the provider and the patient. Much more so in India, because as a consultant in intensive care at St. Mary's Hospital in London, there were times when I couldn't do a procedure or I couldn't give another dose of fentanyl, and the nurse would act as the patient advocate and say, "Doc, I don't think that's the correct dose. You want to give IVIG? Look it up. The dose is 1 gram per kg. You're giving 2 grams per kg. Tell me the evidence and we'll follow what you say." We don't have we don't have patient advocates in this country. Unfortunately, for economic, socio-demographic reasons, nurses are unable. They are not encouraged to be advocates. And when you have this Jenga, this game children play of unregulated healthcare, with a lack of a patient safety regulatory authority, lack of accountability, and it's a recipe for disaster. So one area which informaticians must focus on is give patients more information. Give them enough information to challenge you and say, "Doc, you think it's X, why can't it be Y?" Each in their own authentic way. And the second is, if you are not measuring outcomes, if you're not collecting data to measure the outcomes of care, the functional outcomes that patients have, Not the inputs and outputs. Inputs and outputs are necessary, but outcomes. Tony talked about it this morning in the first session. We need to have measurable outcomes. And unless we can build sophisticated care pathway and apps and electronic medical records and decision supports, and we can enjoy our journeys as glorified techies. But if you really want to make a difference in medical informatics, then we have to focus on these two areas: the asymmetry of information where patients are concerned, and in measurable outcomes given to patients by providers. So with that background, my questions are going to be related to these two areas. And if I can start with you, Tony, you had a head start and gave us an introduction to patient outcomes. Tell us what's your vision for the future. And I know you're based at St. John's. Both my partner, Helena, and my brother went to that as institution. I'm really impressed with the kind of medical education. But tell me, Tony, what do you see? What can the St. John's informatics team in its own way do to address these two areas?
Thank you. So, thank you, Joe, for that question. In terms of what do we see as a future, the ultimate future in as an informatician, or what do organizations like ours want to ultimately see from a patient's perspective? For a long time, just to go back a little, we've been focusing on patient information. Even that was my start of my career, building health content for lay people. As you rightly said, usually it's a top-down approach. A patient comes, the doctor says, take this, go back, right? They don't even ask. I mean, most of our patients come from, poor literate backgrounds. So now we do have a missing gap. So we tried to fill that. In 2007, we actually built a touchscreen kiosk, and I was sharing this with Dr. Moidu, where we kept these kiosks just outside the OPD, where patients, in that 3-minute dialogue they have with the doctor, they're told you're diabetic, you do these tests, you come back after 3 days. They still don't know what is diabetes. So this we made in local languages. We didn't put sound at that time, but it helped. We actually did a study of usability of such a kind of tool. But this is again just a tech way of solving a problem. The bottom line is humans are needed in this whole ecosystem. For patient satisfaction is a simple measure. We are not measuring it. Today, yes, any BH has come, and all these quality, hospitals are being pushed to have quality systems. One important metric is patient satisfaction. Patients are today questioning systems. And I think that's an interesting move. As informaticians, how do we sort this out? We should facilitate this whole feedback, patient feedback. Today, as you said, we're not capturing because there's EHR. Everyone hides behind paper records because you can make mistakes, it gets buried, right? And it just, goes into a black box. With systems available where there's transparent data, outcomes are measurable, audits can happen. And I think if we are going to design pipelines of data and architect systems, that's something we need to keep in mind. Keeping this whole, if the patient is at the center, it's not only the clinical data, it's also qualitative feedback from the patient. See, one of the things is sometimes we don't listen to patients. Patients may be telling you, I've got this issue. I'll give you an example which happened a couple of weeks ago. It was at Hope. My mother-in-law she's living on one kidney and for 50 years, and she suddenly started having, urine outputs that started dipping. Now, a lot of debate, do we take her to the hospital? No, it's a Saturday evening. Weekends is a wrong time to take anyone to any hospital. But we finally decided that we would take her. And as usual, they looked at everything. They said, no problem with the bladder. But we insisted, no, you need to keep her and investigate further. And when they did, they found a stricture in her ureter. If I were to just go with the doctor and say, thank you, there's nothing, we would have taken her home. Actually, we pushed. We said, do the whole workup. And finally, we realized that creatinine was 2, and she was going down. And that's So this is an example where if we just blindly, and most of our populations will blindly accept what the health system tells you. If we have a system wherein this is captured, fed back to the patient saying, this is what you have. And I think that it's a big puzzle, but where do we start? How do we get this information flowing across patient, doctor, health professional, nurses? I think that's something we should keep for a different discussion. But again, now since our focus on curriculum development, we need to keep this in mind of, finally patient engagement is an important component. Did I answer your question?
So just to take on what you said right now, would you think that in the curriculum, we could add this component of patient education and how we go about it? I think it's very vital now because every now and then on Facebook, I see some doctor writing about the Google educated patients with a disdain kind of a thing. Yes, there are people who just look up nonsense and come and say something, no question. But there are people who would have good questions, but that's already the doctor is on his or her guard. That's because that's what they've been taught, that, as you just said, that you're trained to be earlier in the morning. I think it was Dr. Raji who said we have to be like parents and whatever. All that is right. But it is time for a big change here. And how do we introduce the change would probably be something that I would, at this point, talk as a patient and ask this question.
So yeah, I think that's an important component of, how do you curate information and provide it to a patient in simple language. And that's what we did for quite some time. And we were fortunate to be part of the entire team, the working group that helped design the entire DPR for the National Health Portal. And that was our vision when in 2010, when we presented it to the Ministry of Health, that there should be multilingual information available to every layperson in the country. Of course, not that they had access to the internet, but even that we said, even at a primary care level, if information can reach them in some way, whether it's audio, whether it's by print, because people may not be able to read. That was a vision in our DPR, which went out to the government. And of course, the National Health Portal was set up, but still we see a big gap in the final implementation, the way we envisioned it. But I hope that going forward, every group and students or people in the health informatics, because health information is not just what we collect from hospitals, but it's information that comes out of from research. Today, a research paper comes out. How do we interpret it and tell a patient, if you have this BRCA gene, what does it mean to you? No, they just tell you, you have this gene, you have estrogen positive cancer. They don't understand what does it mean. We need informaticians who are able to digest that information. That's where we need other medical staff, dentists and others, or doctors to help in that, who understand medical terminology, simplify it, digest it, and give it to end users.
So this now you could call it selfish interest as well, but why is it in India, the focus has not been made that librarians could be pushed to getting further trained and getting into this, because they can work pretty well with the doctors, dentists, etc. Because they can be, it is in their basic curriculum to search well and get out first. It was in the print, now it's on the internet, etc. But they should be an important part of this entire thing, both for providing information to the medical people as well as to the patients. Because in the US, I see so many librarians being involved in providing information to patients.
Clinical rounds, they're part of the clinical
That's clinical rounds, but also to give information to patients, because I'm part of the medical librarians group in the US and the clinical librarians group in the UK and all that. Everywhere they're doing it. Here on the National Medical Commission's website, I see nothing about libraries and librarians. And I think it's a criminal omission, really criminal omission, because we need a new breed of them coming. Plus we need the existing ones to be told, get trained in this or remain at your level. And that's something, unless the medical people, the dental people, the nursing people all ask for this, it's not going to happen. There's no point in somebody like me yelling about it.
I would only add one.
National Medical Library came up, and there was this program of the Government of India. Well, people who have been involved with the National Health Portal must be knowing about it. The National Knowledge Commission. There was this idea that was mooted because you see, we have LIMS, Library Information Management Systems, to be integrated with the National Medical Library. The NML itself has a very robust website. So I think, in my personal opinion, it needs a fair amount of updating. But yes, I do agree with you that the National Medical Commission needs to take a very serious look at how to integrate librarians, especially knowledge management. I would not like to just use the word librarian because it's very specific, very niche. The concept of knowledge management integrating into healthcare management. I think it's really well.
I actually want to clarify to all of you. This question is policy. Policy we can't solve here. So can we pass ahead? Dr. Patni, let Ashok Singh go first, and then you come.
Sir, if I may, like this is very little bit. If we do not create a groundswell of opinion, policies will never change.
Brother, none of us are in policy. Anybody here in policy? You are your sole person. That's what I'm telling you.
There's a concept of
He's also been there. He's arguing of acknowledging it.
Past is past.
बात करने दे यार.
Right.
Hello. I see a job opportunity for health
Absolutely.
informatics.
That is how I would like you to present.
Health informatic person, and that is care management. Care management is a concept where a team looks after the entire care of a person, especially the chronic cases where you look at it. So all those entrepreneurs who are there and startups where they create care management groups, and it'll work out wonders.
I agree entirely with that. That's why I was going to say, let's shift talking policy to productive workforce. And in workforce, this has a role, a huge role. And to share with you, those of you who don't know, there's something called in America as HealthWise. It's a product in the market since the 90s. And the man who developed it is a good friend of mine. He commercialized, he monetized, he took leave. That's good. But what's happened since then is, as General Ashok Singh said, we have now case managers. These case managers are not managers in the clinical sense, but information sense, empowering people with how to take care of themselves. By doing the Google search, giving it to the doctor confirming it works, right? The person then translates it in a language understood by the patient. It takes the load off the doctor, trying to take time to explain, and gives it to a new set of workforce that will help them. It will help the nation. The new set of workforce will do a great job. We'll get great quality outcomes. I am one person. I confessed in public, and then I cried for 10 seconds, fake cry. But the thing is, when I pushed the electronic medical record down the doctor's throats, I created the most expensive data entry clock. It's true. It's something we got to think about. When we were discussing earlier about ecosystems and opportunities, what we brought with us was those medical records that the doctor wrote into the electronic form, and we still kept him as the author. In 2012 in America, I was part of the ARC, Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality. We did a project where I, as a doctor, did not enter the data, but a medical assistant could, and he would sign it. It would be then responsible for me to oversee and accept. But it saved me from taking about 40 minutes to enter data, to 5 minutes to review, and add my 5 other comments.
So things happen. Yes, Bharat, we got to move to the next topic. Please.
Just before showing my small presentation, because Tony reminded of the National Health Portal, I have been part of this team for writing the DPR. And then when we took over, I mean, in the DPR itself, we had said at least 12 languages. We started with 5, it's still there, only 5. Although while I was there, I was trying all 23, but it doesn't progress. The other thing which happened, and I think even for this curriculum, we need to keep that in mind, because internet, not just then, but even now, it's not available everywhere. So we had made that toll-free voice web. So 1-800-110-114. So that number, if you call toll-free, you get the information, whatever is available in all those languages, 5 languages which are available. But unfortunately, I mean, the National Health Portal is not where it is. So I'll just show my presentation.
Can I just add one?
Yeah.
While he's getting it going.
Yeah, Bharat, go.
So I spoke to one of the leading hospitals last week on Stanford X patient advocacy group. They're running a very new kind of cancer therapy. If you ever have any of your patients come in and design the process of how you bring in a new patient on onboarding or bringing in a new patient, and they said, no, we never thought of it. And they said, it won't work in India because this is what you're talking is about Stanford. And I said, no, it's actually much more required in India. And I walked around with these people and I said, okay, take me to the room where the attendants sit, the point you were making. And I said, did anybody speak to the attendant? And they said, no, we don't need to, because the guy who's doing the therapy knows what to do. I said, you got it wrong. You need to speak to the attendant there. So I totally believe in what you're saying.
Go ahead, sir.
I think it's time for postprandial siesta. So just for a change, this was originally planned in the Mentimeter so that you could actually go for an online poll. It's not there, but the questions are still there. So I'll just show the questions and maybe 1 or 2 slides on the possibilities. So this was supposed to be the first question. In fact, morning also we had talked about it. In fact, Dr. Nagra was also saying about it. So which one do you think, when we are talking about educating people on health informatics, which would be the best way? Pedagogy means the science of teaching to children. Andragogy is the science of teaching to adults. Heutagogy is the science of self-determined learning. And 4th option is, of course, none of the above. So which one would the audience prefer of these 4 options? Pedagogy, andragogy, heutagogy, or none of the above? Major General Singh says C, and I think most of them agree. And that brings to what you said in the morning, self-directed learning. And that's not just for the doctors or healthcare providers, but also for the patients. So I think that's most important. And because the title of this chat session, this is supposed to be a chat session, is Health Informatics Education Then and Now. So when we started, maybe pedagogy and andragogy was there, but now I think it's time to go ahead. So anyway, I won't go into the theory part. Yes, talked about it. Then this is the other question which came in. When we are talking to diverse groups, the same thing may appear differently to different people, whether it's a 6 or a 9, whether this is a duck or a rabbit. Whoever says whichever one, I think you can always say it could be a rabbit, it could be a duck, it could be 6, it could be 9. No one is wrong. Everyone is right, but you can't work with that.
Could be a platypus too.
It's a platypus? Now that's a funny platypus.
Good. So, of course, for interdisciplinary teams, we definitely need a lot of things. Essentially is don't sneer or jeer. And that what happens. I mean, I know best. Who the hell are you teaching me this? So that sort of thing. Your favorite SFIA, the skills framework for information age. And I think we'll discuss more about this tomorrow. So wherever you are, whichever job you join, whichever position, whatever be your experience or expertise, you have to go through certain steps. You don't start, even if you are at the topmost position, you don't really start doing the things which would need some time to get into. This was the second question. Which is the best possible modality for imparting education on health informatics or digital health? Face-to-face or offline or contact or online classes only? Third is blended learning like flipped classroom, and D, of course, none of the above.
Blended.
Again, everyone is for blended learning. So when we are developing the curriculum, I think we have to keep that in mind. in general, curriculum development always thinks that all the sessions are contact classes. Even the lecture, tutorial, practical, it's given that way. 3 hours lectures, 1 hour tutorial, 2 hours practicals, or 3 hours practicals. So even if it is that way, whether it's offline or online, that's very important. In fact, in the new institute that I have joined, the first semester, I've taken all the classes from Delhi entirely remotely, 100% online. Their university end semester exam was also 100% online. Of course, it was not the ideal one. They were just, I think, 60 MCQs. Multiple choice questions are always not the best. And if you go by Bloom's taxonomy, although you can theoretically check level 5 or 6, but usually it doesn't go beyond 3, 1, 2, or 3 only. So we have to keep that in mind when we are talking about curriculum, when we're talking about the modalities. We must keep blended learning in mind, irrespective of the level, whether it's a certificate or badge or diploma or degree. This is from Shortliv's book. I mean, this figure is very old. It was there right from the first edition, but this is in the 5th edition. And as you can see, things which have been added: learning health systems, big data analytics. All these things are now coming in. The ultimate goal remains the same, but now the horizon has increased. As Feynman would have said, I mean, ever expanding boundaries of ignorance. So our boundaries of ignorance is growing and growing faster and larger. But this we have to keep in mind. Again, when we are talking about curriculum development, this is very important. Because the purpose, all evidence-based medicine, all up-to-date technology, anything and everything, if it doesn't support the person in front of me, that one individual, then nothing really matters. This is, again, an interesting thing. We talked about the National Medical Commission, the predecessor, the erstwhile Medical Council of India. They had actually made a competence-based medical education 2018 document, and they had written a lot of goals for the Indian medical graduate, of which this was of interest, the goal for learners, section 2.3.2. It says that Indian medical graduate should be a leader and member of the healthcare team and system with appropriate capabilities to do what? That's the question. Do with health data. So they are talking about health data, and they're expecting the Indian medical graduate to be familiar with and capable of collect, analyze, and synthesize, communicate, or all of the above. Which one is given there in the goal of the competence-based medical education of the erstwhile MCI? And NMCA also goes on with that. So the National Medical Commission expects each and every medical graduate to be a leader and member of the healthcare team and system with appropriate capabilities to do what with health data? Which one? All of the above. That's a great thing. So we already have it, and it's a formal document, and National Medical Commission also owns it fully. Yeah, it's there. I mean, they're continuing. They have not changed this. Although the practical parts, the details, the devil is in the details. Nothing is there. And even in all those orientation and everything. In fact, this time in the orientation, they removed the computer part. They said, no, nothing to do with computers. This time, because of the COVID pandemic, the time is short. So remove computers first. That's how the classes are going on right now. So these are the competencies. Next, 4th question was this. Digital health literacy is essential for, I mean, this is, of course, there's no right or wrong answer here. Conventional healthcare delivery, information-based health policies, problem-based learning, or objective structured clinical examination with OSCE. Where do you think it's most applicable? Digital health literacy. I mean, without that, you can't do. Some of these you can do even without digital health literacy. Which one you really need badly? Where would you think digital health literacy would be of some practical use? Actually, it's for information-based health policy making, though policy is not in that. And if you look at the global strategy on digital health 2020 to 2025, now WHO has got a division of digital health. These are the definitions. If anyone is interested, digital literacy, when we talk about it, ability to find, evaluate, and compose clear information through writing and other media on various digital platforms. I mean, how best to use a web browser, or how used to best use a search engine like Google. Unfortunately, most of us actually don't even know how to use Google. And Vasumati actually does those trainings. Of course, she does more on PubMed, but I think you should include Google as a major chapter, because I repeat, most of us do not know how to search through Google. And when I tell the students, many teachers also get upset, not to say the students. And I tell any student, I always encourage them to ask questions, but I say, you don't come to me without doing Google. Only after you do Google and find some answers or part of it, and then you have confusion, come to me. Otherwise, it won't be of much use. But then people feel that, oh, Google, koi bhi kar sakta hai. In fact, what Vasumati was saying, that's called Googleopathy. Googleopathy is the new disease on the block, whereby the patient tells the doctor which medicines to prescribe. That's Googleopathy. And data literacy is, again, ability to collect, manage, evaluate, and apply data in a critical manner. The keyword here is critical. I mean, you should be able to argue with data, not just read, work, analyze, but argue with data. I mean, and that's where, again, I mean, why it's important. I mean, we don't even know which data is important for what. I mean, suppose we want to really measure, you are talking about measurable outcomes, whether the newborn child is growing properly. Now, if we measure the thickness of the hair, will that be a good measure? Doesn't mean anything. Height and weight really reflect something, that whether the growth is normal or not. But so we need to choose the data judiciously. And that's unfortunately not happening. And like in the morning, we were talking about information overload. We have all these variables, the Fitbits, IoT, everything. A lot of information is coming. And obviously, patient rightfully expects the doctor to decide the management based on those daily continuous activities. But if they come with the data sheet, the doctors are at a loss. What to see, what not to see, and what is useful. And so data literacy, not just for the patients, but also for the healthcare providers, it's very important. So when we talk digital health literacy, essentially it's a combination of the two, digital literacy and health data literacy. And there are lots of literature on it. So I'm sharing this right now in the group. I'm sharing this. You can go through those articles. I mean, it's quite extensive, and exactly what are the things going on. And this is the last question. So health data literacy is becoming more and more necessary, since globally people are A, using Google for self-diagnosis, B, preserving paper medical records, C, using wearable fitness devices, and D, cursing the COVID-19 pandemic. Tricky one, yes, indeed. Multiple choice questions are meant to be that.
Cursing the COVID-19 pandemic.
Obviously, the answer is C. I said just now, no? Wearable fitness device. You get a lot of information, but you don't know what to do with it. You shouldn't throw it away either, because it may not be entirely useless. But then which part is useful? Finding that, again, is not an easy task. And again, there are lots of literature on that. So I think I'll end my presentation here. This is the National Commission for Allied and Healthcare Professions Act 2021, which was signed by the President and notified duly in the Gazette on 28th of March 2021. That's almost a year back, but the commission is yet to be formed. And within this National Commission, and there would be also equivalent state commissions, there would be 10 National Skill Councils and equivalent state councils, of which the 10th one is Health Information Management and Health Informatics Professionals. So National Skill Council for Health Information Management and Health Informatics Professionals. So that is a council is supposed to come up, which is hopefully would be interested in the curriculum that we are preparing. So we are ahead of the curve. The moment it's there, we can always go to them and say, this is it. Whether they'll listen, that's another thing. But this is what is it. And I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
As always, Professor Suptan is precise. Where's our moderator? You taken off, brother? Ma'am, you can go ahead and ask a question. I'll just share two thoughts with you all. One was about this information overload. And this gentleman gave me a book called Every Patient Has a Story. It's written by a doctor. Her name is Lisa Sanders. And Lisa used to be in Waterbury while I was in Norwalk, so we were friends. And she has written a regular column in the New Yorker describing clinical cases and the information issues around it. She described in one of the chapters, it's chapter 3,
I got to remember it because he keeps asking me if I ever read it. And the chapter 3 is about a physician, a senior physician taking a clinical round. And when he asked the resident, how did you come to this conclusion? The young lady answered, I Googled it. It was a time in the late 90s, we would be offended if you told us Google was telling you and not your professor. But today the table has turned. Life has progressed ahead. We need to accept it. But the important thing is also to teach the people bringing this information how to recognize what is accurate and evidence and what is inaccurate and an opinion. At times an opinion may be right, but data is always speaking the truth. The only thing you don't know is, and that you've got to read the paper for, is was this data collected correctly? Data quality. And the input of data is very critical. I can ramble along, and I'll give others a chance.
You know, I'd like to throw it to the audience to say, do you have any questions for any of us on the panel on this area specifically of how do we empower patients when it comes to addressing the imbalance, the asymmetry of information that exists? Or in how do we measure, how do we, as informaticians, as custodians of high quality data, how do we measure the success of our endeavors in terms of improving the functional outcomes for patients? Does anyone in the audience have some questions? I have some, see some hands being raised. Yes, sir.
I think there is a procedure for consents, which is specified in the quality guidelines across India. And most hospitals take blanket consent. If we can have, if we can strengthen that process, where the information that is shared with the patient is given in multiple languages before the consent is taken and standardized and audited and being auditable, it would help a lot, because right now consents are signed without any patient education.
It's putting the cat before the horse. That's unfortunately procedural thing. You as admin should stop it.
Dr. Joseph brought in a very important point, which is that of patient empowerment and quality of patient care. There are two components I would like to talk about here, but before that, how many of us in the auditorium are doctors? Any pathy? Yeah, I see some frozen shoulders, hands not going up well, but that's okay. A friend was doing MRCP in UK, and she prescribed the medicine, and the patient's mother, this was a pediatric case, the patient's mother said, "Are you sure you remember the dosage?" This is 95, 96. We in India pride ourselves on memorizing the dosages. The entire pharmacology, we pride on it. How many milligrams per kg, how many milligrams per surface area. Over there, unless you have opened the BNF in front of the patient is not satisfied, and the patient is well within her or his rights to question you. How many of us have had this experience in the Indian healthcare setup? I don't think, at least me, no, I have not had. But taking it a little step further, that's patients. Within the hospital system, we have a power distance. The resident cannot question. The pharmacist cannot question the doctor. The nurse cannot come and say, "Doctor, would you like to have a look at this thing? Again, I think this medicine is already there, or maybe this dose is not right." This is part of what we do in the NABH training as well, because when we talk of empowerment, there is a twofold empowerment. There's a knowledge empowerment, and then there's the psychological empowerment. Psychologically, you are empowered. You know that even if I ask this question, nothing wrong will happen to me. And these lessons have been taken from CRM, that's Cockpit Resource Management. I am an aerospace medicine person as well, and I am a trained pilot as well. Many an aircraft have gone down with all their passengers because the co-pilot did not have the guts to tell the pilot, the captain, that things were going south. It was there for everyone to see, but the captain was too big. He did not see it. And the same thing happens in our OTs as well, in our medical practice as well. The big doctor thinks he's too big, does not have to look at something, and the junior doctors do not have the courage to inform them. The second point that you spoke about was measuring patient satisfaction. I think this was brought out by Dr. Tony Raj also. Patient satisfaction is a very tricky slope. Because the satisfaction is determined not by the competencies of the doctor, but by the overall experience, how good the food was, what was the ambience like, what were the smells there, what was the tone of someone's talking to you, and all that stuff. But there's another thing which is being practiced now, which is PROM. In gynecology, it used to be a very dangerous thing. But in PROM, in our sphere, is patient-reported outcome measurement. This measures the quality of life of the patient after the treatment has been given. How has it impacted your life? So PROM is a tool which is available, is being practiced. It's available around the world now. So I just thought I'll share these two things with you. Thank you very much for bringing the quality aspect and patient empowerment into the forefront. Thank you.
You know, just a comment, and then I'm dropping the mic like Obama did. The comment is, you know, we have to solve safety first before we start thinking of quality. And to talk about quality at this stage in India is a distraction. I'm not saying we shouldn't endeavor any. But fundamentally, you have to be safe. Yesterday, we flew from Goa via Indore to Jaipur. The first thing we all look for is safely landing at your destination. And then comes the quality of the services and the flight. Tomorrow, we'll talk much more about this, but my journey in the US was basically in trying to fix diagnosis decision error. But having spent a long time, raised a lot of money, and sold a lot of software, I still feel if I was asked for advice or gyan, as they say, it would be that, you know, we could all find interesting things that keep us as informaticians, as med doctors, enjoying technology and data and all these words that are bandied about now, analytics. But if we don't address the asymmetry of information, I'm sorry, I'm sounding like a stuck record. And if we think of innovative ways, because the 2001 Nobel Prize for Economics was won by these three people, Stiglitz, Akerlof, and Spencer, and they wrote this paper on the impact of the asymmetry of information. It was called A Market for Lemons. Lemons is a metaphor in the US for a used car, a car that doesn't do what's supposed to do. So it talks about the impact on quality, and healthcare is the one sector, the consumer sector, where there's a huge asymmetry of information. Think of the patients who would have been alive, who, if they were able to ask or empowered or given the knowledge to be able to ask the question, doc, you say it's X, but why can't it be Y? Docs, but why do I need a vaginal hysterectomy? Why can't you do this under local? Okay, I'm convinced we need a vaginal hysterectomy. But what happens if my blood pressure drops? Do you have a blood bank? Do you have an anesthetist on this campus? So my appeal to all of y'all, and I'll stop waffling before Dr. Moidu grabs the mic for me, but we do need to focus on these two areas. Is what I'm doing addressing the asymmetry of information that patients, between the patient and the provider?
And if what I'm doing in informatics, how can I demonstrate measurable change in functional outcomes for the patient? And in our next conference, which I hope we do every year, and I'm happy to support the next one in Goa. But at the next conference, we need to then start talking about what my Harvard Business School professor, Michael Porter, talks about, which is value-based healthcare, which is delivering higher outcomes at a lower cost. But we're not there yet.
No, I think I was.
Hello. Yes, I was supposed to be talking in this session. I'm so pleased to hear whatever is going on. The talks and the views expressed have been excellent. And I'm Dr. Meenu Singh from PGI Chandigarh. And actually, I was listed in the program, so I thought I may be asked to talk something. I'm really impressed with whatever has been going on, and whatever Joseph has talked about then and now about quality. And quality aspect is certainly very important for health informatics. And health informatics is supposed to promote quality in healthcare. I think that is the major theme of the talk which is going on.
I think Dr. Meenu Singh should speak.
I'm speaking.
Yes.
Am I audible? Am I
Yes,
audible?
you are.
Okay. Okay. So I had spoken a few sentences, but what I want to say that this talk about quality, which is going on, which is about health informatics, promoting quality in the form of enabling patients and giving them education about themselves and promoting communication between medical practitioners and patients, what is a very important part of professionalism these days, and quite lacking in our scenario because we hardly teach our students how to communicate. And this is something which is becoming extremely important in our in the tele ecosystem, also in the teleconsultations, where the contact with the patient is through the screen, and you're not able to maintain eye contact many times because the way your cameras are located in your laptops or telephones. So that is something which also has to be included in the curriculum as to how to promote proper communication between patient and the doctor through a screen. That means while you're doing a teleconsultation. We have been doing this in on an eco platform with many of the northeastern states, where we have been talking to the doctors over there about solving patients' problems and the community problems through education, and which is done on this extension of community health outcomes program. And we find that teaching through these sessions, which are again using Zoom, which has become a boon during the pandemic, plus all other platforms, of course, and communication and especially teleeducation has become a very effective tool in solving patients' problems. The main thing which I thought we should discuss, although today's sessions were mainly about expressing our views about what is going on and what is hot on this ecosystem, but otherwise, I think we would have to concentrate on developing a curriculum which is actually a structured plan of objectives, and objectives have to be well defined, and how those have to be implemented is something which would need to come into that curriculum, which would be again competency based and also based on the level to which we are going to administer those skills, because the level of teaching or the quality of teaching for a content developer or for a network administrator or for a telemedicine operator are going to be different. And these are the breeds of professions which have now come into teleconsultations, telemedicine and teleeducation platforms. And these are, some of these are lying with us right now. And we are trying to write curriculum for a fellowship course in telemedicine, in digital health, we call it, and which is part of our Department of Telemedicine Education program. And so I think we should also concentrate and give attention to these aspects which actually is pedagogy, but of course it is needed when you're writing curriculum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
The program, I see Dr. Sandeep Rathod is also supposed to speak in the
but
session.
we're stopping a few things. So we'll bring him in the next session because we're not going to break out into groups anymore. Because group session one, the feedback wasn't too comfortable. So we will try to keep everybody here and we'll walk through this group session. This was a chat session, which went pretty good. And I want to thank you all. It was at 3 o'clock. Session is over. So with that, we move to the 3 o'clock session, which is actually where Professor Meenu Singh wants to talk about this quality. So she was in time, a little ahead of time, but it was insightful.
She took on the track of telehealth, telemedicine.
And that's what we are looking for in the next session.
Yes.
The workforce tracks. And
In fact, as far as this particular track is concerned, I agree with much of what she said.
actually, you are part of it. You come here. No. Sandeep, please come. गाने सुना दूं? भैया बात सुन, ठंडा पानी पी। ये ले, फेंक रहा हूं तेरे को। Everybody stand up.
Okay, stand up.
Raise your arms.
You also do it, yeah.
भैया मेरा काम है हुक्म देना। पढ़ो यार। Right hand up, left hand up, right hand up, left hand up. Okay, sit down.
Left or right, girl.
उल्टा कर रहा था। मैं आपके लिए right कर रहा था मैं।
While we twiddle the thumb.
Okay.
But that has brought us out of this secret.
Yeah. So the chat session then and now was what we were having before. We had Meenu ji there also, but she arrived for the 3 o'clock session.
Yeah, Muninder has not come.
Muninder had a personal loss, somebody died. So we're missing the opportunity. He was a CIO where, as Arvind Lal shared today, the largest path lab department is the IT department. So you got to realize there's a lot of that, and that means you have jobs. Okay? And Arvind Lal is based in Delhi, not in Madras, in Bangalore. So think about it. I will be at Arvind ne Ashwini Jana sahab वहाँ पे ही है
हाँ डॉक्टर सक्सेना की बात कर रहा हूँ
सब टेलीमेट से नहीं है
नहीं
tracks it.
yeah
he's a definitely
He is father of the health informatics.
do you understand? So folks, we will begin with 2-minute opening statements. Yes. And wait a minute, let's have who's the actual moderator for the session? Not me.
I'm an interloper here. Yeah,
Anandi, you are a moderator. At this time, and Sandeep Bhattacharya is the other moderator. Our speakers are Ashwini Goel, Jyoti ji. Wow. Because as a consultant, we like the views. And Rishi Govind Rai. I'm talking about. Rishi Govindraj, please. Rishi Govindraj, आप आइए. I'm going down. I'm going down. And what I'd like to do is ask for a simple thing. Since we're talking about workforce tracks, I'm going to ask Rishi Govindraj, Vishwanath Govindraj. I call him Rishi because I know him too long. And his name is Islam. So Vishwanath Govindraj will give us a small presentation on badges and certificates. And after that, you all can watch here how the different tracks of people that we need as workforce are discussed. And this session will go from 3 to 5. That collective session is here. No, I'm ready. I need to take a nap. I've been watching Ashok saying, take a nap all this time, missing out on my chance to sleep. मैं मजाक कर सकता हूँ, आप लोग नहीं कर सकते. I know. You will also bring the Uncle Bicholi. Govindraj? No, brother, you're now. Right now. Why, you haven't got your slides ready?
We are all waiting with bated breath to hear you.
And then in case you're not there, it's okay. Dr. Meenu Singh, we expect a good conversation. So, Dr. Meenu Singh, we thank you very much for your input on the track of telemedicine and the workforce needs. This group will continue on that conversation, and we will have your other support arm, the past president of TSI, Ashwini Goel. We'll have Dr. Oh my God, he has another complication in his thing. We'll have, in lieu of Dr. Manoj Luthra, we will have Dr. G.N. Saxena, who is as a leader of the hospital and the system, and the Pro Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi. He will present his views. Sandeep Bhattacharya is going to be a moderator with Anandi. And we can keep observing all that. We are here. They should have come.
Yes, please start.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
And Jyoti, please, she will share with us her consulting experiences. And Anandi, you are to moderate. And with that, it passes on to you.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I would like to emphasis on the statement which sir had given now. Since this track, we should now start concentrating on looking what type of skill sets. It's a continuation of the morning sessions. We had a lot of brainstorming, various versions. We all understand each one of us has different perceptions. So in this track, let us start thinking about what are the major tracks, right? The areas. They can be later grouped into some major groups. You can say 4 or 5, depending upon how many tracks we come up. So I would appreciate, sir, if we could start with you from right to left. So what are the areas do you feel there should be training for the students, and at what level? How do you feel? Why do you feel that particular track or that particular area we should provide training?
Thank you. And since I've been involved in the development of a lot of health informatics programs and things, I would like to look at it not from the provider's perspective,
but from the user's perspective. Now, exactly, if I were to design a track, this is what you should do and this is what you should do, would actually not carry a lot of meaning or weight in that program. You reverse your roles. So I'll give you an example. I'm a physician, and when I write out a prescription, so after having listened to the patient and I've listened to and looked at his reports, I switch my position and I think I'm sitting on the seat where the patient is. What do I expect from all the talk that has happened? Now, what do I expect from that? And then I write out a prescription. For example, if you have a patient, a simple case would be of fever and cough. So I've heard his story, I've looked at his X-ray and I've decided it's tuberculosis. Now, before I write out a prescription, then I switch seat. What do? What will the doctor tell me? How is it going to be carried out? Is it in the financial ability of that person to do it? Is he accessible? Does he have access to those medicines? That ये डॉक्टर साहब जो दवाई लिखेंगे मुझे मिलेगी कि नहीं मिलेगी, मैं ले पाऊंगा कि नहीं ले पाऊंगा. So when we are talking of telehealth, we are talking of health informatics curriculum development. There's a broad topic that we have, and the tracks that you are deciding, we have to look at it from the user's point of view. Now we have several endpoints or several users in that. One, if we look at the entire health field as patient oriented, or whether you look at it at a preventive aspect or general people oriented, what do they want? If I am looking at it as a non-patient, then I want access to information that will help me in preventing disease in myself, in my family, and in my society. So that sort of content development would be a different track. If I'm looking at it from a patient's point of view, I'd be looking at content that gives me information that we have been talking about. You need health, you need a personal manager who would look into it, inform the patient about what the disease is and how much is it. For example, if I see a patient telling him it's diabetes, he doesn't know what diabetes is. So you want somebody, as you said earlier, I think you had mentioned? No, Tony, somebody had mentioned it here. I'm sorry, forgetting it. That you have a person who's informing you. So from the patient's perspective, he needs to know about his disease. He needs to know about, so that content development, and the facilitator would have a different content for that. He'd obviously not be a physician, he'll not be a doctor, but he'll be a person who's aware of the diseases, and he can pull out the information from that database that this is what is to be taught to that or talked about to that patient. So that will be one track. Then you will have to track from the administrator's point of view. What exactly will help the administration in reducing the time spent by the patient, increasing the revenues, getting more output from the given financial investment that they have made. So they will need a different set of workers of health informatics. They would say this patient spent 2 hours over here just to get his reports, just to get his things. So that is one person who will then be changing the turnaround time, what we often refer to as after the blood has been given and the reports that he gets, that is the time that is to be reduced. So he'll be a technician who will be looking at from the informatics point of view as to what can be done to reduce the turnaround time. So now we are looking at from the entire thing is from the user's perspective. And once we have that in mind, then the track becomes easier. Instead of planning out, instead of having a curriculum which is theoretically good, but it's either too heavy and the person who's trying to use it cannot, go through that maze of information that is available to him. It's already available to him on the Google. And if you look at it from a particular disease process, or if you look at it from that, most times people can't understand, whether it's because of the language, because of the sheer volume of information available. So that's one track where you would have to design the program on that track. So we have the patient's point of view, we have the family's point of view, we have the administrator's point of view, if you were to put it on the 3 bases. And once we start discussing, we can probably have 2 or 3 more things. And that is how the curriculum, or that is how the tracks should be decided. And those tracks can then be focused entirely from the user's end, that designing of the curriculum and track should take place. That is what I would suggest. And once we have more inputs on it, maybe we can get more of that.
So, sir, you would like to add something on the tracks that sir has already initiated on?
I think the way Dr. Saxena has put across the entire, he's introduced the topic. There is not much else that anybody can add on to it. Yes, of course, there would be the specific areas of the different tracks, as you did mention, sir, that the various tracks that one would like to discuss in this particular forum would be differentiated into admin, clinical, preventive. Then, of course, a very important aspect, as Bharat also brought out and other people also mentioned, Tony was talking about it, about there is one entity which is the focal point of all our activities, and that is the patient. So what about patient-centric activities? Where does patient counseling activities come in? And when we talk of, like, as I said, I don't understand much of what is digital informatics. I came here to learn. My area is very niche, and that is only telehealth. And what we are talking about, the core competencies of people who are involved in telehealth. Of course, they need to have the basic skill sets, which any and every IT workforce person needs to have. We should do the basic skill sets of a person who's qualified in IT is concerned. So besides being able to read, write, and speak, there should be communication skills, and of course to be able to store data, retrieve data, the basic skills of knowledge management. Also, another thing that we've been talking about as far as telehealth is concerned is, as we've seen in the recent past, when the COVID, just after the COVID pandemic hit us, and telehealth became the norm the world over for delivery of healthcare services, that there is a whole lot of electromedical devices which are involved in an online healthcare delivery setup. So I, for one, would like to include the training in these medical devices, also the basic training and the usage of such devices, because what is envisaged in the Government of India's public health outreach programs also, the concept of health, universal health coverage, and everybody must have heard of the Ayushman Bharat scheme, wherein 153,000 health and wellness centers, the basic sub-centers and the PHCs are to be upgraded into health and wellness centers, which are going to be equipped with telehealth facilities. And there are going to be basic diagnostic equipment that these would be equipped with. So the telehealth workforce that is going to be located or employed in such health and wellness centers, the scheme which is going to be incorporated, instituted on a PPP mode, public-private partnership mode, they would need to develop skills in the usage of these kind of electromedical devices also, because they're going to be the first responders as far as the patients are concerned. 70% of our healthcare needs reside in the outreaches, as everybody knows, in the underdeveloped or the developing countries are concerned. So that is one area that I would like to address as far as the training is concerned. Besides that, everything is common as far as the medical informatics is concerned.
The issue of workforce tracks, as you suggested about HIT, people being IT. I would try to bring us back to my earlier comment. Let's make them health workforce with IT skills. So that's one request I have. However, I will also like to say, in the traditional sense, as organizations have evolved, especially from the industry side,
analysts and others will come. And I would like your panel colleague Jyoti to share her experiences from implementation to, maybe I can step out and give it.
Thank you, sir. So one of the experiences that I have, and this is building up. Yeah, building up on what Saxena sir just said, is mapping the user journey. So what we do in a lot of our consulting engagements with large health systems, we have a defined set of questionnaires which we give our health systems, and we map the patient journeys to the digital touch points. Both patient and physician, all the stakeholders, we map the journeys. And just for the patient journey, we have at least 80 to 100 digital touch points, which starts from even before the patient enters the hospital. So like before he enters the hospital, what does he do? He does find a doctor tool. So there are a lot of find a doc tools nowadays in the market, like Kairos and Find a Doc and all that. He does a Find a Doc, he does a reputation management search, and then he comes to the to the health system for registration, then scheduling. So all of these are basically touch points, and they all have separate digital tools. Now this entire journey is mapped, and then we give recommendations to health systems as to what are the gaps in their workforce, or in their not workforce, but in their overall IT infrastructure, and where that should be filled in. Now with this also comes the technology aspect and the skills that need to go with it. So there could be a set of students who are very interested in the content part of it. So somebody with a lab background who understands the lab test may be very interested, like I said in the morning, with the content of the lab. And there's a lot to go in the lab informatics space itself. So each of the labs may need, there will be at least 2,000 lab tests which need to be mapped to appropriate line code, like I said, and that's not an easy skill. That students have to be trained to do that. Then again, the clinical documentation, the small paragraphs or small snippets of notes that the doctors are writing, that is all clinical documentation. Each of these words need to be mapped to the appropriate SNOMED code or whatever is prescribed by the country. And then once all this is done, when all the structure is in place, in the back end, there has to be somebody who's good in analytics. So analytics is not, a content person may not be good in analytics. That's a different, like somebody who knows R programming, or, somebody who likes to logically break up data and, deal with a lot of data. They are the people who could probably excel in analytics. So that is another aspect of the skill set that we could look at. So terminologies is one aspect, skill sets is another aspect. And there are some people who may be very good in requirements gathering, talking to stakeholders, getting the requirements, writing it out in a proper format, making the business requirement documents, the BRDs and everything. So that is another skill set in itself. And then tying everything together, and that is the interoperability. So knowledge about HL7, FHIR, web APIs and all that, open health APIs and all that. So these are different buckets in which, and to encompass all of them is the patient advocates who can, collect all this data. Somebody spoke about care management and patient advocates. So collecting all that data and being the interface in front, so even that is something which health informatics students could pick up, talking to people. Some people just like to talk and, and be empathetic about, the patient's requirements. So they could be the interface between. Busy doctors sometimes don't have the time. So health informatics graduates could be the interface there. So a couple of areas where that could be bucketed in. Yes.
Thank you. So there is a very strong recommendation I have. My name is Sandeep Sharma, and I work in the industry. I'm part of the Mlogica team here, but I'm also a visiting professor at multiple IIMs, and a lot of my courses use data and analytics and deep learning. So one recommendation I have for you is, you talked about user journeys, which immediately triggered my thought about storyboarding and all that. So one recommendation I have is for you to seriously look at design thinking. When you are talking about improving care outcomes or care management, or improving patient safety and patient experience, you talked about digital touch points, right? So if you were to follow a systematic design thinking approach like the Stanford D School framework, all of these things will fall in place. Yeah. Yeah. It's very, very effective. All these companies, Uber, Googles of the world, very effectively use design thinking for this. And if I can give you some inputs, because I sit on multiple committees for curriculum design for B schools, certainly not in the area of healthcare. So one approach that seems to have worked for many schools, which you can possibly look at adapting for your curriculum, is that, today we talk about T-shaped professionals. So if you look at the horizontal part of the T, it is about the generalist skills. And if you look at the vertical part of the T, it is about the specialist skills. So when you look at pedagogy and curriculum and all of that stuff, first guiding rule is make it experiential, right? Not pedantic, make it experiential, make it immersive, and make the entire thing practice oriented as opposed to teaching from purely a theoretical standpoint. Okay. So one approach that worked was, for the first year, let's say for a 2-year program, for the first year, you would just do generalist courses. And then you would introduce a specialization track. So to do that, we studied the UNESCO competency framework. We studied the World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs report, because as you know, with the emergence of AI and automation, a lot of repetitive jobs are going to be redundant. And there's going to be widespread displacement in world labor markets. So how do you design jobs which are future-proof to begin with? And how do you also delve into continuous employability of your graduates and other industry professionals for learning, unlearning, and relearning? So the badges and certification and those kind of programs you were talking about. So we introduced the generalist track for the first year, then a specialization and align the specialization to impact. Because as long as impact is there, jobs will always be there, right? So align the specialization to impact, then introduce a super specialization, which would be delivered by a global leader in that space. And throughout the second year, when the specialization track is running, do a lot of master classes, which are going to be delivered by practitioners. So talking about B schools, not necessarily your program, but this approach kind of worked wonders in terms of the employability index for our students.
I think this is a generic approach that can be taken across the board. Yeah. Management courses.
Yep. Mike, please. I just want to add to the knowledge being flown around that seems to be becoming original. Nothing in informatics is original now. We've already had 7 different tracks of workforce, starting with the simplest one called the analyst. When we had the big Obamacare plan, this was defined: the analyst, the clinical informaticist, the technical workforce, leadership, and the 5th and the most important one is trainers. It was the first time trainers were made clearly significant, because you can put the best technology, but if the person doesn't know where the ignition key is to be turned on, it ain't going anywhere. So I like the conversation you all have had. You've come with fresh ideas. We will map to those and see where we add and where we subtract. So this is very fascinating. You bringing your things. Yes, all those skills were on the level of the top of the T. As we start sinking down, that depends on the environment. And that environment in India differs immensely. And that's the place where we have to think more. And I believe my friend here is ready now to present his presentation. And would you be ready to, you want to make me move out?
But before you, no, don't turn on that. Okay, you can just give that first sign.
Can take the dice.
Take the dice.
So then we can start it. Then we can go to the group session.
You have just 15 minutes.
So continue.
That will take that much time.
At least he's got too many medals to show.
No, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Khalid sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. I'll try to keep this particular talk with 3 aspects. And this is a very simple thing. And I'm sure that whatever I'm going to talk to you, that would get into your mind. But most important thing is that it's very important for you to tell me that who am I? Okay, I always say that I'm a grassroots level guy. Okay, so I'm in a medical dropout from GMC Bhopal. Then I kicked out. We'll talk later. Okay, I do come from the armed forces background. Then I happen to again be in a defense Fauji college from Bala, from Pune. Then I did work as a business analyst. I worked as a brand analyst working on flow. Okay, one classical example I'll tell you, which is the biggest problem in the health informatics. It is in the year of 2002 when I graduated from MBA. Nicholas Piramal was the company, and along with McKinsey's of the world, I was thrown out to a southern part of the world called Nagapattinam in Tamil Nadu, wherein we were incentivizing the doctors saying that, hey, doctor, you prescribe Zitalo, Glimipride and all. This is the X number of things what you get. But we went about telling the doctors that, hey, if you start increasing the prescription of my drug, I'm going to automate your entire clinic. Okay. So what had happened, we as a marketing team, we went and sold that story for 2 crores, 1 crore automation tool. And the McKinsey guys left. They were good enough to tell the story. And I found that as an opportunity because there was an incentive to go to Paris those days. So what I did is that me, along with the medical reps and the area manager, we thought of spending our own money to make that hospital successful. They had a very classical Roche developed application, a clinical management tool. And the Piramal guys, they came, they left. Then what I did is that I know that no application can work without feeding the data. So what I did, it's a real example, which a lot of the time Piramal guys do it. So in a rural area, I used to go around. Those days, those come from my era, the rich guys go for computer training. If you're poor people, you go for a typing training. How many of you are from that era? Okay. The people go for computer classes. Those are AppTech. Not AppTech was coming up. AppTech, GNITs were there. And if you're poor, you go for typing classes. So what I did is I used to get good money. Okay. 500 rupees and all allowances for food and travel. So what I did is that I went to one rural area and I picked up 10 girls. And I told that every month for 2 hours, you come and sit in the doctor's cabin and I'll pay you 500 rupees. And I did propose my company that pay me 10,000 rupees. They also used to make money. Okay. So I used to pay 10 girls 5,000 rupees because dropout of the girls are likely to be more. And I made sure the information started running. Okay. And that information started running. Why? Because that wasn't a workforce which was exactly required, that the basic typist who can sit with the nurses and doctors to feed the data so that the clinical automation is running. So you got it, what I meant by the workforce from a grassroots level. Without them, no great Roche automation could have been successful. Okay, from there, I'll shift to another thing. Currently, I run a business. I power a lot of beautiful companies, I'll share you a lot of case studies. Everywhere I have found out only one mistake. I was taught. Okay, today, recently I completed a project with Japanese government wherein my company has designed a roadmap for tele-ICU. Okay, so Japanese folks were looking for the top force of the world, and finally the project came to us. And they asked me only one question, that why do you think your company is the right company to work for this project? Technically, we didn't want to work on this project. And I told them, we'll give you 10 reasons why Japanese should not get into the Indian market for tele-ICU. Okay, that was an approach of looking at it. So that was again from a grassroots level to top level. So keeping that, these 2 stories, why I want to tell you is that there's something what I'm working currently is on AI-based teleradiology, which is the topmost. And I told you from a data entry level. What I have seen in this particular market is people are not able to tell the difference. We are all talking about workforce development. So gentleman was telling about vertical growth and horizontal growth. I had seen that health informatics, like as you clearly told, analyst, manager, leaders, we are not able to convey the story of a career path. There are two career paths, horizontal career path and a vertical career path. I'm good enough to tell about vertical career path. Again, thanks to Khalid Moidu sir, where the Dallas Children's Hospital's care management application was developed by a Hyderabadi guy from Hyderabad, me. All the Americans, what they were doing is they were looking at the other top care management and they were just trying to copy that. The approach, what we did is that we went about interviewing the retired nurses and the registered nurses. We interviewed them and we designed the pathway, how the care management is delivered. That's called a business analyst. And the work what I got done was from a informatics guy, was they went for a MS there. We paid some $200 to poor guy in Dallas, a Telugu guy. So what I mean to say is that today that boy is very good again with Jay's company. So that's called vertical growth. You know, you're a typist, but you went about understanding the business analyst part and you went about developing a application. So my urge would be that we have to think beyond the health informatics 20 years back. Today, vertical growth is that I can get into app development. Again, I'm saying not app development as you're going to develop it. As a business analyst, can you develop it? Just now I was late for 20 minutes here. I was with someone in your hospital. We were discussing about a care, home delivery. Sorry, not home delivery, home care. What are the challenges? Why home care will not be successful in India? I was talking about, because there's a cultural shift which is required. It cannot happen what happened in US and UK, those parts. So think about the vertical growth and let's talk about career, not jobs. That would be to talk about the add-on, which I would say, but otherwise you people are beautiful. Okay, great inputs. Now, Khalid Moidu sir did ask me about to talk about badges and certificate. And the lunch time was pretty good. I was with, okay, well, thank you very much. This entire session would be about armed forces again. Okay, armed forces is the place where everything we can learn. I keep debating with all the health leaders in India saying that फौज में जाके देखो information flow कैसे होता है, SSQ से MH, MH से command hospital. Okay, why? Because there's a lot of respect for ranks and badges. Okay, I'm no one to discuss about ranks, but the session is about badges. So to keep it very simple, so what does badges mean? You know, as kind of soldier, you can easily make it out whether he's been to Jaffna, he has been to which war he has been. Those are the badges he gets. What badges gets? Before the organization, they try to set up a goals. It motivates the behavior. It relates with achievements. And the most important thing is they communicate the success in more conceptual manner. That's what the organization goal is. What we can use it as an organization is badges can be used to motivate the learning. The most important thing, it motivates learning. There cannot be any outcome of any health informatics or a medical communication program if there's no motivation. Okay, so motivate. It signifies the community and it gives a signal of achievement in that particular community aspect. So the armed forces folks can easily make it up. What does that mean? What it means to earn that? Okay, so with this, we'll step into the so-called technical jargons, which I'm going to discuss here. By now, you might have easily understood what does badges means, right? So when you go about, like, let's put it, let's not try to make program as a 10-year program, a 5 years program. Each and every milestones when we are completing it, we are getting a badge of it. And not to say that I'm MS in bioinformatics or health informatics. A badge can say, as the other gentleman was saying, the badge can convey that I'm a digital health literate guy. So you can use those kind of jargons, which, you know, we can easily communicate with. Okay. So the digital badges, it's indicate the accomplishment of the skill that can be displayed and verified online. Yes, there are a lot of certifying bodies out there, which would be able to help you out to give a digital badges. Okay. So there are higher amount of engagement activities, motivation, group activities. Many things can be built around this particular badges. So how we do it, I run a program on digital strategy for healthcare communication. Why do I run it? Is I have a separate company called MedEduPro. I have taken that particular step because If we don't do it, I cannot support my ecosystem of running the business. It's something like Kingfisher Airlines. We have a Kingfisher Academy together. Okay, so my request would be that when you develop a program or anything, the concept should be more or less in the same manner. Kingfisher Airlines and Kingfisher Academy, because they're going with the rules, regulation up to date to the market. Okay, just Flying Aviation Academy producing the aviation expert, and Air India may not be the right strategy. So I don't mean to say that they are the people who have to set up the health education. There has to be a collaboration. Okay, so how we do run one particular program which has been successful, because we work with very headstrong people. What we do it is we use, I'm sure most of the academicians, they would be knowing, it's called problem-based learning approach. What we do it is, first we get the people and put them into an environment saying that, hey buddy, this is how the health informatics environment looks like. That's the future. We saw from NASA to the data entry, we'll be showing the person, this is how the entire world looks like. Now he is the part of my story. Then when the story gets out, we say that please come and submit a report that what are you going to do for an organization. So say like an example, there is an ex-hospital for whom he's planning to do an internship after the completion of the program. Here the person is going to sit with the hospital people example. He'll come out with a project report saying that, hey, this is what I want to do it after looking at that movie. Then I take him to the chapter 1. He applies the best practices of the chapter 1 into that particular internship work. And finally, when he graduates out, he don't have to look for a job. He's been absorbed by the same organization. So this is something what is highly proven, but we have been doing with the headstrong means it's little bit the higher level people. Maybe that's the reason it's successful. I don't know how it would be successful or not with the mass people. So I think I took you through this entire cycle for the reason is, please reach me out. I'm a grassroots level guy. Okay, everything works when you sit with the grassroots folks. Okay, thank you very much, Khalid sir. So, sir, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vishi. Please.
About badges, right? I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
You are audible, but we'd like you to be recorded.
Yeah, if I can add to what you said and the overarching concept of badges. So badges prove your credentials, right? They tell you you're authentic, you have certain credentials, they help you with intrinsic motivation. But the overarching concept about badges is that of gamification of learning, right? So when you have 2-year or a 4-year program, you gamify all the experiences, just like, those people are hooked to digital games. In fact, it's becoming a problem for many people, right? So when you gamify the learning experiences and the entire experience is experiential, the outcomes are altogether different, right? So that is one concept that I wanted to introduce in addition to design thinking, possibly looking at curriculum perspective and gamifying the entire experience and run it as a quest, as a gamer plays a game, run it as a quest and run it as a narrative.
I'm going to ask the moderators to announce that tea is ready before we start yawning and getting to sleep. But please come back within 15 minutes so that we keep moving and get to the next session, which is a continuation of this conversation, but with greater participation of the crowd. This is a participation event. A few lectures were allowed. This was one of the few because the badge story is not always well understood. And hopefully we would like to start that thing of having a simple technician, and that technician comes with a minimal badge. And when he gets excited, he gets into higher levels of training. That's so essential for this country, and it's so essential for raising health literacy.
I think we can break for the tea, and we need to put around some objective thinking as well. Lot of objective thinking has been going on since morning, and I was wanting to say that many number of times. So we need to put in some objective thinking, like the real curriculum development is made in place for the medical system, like taught in the FIMER and other things, where the outcome needs to be mapped to the objective to be achieved, and that objective needs to be mapped with what inputs take place. Thank you so much. Let's meet at the team.
And just one more minute. In the group I had shared, you can download a free ebook for badges. Very good practices are there. I might have just spoke about the tip of the iceberg. And there's another Word document is there that talks about what all could be the add-on to the health informatics, like bot development, many things are there. So, in a group I had shared it. Please have a look, because whatever I spoke about badges, I was more focusing on Forchka medal so that you get the importance of it. Rest you guys can just read it and download. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, what do you about it? Actually, you were recommended for Bharat. Coming with nursing informatics, and we missed you in the session when that's ours. But we would like. Unfortunately, everybody does not have the story of their life.
चार होंगे ना?
Everybody does. Not as much as that process. And unfortunately, Terry is so fast and motivated. You haven't implemented the concept of understanding. Actually, honestly, you would have done a lot more from your implementation than your profession. So you're getting me a job? But you are expensive. You are expensive. I'm very cheap. You are very expensive. I'm very Oh, companies that multiply. I've never heard of that before. Even in my 70 years, I've never heard of that before. I'm going to try about it. I'm tired. I'm retired, but I'm not tired. I'm just official part of You want to see something good? Well, Google says it's there. We made it in one summer job. $4 billion Things change. So we had the implementation analyst. Was the implementation of analyst what we did? Don't disagree with you at all. You're the only guy in this crowd. I got a bottle with my house. बोलो भैया, जो बैठना चाहते हैं बैठे, जो जाना चाहते हैं जाए। भारत में स्वतंत्र जाए तो जाए कहाँ, वो भी बात है। पर कोई शॉपिंग के लिए आपको गाइड नहीं मिलेगा, ये हमने बता दिया। Because one of the guides came and asked me, can I go take people for shopping, but I know it.
Chick.
That's well known for sure.
हेलो चेक 1 2 3 जो जाग रहा है जागता रहे जो सो रहा है सोता रहे
क्यों somebody is already going to pick Renu from the airport and I'm still here.
got so involved in the conversation he stayed back. सर क्या कह रहे हैं आप ये जॉइंट महफिल है मैं कुछ नहीं कहूंगा आई प्लीड द फिफ्थ और आप मेरी बीवी को जानते हैं मैं तो और भी कुछ नहीं कहूंगा अरे सर शाम में क्या सुबह क्या ये सर गंजा कैसे हुआ सर ये पूछो कोई गल नहीं कोई गल नहीं नहीं सर मैं डर गया लो सर भाई आप
There was,
सुनो
the question is, भी गंजा कैसे हुआ? There was an animal husbandry class going on. The practical given to them was to get the bull to do his job. And the bull just wouldn't budge. They tried everything possible. The bull just wouldn't budge. Till the instructor came along, whole class was in awe, nothing is happening. He came up to the bull and he pulled one of the hair from the tail. And the bull charged and did whatever he had to. And the girl said, "Oh, that's why my father is bald."
I'm glad my daughter isn't hearing that. Okay, folks, we're going into a joint group session. The joint group sessions, we had the first one, which I think primarily because most of you are not used to brainstorming and staying limited to the conversation topic. There has been a little overflow and we all have a dominant power of speaking. By the way, I love teaching for the only reason I can crack the same joke every year and my students laugh. But at the same time, I must tell you, I never show my students the same PowerPoint slides even between two terms. And that's the pace at which informatics is moving. And many of us are unable to discern what is there in terms of technology we must teach, or what is it the curriculum content should cover. There's a huge gap. And when we start talking about Bloom's taxonomy and we talk about competency and skills, we get into terminologies that we are not really accustomed to. But we had these pre-workshop sessions to introduce those topics. Richa ji, where is she? Said, oh, there she is. Richa did a great job with the Ayushman Bharat digital mission, and she extended it today to show us that her last slide is really significant to tell us, why am I teaching these young people? Why should these people come to our classes? Why are their parents paying us? Frankly, it's a very serious question and it's a very moral one. And having spoken on morality and ethics, I don't want to take you down that path, but it is the kind of thinking we as vested interest in education of health informatics have to think about. Some of us are in education, we get salaried. Some of us
are in industry and we hire these people. Some of us are doing research and we need them. Bharat Gera will always give us a lot of good experiences. And while Bharat has those experiences, the issue is how transferable are those to rural Bhagalpur? Because Bombay and Hyderabad and Bengaluru are great, but the point is at the end of the day, the St. John's experience cannot be replicated anywhere else. The KGU MC experience cannot be replicated elsewhere because we have something which was part of my PhD thesis, the essence of organizational behavior. Before I did my doctorate, the subject of organizational behavior was very poorly understood. And I am sharing this with you, not to say it is me and I, but the fact that we don't have to this day off-the-shelf software, OTS, as it's called, in healthcare. Have you seen any? Every time you buy a software, you find somebody comes to install it, and they take a whole big chunk of money. And when you look at the information systems implemented, even by a great company like Device, who built a hospital information system that is used in America by medical offices, Athena Health, they have an implementation piece which is part of them integrated. But we have to prepare India that as the government puts out the money and lets every rural health center place the technology in place, we need to have a thought on how will we get it operational. I can't forget back in '88 when I was doing my doctorate work here in India. There was an institution in Bhoruka where electricity power was not there in the day, it only came at night. So they put a battery-powered system where they actually put the Excite car batteries together in a daisy chain and powered our IBM PC, and the batteries got charged at night when the electricity in the village was on. So that was one end. And the other end, when we went to a place in Maharashtra, and Maharashtra is very advanced in most cases. But there we found they had a computer, but that was locked. Chabi kiske paas hai it was worse than Albert Pinto ko gussa kyun aaya. So we have seen things happen. Now we are going to review this morning to now. We've had 9 sessions, of which we would like to take a summary. And the first session was understanding what is informatics. Anybody still has thoughts, including you all? If you don't know what is informatics and you still think all these experts have not given, please ask. Okay? So the first part of the 9 sessions begins with what is health informatics? Anybody still in doubt? Everybody has got no doubts. Wow. Oh, then you are the doubt. Bharat, you got to remember, I've got a gift of the gab. Sorry to give you a hard time, but I know you, therefore I can do that. All good. You know what's health informatics. Any of you? Should I ask? So health informatics is all about data and information management in the delivery of care with or without technology. The technologies will keep changing. Just remember that. And when we talk of delivering care, it could be in a hospital, it could be in a clinic, it could be at home. And the most powerful growth area in the last 2 years has been telemedicine. So remember, in all these areas, if you're going to get a job, you got to know what is your goal. Okay? So shall I ask you all the question? What is the goal with each area? We'll begin with Dr. Puri because he's back to getting himself into the digital workforce. And please express to us what is health informatics for you in the realm of a hospital. As a super specialist, he's an ophthalmologist, and not just an ophthalmologist. He's a lot to do with lasers. Go ahead.
I feel is that since everything is data and the collection, I mean, I should have everything collected right in front of me rather than me wasting time over it. And a lot of analysis and all could be done and given to me so that it is easy for me to look into what all has to be done. It's just not visualizing the data and then me thinking, but maybe it could give me some predictive analysis also. So I could predict which is the patient who is going to respond in which way. And then maybe the treatment options also should come with the probabilities of what kind of success would be there. And then of course, the evaluation of those things, my treatment evaluation, patient satisfaction evaluation, everything comes as a holistic thing. If I'm a doctor working in a bigger organization, maybe the head of the department or the head of the unit or the hospital could have all the data of all the doctors and come out in a meeting and tell this is exactly what you guys are doing. And this is where the improvement is to be done, or this is where things are lacking. It's a very different kind of a scenario that should come. Like somebody was mentioning about the monthly meetings. I mean, monthly meetings should be data driven with visualization there. And then, I mean, all that kind of a thing should be there where all the informaticians would be really involved in it. Their training would also come into it. So it's a different kind of a scenario altogether that I'm looking for, not the way the things have been going on till now.
Would you identify a place where we can really begin the problem change?
So right at if we say the backbone is an EHR, so the entry of data into the EHR itself, like if somebody enters and I have to look and say whether it was correct or not, is it possible that I could enter it myself, maybe by my speech recognition or speech to text and text to entry? All those things could be done easily. I mean, I would really look to start from there itself.
So he's given us a good view, and the most important thing that he put his finger on is data and entry of data. Till you don't have data, you have nothing. It's all opinions otherwise. So when we talk of data entry and data access, I would like to add beyond technology the possibilities of what we call scribes. Have you all heard of the word scribes? आप सब गूगल करेंगे आज scribes in American hospitals. ये क्या हो रहा भाई? Okay. Oh, who screams louder? But the thing is, scribes, आप लोग पूछिएगा, come and tomorrow and talk to us about it. So he gave us the vision from the hospital side. Anybody wants to add to that? So we are still in this clinical realm, and in the clinical realm, with every location, things change. What is the other location?
A veritable industry where India is providing the maximum manpower to the rest of the world. Unfortunately, in India itself, we do not have market for transcriptionists, medical transcription. See, medical transcription is an industry by itself. Industry. But where the Indian transcriptionists are very much in demand the world over, And ironically, there's not much of a demand in India itself. In fact, much of the industry is located in the southern states. So there is a fantastic opportunity for people from the northern states, northern region, to get into it, and that is another kind of
Opportunity.
niche area for medical workforce development.
So let me add to that. Since I'm talking to the students, what was the first thing you're going to look is medical scribe. Now what Dr. Goel shared with you all was transcriptionist. There's a different role, okay? And in transcriptionist, if you want to know something, there is a Google this website. It's called medicalrecordsupport.com. And come and tell me who started it. Got it? 2 pieces of homework. It's only clinical medicine. So next place where we go to is the primary care. And in primary care, the doctor sees too many patients. Too many patients, not enough time, not enough staff, not enough uniformity of getting data. So what you have to do is try to develop and design a thought process of how it works. Those are the kind of courses that we're looking at. Now let's go beyond medical records in the acute and primary care settings. Let's go to home. Today, we see patients and we have episodic care. What happens between episode on 1st of January and 1st of April doesn't matter. They are 2 independent events. But is it really independent? Dr. Akandiar, is it really 2 separate events?
It depends on if you're talking about the same patient and seeing the same patient on 2 different locations, then it could be continuum.
It should be a continuum, but what are we doing?
It may be that the patient has been discharged and now coming with a different problem.
That's a different encounter. That's true. Agreed.
So
Still should be continued. It's the same body. It was damaged.
It could be because of the medication.
Correct. So last time you gave him a medication. Now you see how everybody is getting into thinking about the possibilities. As informaticians, you have to discuss and get them to describe the possibilities. So what are the 3 stages of thinking? Everything is possible, right? Then some things are plausible, plausible. That means the chances of not being there become higher. So you only have the plausible things. And finally, we come to what we can describe in mathematical languages, probability. And probability gets modified by the simple thing called experience. So when we are talking about our curriculum, when we are talking about skills and competencies, I will show you a website where you can go and get everything. I mean, Professor Suptan was kind enough to share some SFIA information. And that's a good place to begin. But is it the last place? No. There's something bigger going on in this world. It's called a global collaboration. But unfortunately, it is run by 2 people. It's not just 2 people, 2 countries actually, Europe and the United States. When I say 2 countries, because European Union always wants to call itself the United States of Europe. I studied in Sweden, so I'm familiar with that thought process. And they have a whole good thing, and I'll share the website with you when I talk.
that is the reason UK left the European Union.
Well,
To be part of the United States.
well, wait till Putin comes over. You asked me, it made me to.
That's been recorded, sir.
It's okay. It's okay.
I mean, it can be anything.
It can be edited.
Anything.
We are all here.
This is going on YouTube.
Yeah. Yes, it is going on. But the point I want you all to stay lighthearted is very simple. The effort for we are going through is going to be hard and serious. Please get a mic before you speak, because we would like you to be heard by everybody. Shriman, mic kidhar gaya? Raja, tum raj karo. Thanks.
So I've been interacting with medical informaticians for about 10 years now. And what if I be the devil's advocate and say that now the time is over, actually, we don't need medical informaticians at all. Because doctors have realized they need to learn technology, they need to learn data. And engineers have realized that they need to learn medicine. So the story is over. They will learn it, and it'll be doctors and engineers, no need for medical informaticians.
You are a follower of Ashok Talukdar, and you drink from his cup of water. I'm sorry, you are drunk with his syrup. I want to tell you, that's why I called him wonderful yesterday. But
no, I speak from my own experience.
I'll tell you something, my friend. I have some very good friends. You might have heard his name, Ted Shortliff. Ted did a great job. He developed that system called mycin. Okay? But when you talk about mycin, you ask a clinician how difficult a question it is for him to decide on which antibiotic to use. It is the stupidest question. Especially somebody who's working in intensive care, it's my last problem. If I can't get an antibiotic coverage, I try to see the source of infection, and from that I decide what is the most probable antibiotic to use. But he created a possibility for engineering work to do that thinking process. Follow? So in 1956, they imagined there will be no need for doctors. Our friend, the great Mr. Khosla, spent a lot of money, put a company in Hyderabad, and they tried to go there.
No, I'm just being the devil's advocate because this is a question for all interdisciplinary fields. Whenever you are in an interdisciplinary field, the question, hey, why don't the people in those respective disciplines learn this? What they need to, why do they need a boundary crosser?
We are here to discuss the curriculum, not to fill it. Oh, sir,
if you can defend this, then you'll be a big winner.
I see another possibility in this.
No, but it's a valid point.
No. The point is defended. He carries on harping on the same story. He doesn't give me an answer. Tell me, how does he say that I'm dumb? I have kicked butt of professors in engineering, in IT. I've taught it in an engineering school in computer science, which requires no accreditation in the United States of America, Purdue. Okay. I had my friend Jay Gore on this program with you all this mind for that reason. The issue is not that we can't learn, but we still learn more and we need to go more. So let me say, as these students come out first and do the implementation analyst work, just because the implementation is over, they're not needed? No, they are needed now for improving the speed of workflow, the turnaround time. And these are the many facets. And having been a CIO of a large organization, I can tell you, there was never a dearth of problem. I'm going to ask you all a question because I think it's got to be more interactive. And I'm going to start with Bharat to answer it first without telling us anything about himself.
I will answer.
Hold on. You can't talk now. I'm asking you a question. My question is, I got the data on the hospital. I got the 40 doctors spreadsheet, and I find Dr. Bharat Gera is seeing
22 patients a day, and his cost for care of a certain group of diseases is $600 per patient per encounter. How do you analyze it, sir? Tell me. You are a data analyst. I haven't forgotten that.
Right. No, but I'm going to first
No,
answer.
you can't. This is what is called digression.
No, hang on. Let me answer the question. I'll defend that question I asked myself. And the answer is you. No, just please listen.
You haven't answered my question. You're going to another question.
Let me answer, sir, please. The answer is you.
What you?
Yeah.
What you? What does you mean?
Dr. Maidu, the respect you get has because you've been able to cross this bridge. And beyond that, I'll give a sports example. He was a point guard in basketball. My son is also a point guard in basketball. I was a half in hockey. My father played for the Indian team. Those are people who are neither backs nor the forwards, but they run the team. If you know Kante from the team of Chelsea, he wins the football matches for them, right? He's not the forward, he's not the back, but he does all the playmaking. And that is where your future is as medical informaticians. So you do the playmaking.
We'll take that little piece from him that you have to be active, okay? But let's go back to the story. By the way, Ashok Singh was also a basketball player with me. Our partnership goes back to the youthful days when I had hair and he had much more hair and we played. But the point about the doctor and his $600 per patient, you haven't answered that, sir.
My mind was not on it, but yeah, what is it?
So you see, you got to think about it. You got to think about it. It depends on the organization, the context of care. If he is working in a for-profit hospital, he's bad because the other doctors are getting 900. You see, now that's where I want to spin you all to start thinking. In the NHS, which we are not, luckily, because they couldn't take care of Tony Blair's wife when she delivered a baby. So he knows that story and I must remind him about it. The fact is, every piece of data has a story to tell you. And we must be able to teach these young people to take that data and make sense of it. And that's what I want you all to think and bring tomorrow more with your thoughts. How are we going to bring all these complexities? Now, I will tell you, I was a CIO of an ACO. An accountable care organization in America is something that looks after a set of people. We are paid a certain amount of money each month instead of the insurance company. And the less we spend on the patient, the more we keep in our pockets. What does it say? We are a for-profit organization. But in that case, even though we are a for-profit organization, I don't want the bill to go up. Let's take another way of looking at it. Women get pregnant, right? Men don't. That's a biological fact. The information system doesn't understand that. And remember, that's something I'm trying to push out to you, is that information is getting built into knowledge. And that knowledge is something we pride ourselves in. But in India, we have a problem with pregnancies where women get toxemia of pregnancy. Toxemia of pregnancy is when the feet swell, the blood pressure goes up, lots of damage happens to the ladies. We all know as doctors how to take care of that event. But after over 100 years, since India developed the program to take care of them called the Mudliar Menon Care Program, we do not know what happens to the mother the next time. We do not know what happens to the child when it was born of a toxemic pregnancy. Isn't that knowledge missing? Isn't that knowledge missing? That is the kind of thing we need to build into these young people, and everybody we want to educate or work for you, that should bring this knowledge to life. In 1996, that we had 86, we had a conference in Washington, and a Stanford professor came. He walked in and he said, I go into a library. I go into a library and I see there's dust on books. I go into a library, I see dust on books. Anything covered with dust is dead. Is he right or is he wrong? He's right. And he said, I see a tomorrow. And I've been pursuing that tomorrow for all these years, where each book will be in a computer and the book will be updated every day. And when you get somewhere, as you see a patient, all that data comes to you. What does it do? It changes the way you do practice. That is artificial intelligence, I'll accept. There's nothing artificial about it. It's just aggregating and correlating. And that's what we need. How many of you have ever done a search for a lipstick? Ladies, tell me. Have you ever tried one? What happens after 10 minutes of you having looked for something? It keeps telling you, all the ads starts coming. So you see, you're already living the great digital power in your face. There was a case, and this is something I'm just adding because analytics is a good subject to think about, because that's, once you've collected the data, we've got the aggregated the data analytics brings in well. As far back as 15 years ago, 2007, household in America got a letter from Target saying, congratulations on the coming arrival of a new baby, and here are the discount vouchers. The man was very upset. He went and yelled at the Target. Target had just started an analytics program in their New York area. He says, nobody in my house is this thing. Why are you sending this? They apologized. They gave him a lot of money to just go away. He came back 15 days later, gave the money to the Target people back and said, you all were right. His daughter had got pregnant. She went and started browsing and looking at things. And from her browsing history, they realized that somebody in that IP address was pregnant.
Sir, they do it by market basket analysis. It's a place I teach.
I know.
When women get into first, second, and third trimester of pregnancy, when they shop, they tend to buy certain items together. So they did a market basket analysis and figured out that there's a very high propensity that this person is pregnant.
You're telling the concept of it. I'm not denying that.
Yeah, it was not on browsing history. It's a very
No,
famous concept.
no. It was on browsing history, sir. Because I followed that up. And the reason was very simple. Because they were in their initial phase. We're talking of 2007 when analytics hadn't hit the market yet. And they did it on browsing history. Just like everybody today goes and looks at a lipstick and comes back, they get hundreds of ads. Where can you get it cheapest? They did it on the ad, and the ad was thing that because the girl had not told her parents yet.
And the father kept the baby. That's the end of the story.
Where else? Who else will keep the baby? Tell me that. Do you think you would have taken the baby? No, sir. No, because they're a rural family. That's why they were so upset when that thing came. Now you got to recognize these holistic things have been happening. They've been changing. And as we go forward, so we've looked at informatics. We've looked at how things are changing. The last 10 minutes we'll spend on workforce. Workforce has got to come through at many levels. The level is the simple one, is whether you are technical or whether you're clinical or whether you're neither clinical or technical. I've taught all three types of students, and between you and me, the students of all types can adapt and adopt. As long as we are able to put in the curriculum the process for them to keep learning. That age of I know, I learned, I've done it is over. You will have to keep learning. And as you progress in life, you always have to think, what did I learn today? And that's where we will have whatever jobs you look for and look at, be ready to learn more. So if we talk today, and Vishy gave us a good thought about getting badges, we are looking at those badges in the United States very frequently from a very simple point. There's a very great demand today of our programmers in anybody who's setting up an analytics shop, whether it's in an in-house or in market. And when those R programmers are needed, somebody does the R programming, gets a badge, goes out, works. It's going to get obsolete. It's going to get obsolete. And to overcome that obsolescence, they can have to think of a new thing to do. And that's where it'll change. I began with a very simple area where, for me as an informaticist, my biggest job was exactly what Vasumati ji does. I help doctors to do good literature search by the bedside, teach them there and say, what are the right questions to do to collect in bed care. But over the years, I've gone very far. I don't do anything except I tell them, you are not doing a good job. And that point of telling people you're not doing a good job has got to be founded in something. And that's informatics, analytics work, which many of you are doing. And remember, it's not just hospitals and healthcare systems, it's software vendors, it's bioinformatics companies. The world needs people with data. I just want to share with you, historically, in the 80s, the informatics programs are beginning, and I started then. There was a very big program in Hanover. So when I visited them in Germany, I asked them, where do your students get jobs? Oh, in software industry. What? Not in healthcare? No. Why was that? It's the same state we are having here, as General Ashok Singh says, people don't know how to use you. But the lucky point for you is that India is a great place. Indians are known to be great programmers. Indian workforce is considered the best help desk. So let's be the best help desk. And since I'm losing this, I call it a day.
Sir, rest karo. So baad mein baat karenge. Yeah, you spent a lot of time here. All my students. क्या समझ में आया ये क्या कितना बोल गए कौन बोल गया क्यों बोल गया? Let's hear from you. After all, what have you learned from this full day? Jimmy, bata. Take that bloody mask out and tell me what it is. Okay, what have you learned?
In the hospital, why the need of such?
Why we are needed? Like, if you have data, and if you do not know that what you are what are you going to do with it, so it is not useful for you. So for such purposes, we are going to analyze that information and increase the quality of the healthcare in the hospital settings.
Very good. Adi, who is the one who dances with the maximum? Gaurav Bata. He's got a TikTok which he's dancing very well. Gaurav, where are you? Gaurav, whatever your name is here. You understand TikTok, huh?
No, sir.
मुंह खोल. हाँ, बता. क्या समझ में आया? You are first year.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, because of us, the doctor have.
हिंदी में बोल दे. मल्टीलिंगुअल बात हो रही है इधर यार.
सर, हम जो ये पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं इसकी वजह से डॉक्टर को भी बहुत प्रॉफिट है. उनका वर्क इजी हो जाएगा, टाइम बचेगा उनका, और हम उन्हें और बताएंगे कि आपके पास जो डेटा है उससे आप क्या कर सकते हो, क्योंकि वो पेशेंट को देखेंगे या डेटा को देखेंगे. तो
वेरी गुड. ये साहब ने कुछ एल्बो की बात करी थी. एल्बो का क्या मतलब हुआ? क्यों क्या करने वाला एल्बो से?
नो सर.
एल्बो सपोर्ट बोला था ना यार. बैठ जा. MHA वाले स्टूडेंट, डिड यू गेट एनीथिंग और यू वेस्टिंग योर टाइम? हेलो, मैडम ने बोला इसलिए यू टू सिट हियर. कम ऑन. अरे डोंट हाइड योर फेसेस यार. यू आर एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर. खड़े हो. वन ऑफ यू गेट अप.
Sir, actually, the conference was about informatics. So informatics can be explained as making the use of data in a very good manner so that we can improve our quality of services in healthcare. In the first session, we were told about Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So the government is needing that the data of all the healthcare providers or the healthcare getters like patients, it could be comprised in a database form, so to improve the services, sir.
Thank you. Third year, last. Batao. Last question before we break off. देखो यार, they can't be sitting here ऐसी थोड़ी. नहीं तो मूंगफली लेके आया करो, खाते रहा करो. बताओ क्या? कच्चा बादाम. वो इससे बता दिया. तुम बताओ भाई थर्ड ईयर वाले. हेलो, देखो मत यार, एक दूसरे को बोलो. यू बी कॉन्फिडेंट. That's a good जवाब. Because he was transporting people from the airport to the hotel. Well done. जो अटेंड करा वो बोलो.
रजिस्ट्री का बताया था.
माइक ले ले, माइक.
आवा आईडी का बताया था, और जो सारे क्लिनिक हॉस्पिटल्स उसमें सारे कनेक्ट होंगे. हेल्थ केयर प्रोवाइडर्स की आईडी वो कनेक्ट होगी उसमें. तो जो पेशेंट्स होगा उसको हॉस्पिटल्स की या फिर जो सर्विस लेनी होगी उसकी इंफॉर्मेशन भी होगी उसके पास, और जो हेल्थ आईडी जनरेट हो जाएगी तो उससे उसके मेडिकल रिकॉर्ड्स, उसके मतलब मेडिकल रिकॉर्ड्स अपन लाइफ लॉन्ग देख सकते हैं. अभी जो स्टोरेज होता है जो मेडिकल रिकॉर्ड्स का, वो अभी सही से नहीं हो पाता है. मतलब
इधर बहुत बड़े बड़े डॉक्टर लोग आए हुए हैं, बड़े बड़े क्या बोलते हैं ऑफिशियल्स आए हुए हैं. सबसे पहले ये पूछते हैं तुम्हें जॉब क्या देंगे? व्हाट इज द जॉब दैट यू गो टू गेट? पास आउट होने वाले हो तो क्या जॉब करोगे? कुछ समझ में आया? चलो, जब जॉब ही नहीं समझते मस्त मारो. I think it's good enough. बंद कर देते हैं यार health informatics. Okay.
विषय को बोलने दे.
Vishy, please.
Sir, with your permission, the most important thing is that, as I told you, that I'm a grassroots level guy. Let's look at the curriculum development. If you permit, can I spend some time with the students separately without this ego?
110%.
Today evening.
Come over for dinner. सबको लेके आना साथ में.
नहीं, इसके बाद, क्योंकि the
Okay.
Josh wonder, I want to have the voice of customer.
Right.
Okay, that's the most important thing when it goes.
Got it?
Okay.
तो मैं चाय पिला दूंगा और सूप पिला दूंगा. ठीक है? All yours.
Yeah. So that's very important that if we can just, when the breakout is happening, I just need 5-10 minutes.
Not you.
I want to just add one more thing to this data collection. So we haven't talked about the importance of data collection in hospital is the manufacturing of medicine. So the trend, how much to produce, how much and when to produce. So that we haven't talked about at all.
That is an interesting perspective that goes into bioinformatics, and especially today when we have 3D printing. I want to know, why does a patient like me get a 1 gram tablet when I have to do with 670 milligrams? But the market doesn't have 670 milligrams.
And how much to produce, when to produce, and so those things, and that comes from the data collection.
Outside informatics for a larger part. Business industry. But it's a
Okay.
good point. I'm not disagreeing with you.
So with your,
We can bring it into informatics, but not at this level today.
with your permission, may I have the last word?
Always, sir.
Okay, gentlemen, minus the students, we have a dinner at Grand Maple today. So 8 o'clock. It's been arranged. All of you are most welcome. And students, stay back. You've got someone wanting to talk to you. Okay, stay back. Thank you. I think we've got a good day. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
ले भैया मेरे को एक और मिल गया. Guys, remember, life is good as long as you smile and look forward to the next challenge. आप लोग जो पीछे घबरा के बोलते हो, घबराया मत करो. Don't feel shy. जैसे भी आपने समझा है, बोलो. अगर कोई आपको आज नहीं करेक्ट करेगा तो कब करेंगे? बात करो. Please. What and why and how? Where, when, and how?